Author's note. Thank you for purchasing Precipice, Book 9 in the V-Plague series. If you haven't read the first 8 books, you need to stop reading now and pick them up, otherwise you will be lost, as this book is intended to continue the story in a serialized format. I intentionally did nothing to explain comments and events that reference books 1 through 8. Regardless, you have my heartfelt thanks for reading my work, and I hope you're enjoying the adventure as much as I am. As always, a good review on Amazon is greatly appreciated. The victor earns the title The Great. All the mysteries get unlearned. All the history just becomes a string of dates. The hordes overrun in a clean sweep, destroying everything that was built. Where's the glory in making mothers weep? Congos, hey, I don't know. 1. The grenade launcher thumped as I fired the first round. I immediately pulled the trigger again, sending a second high explosive round on the way to the open troop compartment door of the crashed Russian helicopter. The grenades travel fast, but not as fast as a bullet, and are so large they are visible in flight. Tracking the first one with my eyes, I watched as it reached the door and impacted the figure of the man who had just hammered the damaged exit into the open position. The grenade detonated with a thunderous explosion, the body disappearing as it was shredded. A moment later, the second one arrived and sailed into the maelstrom of the first. It detonated deeper inside the heavily armored helo, the entire craft shaking from the blast. The ballistic glass windshield, divided into sections and braced with heavy metal frames, was blown out by the force of the expanding shock wave and cartwheeled across the surface of the lake. It struck the water with a large splash and quickly sank. Then the Heinz fuel tank ruptured. The entire aircraft shuddered before disappearing in an intense ball of flame, and I spun behind the rocky outcropping to shield myself from the overpressure wave. It raced across the water and slammed into the snow-laden trees on the shoreline, blasting them clear of snow and snapping several smaller trees off at ground level. I checked on Rachel, Katie and Dog, relieved to see all 3 of them safe in the shelter of the terrain. I started to poke my head out for a look, but decided to stay where I was for the moment when another explosion caused the trees over my head to sway. Munitions aboard the helicopter were cooking off from the intense heat of the fire. No one aboard could have possibly survived, and there wasn't any point in me risking being hurt or killed, so I stayed where I was. Everyone okay? I called out to Katie and Rachel. We're good, Katie responded, she and Rachel moving to where Dog lay in the snow. Katie took his face in her hands and gently petted him, Rachel checking his injuries from the fight with the wolf. I was worried about him, but they didn't need my help, and it had been a while since anything additional had cooked off, so I stepped out and surveyed the still fiercely burning aircraft. The shell of the Hind was fully engulfed in flames that were burning so hot the icy lake water was flashing to steam where it touched the white-hot metal. The steam mixed with the thick black smoke from the burning fuel, and a massive column rose high into the air, clearly marking the site of the downed aircraft. Shit! If there were more Russians in the area, they'd zero in on the location in a hurry. We've got to move, I shouted to the girls as I ran to where they kneeled over Dog. That fire and smoke will be visible for miles. They didn't argue or question me, both with concerned expressions when understanding of what I was worried about dawned on them. With their help, I got Dog up and on my shoulders, his belly against the back of my neck and each set of legs gripped in front of my body. I knew he was hurting because he didn't try to resist the awkward position. Turning, I began retracing my steps along the shoreline. I could feel Dog's racing heart against the back of my neck. Occasionally he whined softly, and I had no doubt he was hurting like hell, but he stayed still with his head resting on his shoulder, muzzle next to my face. From time to time his wet tongue licked my cheek. As we moved, Katie took up position in front of me in case we ran into anything that wanted to do us harm. Burdened as I was, with both hands needed to keep Dog in place, I wouldn't be able to respond and fight if needed. Faster, I panted in the thin, mountain air as I struggled to catch my breath. I had no idea if there were more Russians in the area, or even why they were here in the first place, but if there were, I knew I didn't want to be anywhere close when they arrived and found the crash. I desperately wanted to listen for the sound of rotors, but between my labored breathing and heart pounding in my ears I couldn't hear anything other than the sound of my own footsteps as I loped along the shoreline. Katie ran lightly, frequently turning her head to check on Rachel and me. I was glad she was, because I had no idea what condition Rachel was in and wouldn't have known if she'd dropped out. After what seemed forever, we reached the campsite and I called out for Katie to stop. With her and Rachel helping, we lowered Dog gently to the ground. "Why are we stopping?" Rachel asked, sweat running down her face despite the frigid temperature. "It's all uphill from here," I said, drawing my knife and starting to work on the parachute canopy she had strung between the trees for a windbreak. "Need a better way to secure Dog. Keep an eye and ear out for more helicopters." Rachel turned to watch the sky over the lake as I kept working on freeing the tough nylon. Once it came loose, I quickly fashioned a sling, carefully working it under Dog's body. With it in place, I paused to rub his muzzle and he licked my hand before laying his head down. "Okay, we've got about 5 miles straight up this ridge," I said, pointing. "Katie, you lead. Rachel, watch our backs." They both nodded and helped me hoist Dog in his sling onto my shoulders. Once he was up, I was able to wrap the canopy lines around my shoulders and secure them over my chest. This held him in place and freed my hands if I had to fight. I was still breathing hard and a film of greasy sweat covered my face as I started forward. Nearly stumbling, I caught myself and had to wait a moment for a wave of dizziness to pass. Katie had already stepped off, but Rachel saw me falter and moved next to me, grabbing my arm. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern on her face. "Fine," I said, swallowing hard and trying to catch my breath. I looked up and saw Katie coming back to where we stood. "I'm fine. Let's get." I stopped when the low thrum of a distant rotor reached my ears. I didn't bother to turn and look. "Move," I said, pushing myself forward. Katie turned and sprinted up the slope, rifle high and tight across her chest. I followed her steps, bent forward at the waist to counter Dog's weight on my back. At first I tried to keep my head up to scan the area ahead, but quickly realized it was slowing me down. Lowering my gaze to the ground, I focused on Katie's tracks, concentrating on keeping my feet moving. Where the slope grew steeper, I had to resort to using my hands to help climb, scrambling in the snow for something to grip and let me pull myself another step. My back ached and my quads were on fire. My breath was ragged, my chest hurting with every breath of the cold air I took, but I pushed the pain down and kept going. There were occasional shelves where the incline flattened for a few yards. Unfortunately, they were few and far between. I lost track of time as we climbed. Every ounce of my consciousness was focused on staying on my feet and continuing forward. Sweat was pouring down my face and dripping off my nose and chin in a steady stream. It was getting harder to take a breath and all I could hear was the rush of blood in my veins. My vision was starting to tunnel, limited to the ground directly in front of my feet. After what could have been hours or even a day, Katie suddenly appeared in front of me, placing a hand on my chest to stop me. She was saying something, but I couldn't hear her voice. My head felt like it was wrapped in thick layers of cotton and I wasn't sure whether or not I was standing still. I could see the concern on Katie's face, then Rachel moved into my field of view and both of them were reaching for me as everything went dark. Katie tried to support John as he collapsed forward, but the best she could do was slow his fall. She and Rachel dropped to their knees on either side and worked the sling loose from his upper body, Dog stiffly stepping out of it and walking a few feet before lying down in the snow. Gently, they rolled John onto his back. "He's burning up," Katie said when she placed her hand on his face. Rachel touched his other cheek, then wiped pink forth off his lips. She quickly opened his snowsuit. His heart was racing and his pulse was erratic. Working her hand inside his clothing, she placed it on his chest and held it there for a few moments. "Fluid in his lungs," she said. "I think it's high-altitude pulmonary edema. Never saw it in Georgia, but I studied about it in medical school." "What's that and what the hell do we do?" Katie asked, the fear clear to see on her face. John coughed, more bloody froth appearing on his lips and chin. Overexertion at high altitude. It's cold as hell. He just ran up a 5-mile hill with dog and his pack on his shoulders. He's got fluid building up in his lungs and his heart's working overtime trying to get oxygen to his body. We need to get him to a lower altitude and get him on some O2. Actually, right now, we need to force some air into his lungs so he can breathe. Rachel wiped John's mouth clean again before bending over and placing her mouth over his, and began forcing big lungfuls of air deep into his chest. "How did you get here?" she asked Katie in between breaths. "We've got a jeep at the bottom of the slope." They had crested the ridgeline that overlooked the lake before John collapsed. "How dangerous is this?" "Very." "Is there a town close?" Rachel turned her head and spit out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. "Not close, but we passed through one after we got into the mountains," Katie said. "Maybe an hour or two with the snow. We need to get him down there. Fast." "I'll have to keep up mouth to mouth while you drive," Rachel said, standing and lifting up an edge of the parachute. Working together, the two women spread the canopy out on the snow and rolled John's unconscious body onto it. Katie helped Dog move, settling him on the nylon next to John, then grasped half the attached lines and pulled them tight over her shoulder. Rachel did the same with the other half, and working together they began dragging John and Dog down the snow-covered slope. 2. Katie and Rachel struggled against the weight of John and Dog. They were descending the north side of the ridge they had just climbed, and the trees grew thicker and larger, forcing them to constantly navigate a weaving trek. Neither spoke as they worked together, both completely focused on getting to the waiting jeep as quickly as possible. Frequently they paused long enough for Rachel to breathe several times into John's lungs, then she'd leap to her feet and they'd move another 100 yards before repeating. They began switching off rescue breathing when Rachel became lightheaded. Dog lay on the canopy, whining as he watched them work on John. They followed the tracks John, Katie and Dog had left when they climbed earlier. Where the ground was sheltered by the forest canopy, the trail was clearly visible, but when they crossed open areas, enough new snow had fallen to completely obscure all signs of their passage. On the drive-in, John had commented about the depth of the snow on the road, and Katie was concerned that enough additional had fallen to make it impossible even for the jeep to move. As they approached the waiting vehicle, her fears weren't allayed as it was blanketed in a fresh coating and drifts had formed on the road, covering the rear bumper. "I'll keep breathing." "Get it started," Rachel said when they stopped a few feet from the jeep. As she bent over John, Katie dashed forward and pushed snow out of the way so she could open the rear hatch. A small shovel was clipped to the inside of the cargo area, and Katie set to work clearing snow away from the exhaust pipe as well as digging out the bumpers and tires. Rachel scooped Dog up in her arms and Katie held the rear hatch open while she gently deposited him into the cargo area. He shifted around to ease his pain, then lowered his head with a whine. Closing the back, Katie moved to the driver's door and started the engine before opening the rear door closest to where John lay. "How are we going to do this?" Rachel asked as they stood and looked down at him. "He weighs as much as both of us put together." Katie looked around for a moment, then climbed across the jeep's back seat and opened the far side door. "I'll get his back and shoulders up and in, resting on the seat, then come around to the other door and pull if you manage his hips and legs," Katie said, squatting by her husband's head. Rachel nodded and kneeled, wrapping her arms around John's hips as Katie hooked her hands into his vest. Together they lifted, both nearly falling over when they succeeded in raising his body off the nylon canopy. With grunts of exertion they managed to stand, and Katie slowly stepped backwards, pausing when she bumped against the side of the jeep. Carefully she turned and rested John's shoulders on the edge of the seat. "Got him?" she asked before letting go. Rachel braced herself before nodding. Katie raced around the back of the vehicle and jumped in the far door, scrambling across the seat and grabbing John under the arms and pulling. With Rachel pushing, they finally got him fully across the rear seat, both of them breathing hard from the exertion. Folding his legs inside, Rachel closed the door as Katie backed out and closed the other. They dashed around opposite ends of the jeep, Rachel climbing in back as Katie slipped behind the wheel. Propping John up, Rachel pressed her mouth firmly to his and exhaled several breaths before pausing and pressing her ear to his chest. "You know how to drive in snow?" Rachel asked when she saw Katie watching her in the mirror. "I grew up in it, but it's been a long time," Katie answered, shifting into drive. The Jeep was still in four-wheel low from when John had driven them in, and she hoped it would have enough traction to get them turned around and back out of the mountains. It took some doing, and several times Rachel thought they were stuck, but Katie eventually got them heading in the right direction. 16.3 miles. That's how far they'd come on this road, which was really no more than a partially cleared trail through the forest. Clearing the trip odometer, she stepped on the gas and they slowly began moving forward. The going was slow, the snow now at the midpoint of the front bumper. Somehow the Jeep managed to gain enough traction to force its way through, bulldozing as it went. Katie glanced up in the mirror when John coughed. "Is he awake?" Katie asked, returning her attention to the road. "No," Rachel said, wiping more frothy blood off his lips and chin before struggling to sit him up higher in the seat. "Should I stop?" "Keep going. I can handle him, and the sooner we get to a lower altitude, the better." Rachel struggled to lift John's upper body. She had to settle for propping him up and using a seatbelt to keep him in place, her arms wrapped around his chest as Katie drove. She looked over the seat back into the cargo area, Dog meeting her eyes and whining softly. She wanted to cry for Dog and for the man she loved, but somehow managed to control her emotions. Knowing she would lose it if she didn't distract herself, she asked Katie to tell her how they'd found her. Happy to have something to worry about other than John and the snowbound road, Katie started talking, telling the story from when John found her in the caverns in Oklahoma. "Martinez is alive?" Rachel stopped her when she got to the part about reaching Tulsa. "And for that matter, you're way healthier than you should be. John thinks it may have something to do with either the virus or the vaccine," Katie said, grimacing as the Jeep bounced hard when it hit a deep hole hidden beneath the snow. "Maybe," Rachel said, thinking about it. She had to pause to breathe for John again. "I suppose that's possible. If Martinez is still alive and actually on her feet, with a bullet still in her, it's something not normal. Honestly, I didn't think you would make it either, Dot." "That would have solved your problems," Katie said, immediately shaking her head. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." "That's okay," Rachel finally said in a low voice. "I'd feel the same way if I were you." It was quiet in the Jeep for a few minutes. "What was the plan once you found me?" Rachel asked, wanting to change the subject. "Get to Australia somehow. John has a friend there who offered to take us in. We just don't know how we're going to get there yet." They fell silent as Katie kept pushing through the deep snow. There were a couple of times they lost traction and came to a stop, but she reversed a few yards before nailing the throttle to blast through the deep drift that had halted their progress. 2 hours later they reached the narrow track that would become a state highway to the south. It took nearly 2 more hours to reach Ketchum, a small ski town they had passed through early that morning. Snow was beginning to fall heavily again, a strong north wind driving it in their direction of travel. "We've been losing altitude the whole time we were driving. Is he any better?" Katie asked, looking in the mirror. "Not really," Rachel said. "We need to find some oxygen, and if we could find a ventilator, that would be ideal. It will create constant, positive pressure with pure O2, which is exactly what his lungs need right now." "So we need a hospital?" "Even an ambulance would probably have what we need," Rachel said after a moment. "But a hospital definitely will. And we need to find a portable unit that's battery-powered. Plugging in won't work anymore. By the way, are we going to have a lot of infected in town?" "There were a few when we came through earlier," Katie said as they rolled past a sign welcoming them to Ketchum. "Do you see any now?" Rachel asked. "Not yet. Can they survive this weather?" Katie glanced down to check the temperature display on the dash. "Wow, it's 19 degrees. Got to be like 0 with the wind chill. I have no idea. They're just humans, so without heavy winter gear they shouldn't be able to survive in this. But I don't think we should bet our lives on that. I've seen them survive a lot of things they shouldn't have been able to. Noted. Okay, hospital. Is he going to be okay? As dangerous as this is if untreated, people recover quickly. As soon as we can get enough O2 going, his lungs will start clearing and he'll wake up. Tired, weak, probably cranky, but he'll be fine if we can find what we need. And if you don't see a hospital, an urgent care will do, Rachel said. What we really need isn't going to be at a corner drugstore. And don't forget, if you see an ambulance it should have it too. How's he doing? Katie met Rachel's eyes in the rearview mirror. She had just asked, but the panic and fear over seeing her husband in such a bad state was all she could think about. High fever and every breath is rattling and his heart is racing. Rachel was more worried than she was letting on. She knew how strong John was, and for him to be sick enough to pass out and remain unconscious, she was afraid they wouldn't be able to get it under control in time. 3. The hospital was compact, but modern. It was down a short side road off the main highway that ran through Ketchum, the turn marked by a small, blue sign with a large, white H and an arrow printed on it. The face was more than half covered by snow that had stuck to the frozen metal, the deep blue standing out and drawing Katie's eye as they approached. Turning into the entrance marked for ambulances, she followed the curving drive, steering around an abandoned police car. There was a large overhang that extended out from the roof of the building and provided shelter for the EMTs to unload their patients. Katie forced the Jeep through the last drift of snow and onto the clear pavement, pulling to a gentle stop. "What do you think?" Rachel asked as both stared at the glass doors that guarded the dark interior. "As much as I don't want to leave him alone, I think we should both go. You know what you're looking for and someone needs to watch your back. Will he be okay?" "I think getting what we need is more important at the moment," Rachel said. "But maybe we should get a gurney and take him inside?" "No," Katie finally said after considering the idea. "We can't clear and secure the whole building. Let's get what we need and find an empty house." They spent a few minutes making sure John would stay propped up in the back seat so his lungs wouldn't fill with fluid and drown him while they were inside the hospital. They checked on Dog, gave him some water, then Katie locked up the Jeep and slipped the keys in her pocket. She had debated leaving them in the vehicle for John in case they didn't come back, but Rachel convinced her that if they didn't come back John wouldn't be driving away on his own. The glass doors were two sets on tracks that if the power was on would slide open automatically. Katie inserted the beveled end of the Jeep's tire iron into the seam where they met and together they pushed on the bar and forced the doors apart. Moving cautiously through the opening they entered the emergency room. Stench from decaying bodies was heavy in the stale air and the entire area was a shambles. Both women turned on the flashlights mounted to their rifles and scanned the area. Bloated bodies, body parts, splashes of blood that had dried black, overturned furniture and dark equipment greeted them. In every direction glints from brass shell casings winked in the beams of the lights and nearly every surface was pockmarked from gunfire. "Where?" Katie whispered. "There," Rachel pointed at an alcove behind a large workstation. Cautiously they picked their way across the open space, stepping over bodies and avoiding piles of debris. Both were careful to avoid kicking any of the spent shells, which would tinkle across the hard floor and announce their presence. They made it across the large area without seeing or hearing anything. Moving closer together, Katie turned to watch behind them while Rachel headed behind the counter and approached the alcove where she'd spotted a locked drug cabinet. As she stepped around the corner she pulled up short, nearly running directly into a large infected male wearing hospital scrubs. He had just been standing there in the shadows. Rachel involuntarily inhaled sharply in surprise at stumbling across the male and he immediately turned his head in her direction and took a step towards her. She backpedaled and jerked her rifle up, finger pulling the trigger too early and firing a round into his body. The male didn't even flinch from the impact of the bullet. He snarled and raised his arms to reach for Rachel, and she took another step back, running into a rolling cart full of metal-covered patient charts. The cart tipped over and crashed to the floor as she brought the muzzle onto target and fired. The round punched through the male's forehead and he crumpled to the floor without another sound. Rachel was panting, looking around and meeting Katie's frightened eyes. The crash of the cart onto the tile floor had been loud, and if there were any more infected in the building, they were probably heading in their direction. "Hurry!" Katie hissed, turning back to scan the wide hall that led from the ER to the depths of the hospital. Leaping across the infected she just killed, Rachel used her flashlight to survey the equipment and the cabinets. Using the tire iron, she began forcing doors open, making a lot of noise, but right now speed was more important than stealth. Once all the cabinets were open, she began grabbing 4 bags of saline and dumping them into a plastic laundry bag that had been lying on the floor. She followed up with needles, 4 tubing, bags of antibiotics and anything else that looked like it might be needed. Meds collected, Rachel looked around and almost shouted with excitement when she spotted a portable, battery-operated, transport ventilator resting on a small cart. She scooped it up with her free arm, added it to the bag, then from the bottom rack of the cart grasped a large cylinder of oxygen by the neck. "We've got to move," Katie said, her suppressed rifle starting to fire a moment later. Rachel yanked the bag off the floor and lifted the looted medical supplies onto her shoulder. Rushing to join Katie, O2 tank banging against her leg, she looked in the direction the shorter woman was firing and cursed to see over a dozen males shambling down the hall and into the ER. "Ready," she said. Katie turned to lead the way to the exit, stopping when a larger group of males began pouring into the ER through a side entrance that neither of them had noticed. They were close, moving purposely as they'd already locked onto the sound the 2 women had made. "Too many," Katie said, turning back towards the large hall. Only 4 of the original group remained, and Katie put all of them down and sprinted deeper into the hospital as the larger group reached the spot where they had been standing. "Where are we going?" Rachel asked, panting under the weight of her load and glancing over her shoulder at the pursuing infected. "Don't know, but there's got to be another way out of the building," Katie said as they approached a T intersection. Both of them were slowing, preparing to check before entering the new hall, when a female charged around the right-hand corner and slammed into Rachel. They fell to the floor, the infected screaming inches from Rachel's face as she tore at her upper body and tried to push her mouth towards her neck. Katie spun, scooped up the cylinder of oxygen, stepped close and swung it like a baseball bat into the side of the infected's head. Her skull was crushed and the body collapsed on top of Rachel, who shoved it aside and scrambled to her feet. Katie handed her the tank and opened up with her rifle, putting down 3 males who were uncomfortably close. "Thanks," Rachel gasped as they turned and ran in the direction the female had come from. Katie was in front, Rachel following her lead and hoping she had some idea of where she was headed. The hall was wide with shiny tile on the floor, and at the far end, light shone through a set of glass doors that opened to the outside. They both ran faster when multiple screams sounded behind them. The drum of running feet was growing louder as they approached the doors. The females had stopped screaming as they closed the distance on their prey and were focused on pursuing and catching. "Keep running," Katie shouted as she skidded to a halt and turned. Her rifle was already up, but her heart dropped when she saw the number of females bearing down on her. Some wore scrubs, some patient gowns, and they were spread across the width of the hall as they approached. Rachel's step faltered when Katie stopped, intending to join the fight. Katie was already firing and putting down targets, and Rachel dropped the bag of medical supplies and set the tank down so she could raise her rifle and help. "Go! Help John!" Katie screamed at her, shifting her aim from heads to legs. Rachel hesitated for a moment before deciding to ignore the command. Dropping to her knees, she began firing, dropping the last female with only a few feet to spare. A large group of males was approaching at their much slower pace, still far enough away to not present a threat. Yet! The 2 women leapt to their feet and Rachel scooped up the supplies as they resumed their retreat to the exit. The hall opened into a large lobby with a ceiling that soared over their heads. This was the main entrance to the hospital, and chairs were scattered around the space. 3 large openings were in the walls, other corridors that lead to different areas. A round reception desk dominated the space, situated directly between them and the doors. 2 females popped up from behind it as they approached at a dead run. Katie fired, somehow managing to miss both of them. The females leapt onto the surface of the counter and Rachel once again dropped the supplies, the tank ringing loudly when it struck the hard floor. Each of them started firing, and missing because they were so hyped on adrenaline. Both females zeroed in on Katie and hurtled off the counter, charging to intercept. She skidded to a stop, trying to hold steady on target. Before she could pull the trigger again, one of the females' head exploded and her body flopped to the ground, tripping her companion. Katie aimed and fired twice in burst mode, destroying first the face then the skull of the remaining infected. She glanced behind to see Rachel with her rifle braced on the side of a support column that held up the high ceiling. Forcing their way through the set of sliding doors, they struggled through thigh-deep snow around the outside of the hospital. The doors had a spring mechanism and closed after they passed through, trapping the males that were still in pursuit. They bunched up against the sturdy glass and began pounding on it in frustration. 4. I woke up thoroughly disoriented. It was mostly dark and I was in a bed with a lot of covers over me. I could tell that much from the weight, but not much more. And something was on my face. A weak, battery-powered lantern was on the top of a dresser on the far side of the room and it gave me enough light to see my surroundings. If I had the strength to lift my head and look around. Feeling the bed move slightly, I turned to look next to me. It took a moment for me to recognize Dog, stretched out on top of the covers, his head on a pillow. Several white bandages were wrapped around 3 of his 4 legs, but other than that I couldn't see much else. The bandages brought it all back. The drive from Oklahoma to Idaho. The fight with the wolf to save Rachel. But what the hell was wrong with me? I remembered starting the climb back to the Jeep with Dog on my shoulders, but after that everything was a little fuzzy. And what the hell was strapped to my face? Reaching up, I felt thick, smooth plastic, finally recognizing a large oxygen mask. My first impulse was to pull it off, but enough brain cells were working to warn me that if it was there it was probably helping me. I turned my head the other way to check over the room, and the first thing that caught my attention was my rifle leaned up against a nightstand. Beyond that, someone was sleeping in a chair. Female, I guess, since long hair had fallen down and covered her face, but that was all I could tell. Trying to speak, I managed a weak croak and she jerked awake and reached up to shove her thick mane on top of her head. "Hi," Katie said, smiling. "How are you feeling?" She stood up and quickly moved to my side. There was more movement from farther away, in the darkest part of the room, and a moment later Rachel stepped up next to Katie and reached for my arm. "What happened?" I managed to whisper. "You've got altitude sickness," Rachel said, her long fingers pressing against first my wrist then my neck. "Your lungs started filling up with fluid and your body couldn't get any oxygen." Apparently satisfied with my pulse, she placed one hand on my forehead and slipped the other under the covers and onto my chest. For the first time I noticed that there were several pillows beneath me, keeping my upper body elevated. "You're better," she said with a smile. "Fever is coming down and your lungs aren't nearly as bad, but you've still got a little fluid in them." She reached over my head and I looked up to see a partially empty 4-bag hanging from a nail that had been pounded into the wall. Following the tubing with my eyes, I could see it disappear beneath the covers and assumed it terminated in my arm. An unfamiliar machine rested on the nightstand, quietly forcing oxygen from a large tank into my mask. The mask covered most of my face, held in place with 2 thick straps that wrapped around the back of my head. "Where are we?" I asked, a cough racking my chest as I spoke. "Catch 'em," Katie said. "We're squatting in a big, empty ski chalet." I took several breaths, trying to inhale deeply as I fought the urge to cough, but I wound up hacking even harder. Rachel slid her arm under my back and raised me slightly, holding me there until the spasms passed. Once I could breathe again, Katie released one of the straps and raised the mask, handing me a glass of water. Gulping it down, I glanced at Dog on the far side of the bed. He was still lying down, but had lifted his head to look at me. I reached out and placed my hand on his back, gently rubbing. After a moment, he put his head back on the pillow and let out a deep sigh. Katie took the empty glass and put the mask back in place. "Is there a bathroom in this place?" I asked when the urge to pee suddenly hit me. I didn't know how much fluid they'd pumped in from the floor, but I needed to get rid of some of it. Fast. They both helped me up, Katie carrying the floor bag and supporting me as Rachel brought the oxygen tank and whatever the machine was. I was weak as hell and felt like I'd been worked over by Mike Tyson, but at least I was steady enough on my feet to go into the bathroom, close the door and relieve myself without an audience. "This may sound like a joke," I said when I came back into the bedroom. "But why does my ass hurt?" Katie and Rachel looked at each other, both of them trying to suppress a giggle and a smile. "What?" I asked, lowering myself onto the edge of the bed. "You needed aspirin," Rachel finally said. "You had a high fever and we needed to bring it down." "What's that got to do with my ass?" I asked as I swung my feet off the floor and settled back onto the pillows. Well, you were unconscious and couldn't exactly swallow them," Rachel said. "You shoved aspirin up my ass?" I said too loudly and started coughing. When I could look up, Katie was grinning at me and holding her hand up in the air, just like a school kid admitting to something. "I did," she said. "We flipped a quarter and I lost." Both of them burst out laughing. I knew I was going to be okay if they were laughing at me. Several things ran through my mind, but I kept my mouth shut. What do you say to a woman that loves you enough to stick her finger up your ass to give you medicine? "How is he?" I nodded at Dog when they stopped giggling. "He'll heal," Rachel answered. "Chewed up pretty bad, but fortunately nothing vital. He got 4 and some antibiotics, so infection shouldn't be a problem. All I'm worried about is rabies." This got my attention and I turned my head to look at her. "It's remote, since I'm pretty sure the wolf wasn't rabid, but still possible," Rachel said when I just lay there staring at her. "He's going to be fine," Katie interjected with a stern tone. She knew that the one thing in the world that could make me blubber like a baby was losing a dog. What happened after I passed out? The last thing I remember is starting to climb up the ridge from the lake. Rachel gently lowered me back onto the pillows and returned to the chair she'd been sleeping in. Katie squeezed onto the edge of the bed, bumping me over with her hip. Normal for her. Despite the fact that I'm more than 100 pounds heavier and at least twice as broad as her, she's always pushing me over to make room for herself. I'd never admit it to her, but I'd gotten used to it and kind of liked it. She told me about the two of them dragging me and Dog the rest of the way to the Jeep, followed by the drive out of the mountains. Then she relayed the events at the hospital and the drive around Ketchum until they located the house we were in. "You have to be more careful than you were in the hospital," I said when she finished with her story. "Seen you do worse," Rachel chimed in from the darkness before Katie could respond. Katie looked at me, grinned and leaned over to kiss me on the forehead. "You're still hot," she said after her lips touched my skin. "So are you, sweetie," I grinned, but she was no longer in the mood for banter. "Rachel, his fever should break in the next few hours with the fluids and aspirin. He needs rest." Katie brushed the back of her hand across my cheek, kissed my forehead again and moved back to the chair closest to the bed. Once she was settled, she picked up her rifle and rested it across her legs before tilting her head back to get some more sleep. I lay there in the darkness, hand on Dog's back, and tried to fall asleep. At first it didn't seem like that was going to be possible, but before I knew it I woke up to bright sunshine at the windows. Dog wasn't on the bed any longer, and when I looked, both Katie and Rachel were gone. The bedroom was large with dark, heavy furniture. I was still propped up on pillows in the king-size bed and felt about 100% better than when I'd woken up during the night. The sheets were clammy, drenched and cold underneath my body. Apparently my fever had broken. Throwing the pile of blankets to the side, I peeled the sheet off that was covering me. And 4 needle was in my right arm, securely taped in place, and I glanced over my head to verify there was still fluid flowing. A half-full bag of saline was connected to me. Sitting up, I paused on the edge of the bed, evaluating my condition. All things considered, I felt decent. Weak as hell, needing to pee again, but better than I expected. Across the room I could see the bathroom through a wide door, and after removing the O2 mask and standing, I grabbed the 4 bag off the nail and toddled across the thick carpeting. Walking showed me just how weak I really was, and halfway across the room I had to stop and cough. Reaching the bath, I stepped onto the ice-cold tile, noting a bucket of water sitting on the floor next to the toilet that hadn't been there the night before. I relieved myself into the bowl, then poured some of the water in to flush the waste into the sewer. I was mildly surprised, and proud, that one of them had thought of how to use the plumbing. I was wearing nothing but a pair of briefs that were sweat-soaked, cold and sticking to me. Returning to the room, I looked around for the rest of my clothes but didn't see them. I checked the large dresser, hoping the homeowner had something in my size, but only found drawer after drawer of panties, bras, and nightgowns. "What are you doing?" I turned to see Katie standing in the doorway, a large mug in her hand holding something that steamed. "Had to pee," I said. "Looking for clothes, weren't you?" she said with an accusatory tone, her free hand balled into a fist and resting on her hip. "You're not going anywhere except back to bed." Katie came forward, set the mug down on the dresser, and took my arm. I caught a whiff of the hot coffee and snagged the drink, turning away from her when she reached for it. "You are feeling better," she smiled. "Take a seat in the chair and I'll change your sheets." The room was cold, no central heat keeping the house nice and toasty, and by the time Katie was finished I was shivering despite the hot coffee. She tossed the dirty linens through the door and disappeared into a walk-in closet next to the bath for a moment, returning with a clean pair of underwear. After helping me change, she got me back in bed and stretched up on her toes to hang the 4 bag on the nail. "Where's Dog and Rachel?" I asked. "He needed to go outside and Rachel is making sure he's moving around so his injuries don't stiffen up too much." Katie shoved the heavy chair closer to the bed and sat down looking at me. "Fill me in on this place," I said. "Are we safe for the moment?" 5. The house wasn't just big, it was massive. 6,000 square feet if it was an inch. It was the following day and I'd recovered enough to be out of bed and wandering around. I'd fallen asleep the prior afternoon while Katie described where we were and gave me a rundown of our tactical situation. She hadn't thought about several things. Playing soldier wasn't her bag, but she and Rachel had done a great job of finding us a place to lay up and heal. My lungs had cleared, and while I still had an occasional cough, I felt much better after 2 days of 4 fluids and what I now knew was a ventilator. I was still weak, but getting stronger and no longer felt like I was moving and thinking in slow motion. Dog was healing as well, having benefited from the rest and antibiotics Rachel had given him. He was a long way from 100%, but he was out of danger. As I walked the house, getting a feel for the layout, he limped along at my side. I tried to get him to lie down and stay put, but he insisted on staying with me. Despite my concern, I knew this was best for him as long as we didn't overdo it and cause too much stress on his wounds. Katie and Rachel were getting along, but seemed to be keeping their distance from each other. When they did communicate, it was strictly business. Then one of them, usually Rachel, would find something that needed to be attended to in a different part of the house. I had several ideas about what might be going on but was old enough and wise enough to not feel the need to insert myself into the dynamic. Once I'd finished my tour of our temporary residence, Katie ushered me into the kitchen where Rachel was preparing a cold meal. A camp stove they had been using to heat water for coffee rested on the stove, but Rachel shook her head when I asked for some. There hadn't been much fuel in it and it had run out quickly. It was cold in the house, but still better than outside. The sun was shining weakly, but snow was piled in drifts and a strong north wind moaned through the building's eaves and around the corners of the walls. Before I sat down at the kitchen table, I looked out a window at a large thermometer mounted on the patio. 17 degrees Fahrenheit. probably below zero with the wind chill. I was glad for the cold weather gear I was wearing since it probably wasn't much above freezing inside. It was cold enough to see my breath. I talked to Jessica on the sat phone yesterday, Katie began, taking a chair across the table from me. Good, I said, having completely forgotten about our eye in the sky. How does the infected situation look? None moving that she can see in the area. There's a large herd passing through Twin Falls, but it's just too cold here. They can't survive. I smiled at the good news, getting a bad vibe when Katie and Rachel exchanged glances. What? I asked, looking back and forth between them. She got the archived sat imagery working, or at least partially working, and found out what happened to the rest of our group. Katie said, nodding her thanks when Rachel set a plate of food on the table in front of her. That's great, I said, smiling. Are they on the way? Katie sat there looking at me, not touching her food. Finally, she took a deep breath and continued. Remember Jessica telling us she found the Bradley abandoned? I nodded, not liking where this was going. From what she can tell, they encountered a Russian patrol. A helicopter. It looks like Irina talked them down and they were able to overpower the crew and take control. They flew east to refuel, then headed in this direction. Jessica lost them when they went under the cloud cover a few hundred miles east of here. Apparently thermal imaging doesn't write to disk, so she doesn't know where they went after that at. Katie tried to hold my eyes but gave up and stared down at the plate of untouched food. Maybe I was still thinking slow, but what she was telling me finally dawned. My stomach dropped as I stared back at her in disbelief. What kind of hello were they in? I finally managed to speak in a whisper. Hind me 24. I just sat there, staring at her, mouth hanging open. It couldn't be. Could it? Had I killed my friends? Part of me refused to acknowledge the possibility while another realized that was probably exactly what had happened. I hadn't given any thought to why a Russian hello would have been up in the mountains until now, and try as I might I couldn't come up with a reason other than it was Martinez and the rest looking for us. Rachel was standing by the sink, behind Katie, looking at me with a mix of pity and concern as tears rolled down her face. Katie was crying too, sniffling softly and wiping her eyes. Both of them were doing their best to hold it together. I need to be alone, I whispered, standing up so abruptly the chair tipped over backwards and crashed to the floor. Neither of them said anything further as I walked out of the room. I didn't know where I was going, just knew I needed to do something. The urge to throw up was almost overwhelming, but I fought it down as I wandered, eventually winding up at the front door. I glanced down and saw my pack. Bending, I dug through it until I found what I was looking for, then opened the door and stepped out into the frigid wind. Dog had followed me and pressed against my leg. I was standing on a large, covered porch. The storm had blown snow onto its surface, coating everything. At the far end were several wrought iron chairs and I walked over and sat down. The air was sharp, the wind bringing tears to my eyes. At least I blamed it on the wind. Looking down at my hands, I was surprised to see the pack of cigarettes I just retrieved from my pack. I didn't even remember getting them. Extracting one, I cupped my hands and lit it, inhaling deeply and immediately coughing. Not too smart after just having fluid in my lungs, but at the moment I didn't give a shit. Dog lay down at my feet, head turned to keep watch on the large expanse of land that dropped away from the house. Even though the sun was weak, it reflected brilliantly off the virgin snow that blanketed the landscape. I sat there, wiping tears out of my eyes and smoking, trying not to picture the faces of the people I'd killed. I sat on the porch for most of an hour, smoking and thinking. Unable to handle the inactivity any longer, I went into the house and loaded up with my knives, rifle, pistol, and a bunch of spare magazines. I was in the mood to get lost in a fury of violence. Shock and sorrow had given way to anger. White-hot anger that events begun by a madman in Russia had led to me killing some of the best people I'd ever known. Where do you think you're going? Katie stood between me and the front door, hands on her hips, eyes flashing the way they do when I'm about to do something stupid and she's intent on stopping me. Rachel stood a few feet away, a similar expression on her face. "Going to get us some real food," I mumbled. "Can't take another MRE." "Bullshit." She stepped forward and looked up into my face. "You think I don't know you better than that? You're going looking for a fight. Kill a few infected. Blow some shit up. Exorcise your demons. It won't bring them back." Tears were rolling down her face as she spoke, her voice growing loud and rough with emotion. And she was absolutely right. That was exactly where I was headed. What I needed to do before I completely lost it. Lose myself in an orgy of violence. "Fine." Katie snapped after I just stood there staring back at her for close to a minute. "Go do what you need to do. You never fucking listen to me anyway." She turned and shoved past me, disappearing down the hall. A moment later the whole house shook when she slammed the door of whatever room she went into. I had watched her storm away, turning back to head for the door and stopping when Rachel stepped in front of me. "Seriously?" she said. "What? Everything you've done, we've done, to find her, and this is how you treat her?" She folded her arms across her chest and shoved her face into mine. "How I'm treating her? What the hell did I do? You're being an ass. That's what. 24 hours ago you were flat on your back in bed, and now because you're upset you're ready to go out into freezing weather and pick a fight you don't need to fight. A fight you might not come back from because you're weak." Rachel punctuated the last word by reaching out and pushing me hard. I took a couple of steps back and she advanced on me. "You've beaten the odds up until now," she said in a calmer voice. "And if this was something you really needed to do I'd go with you, but this is bullshit. Suck it up and deal with it like a man, not a boy. Put the goddamn weapons down and go talk to your wife." I just stood there, staring at Rachel. Pissed off at first, I slowly cooled down and realized she was right. It was foolish to put myself at risk needlessly, especially when I wasn't in the best shape. Nodding, I turned and headed down the hall to find Katie and confess that I was a moron. Not the first time I've had to do that, and somehow I suspected it wouldn't be the last. 6. The conversation with Katie went pretty much like they always did. I apologized for being an idiot and she forgave me and told me she loved me, called me an asshole, then gave me a kiss. Crisis averted, I divested myself of some of my weapons and made another tour of the house. A massive fireplace was the centerpiece of the great room. It was made of smooth river rock that had been set in mortar and went all the way to the soaring ceiling. The firebox was large enough that I could have sat inside if so inclined, but there wasn't any wood in the 2 storage areas built in on either side. "Have you checked outside for firewood?" I asked the girls. They both shook their heads. "We weren't sure about lighting a fire and having smoke coming out of the chimney," Rachel said. "I'm going to check around outside," I said after a minute. "I think we're probably okay. The infected, even if they could survive the cold, shouldn't be able to recognize the smoke for what it is. Besides, I want to see what's around us." I called Dog, who probably needed a break by now, wincing for him as he limped towards me. Slinging my rifle, I went to the back door and looked out before opening it. A deep, covered patio led out onto what was probably a lush green lawn hidden beneath the snow. Nothing was moving and the snow was undisturbed, so I opened the door and stepped out with Dog at my heels. Making a tour of the perimeter, I kept a close eye out for any marks in the snow. Finding nothing other than the tracks Katie and Rachel had left when we arrived and the same path Dog had used several times, I made sure the garage where the Jeep was parked was secure, then returned to the rear yard to search for wood. A large shed sat to the side, 100 feet from the patio, and I plowed my way to it. Dog followed in my wake, taking full advantage of walking on the path I was blazing. I paused a couple of times to give him a chance to relieve himself and was glad to note that all of his plumbing was functioning properly. The shed door was locked with a heavy knob and deadbolt that matched what was on the house. A burst from my rifle shattered the lock and a second burst blasted it free of the surrounding wood. Pulling the door open, I stepped back and aimed my rifle in, flashlight on. I didn't really expect there to be any infected inside, but then why take the chance? I didn't see anything and dog remained quiet, so I stepped through the doorway. There was a smooth concrete floor and a workbench that was way too clean to have ever been used for any real work. The back wall had a variety of sleds hanging from hooks, and against the remaining wall was a large stack of split wood. I grabbed one of the sleds and carried it outside, returning and filling my arms with firewood. It only took a couple of minutes to load the sled down with as much as it could hold. Pushing the door shut, I leaned one of the pieces against it to hold it in place and to provide a visual alert if someone or something opened the door and went inside. Grasping the loop of rope attached to the front of the sled, I dragged it across the snow back to the patio. Rachel and Katie must have been watching through a window as they came out to help carry the wood when I reached the patio. Soon, I had a crackling fire going, made another trip to ensure we had a good supply of wood in the house, then settled into an oversized leather chair that faced the fire. Dog stretched out on the floor close to the hearth, but moved away when the wood began popping as the fire reached pockets of trapped air and moisture. "I need to talk to you too," Rachel said as she settled onto a long sofa. Katie was sitting in another of the big leather chairs, legs curled under her the way only a woman can sit. Oh. Several thoughts ran through my head when she said that. Were we going to have to talk about her feelings for me? The feelings I had for her? This wasn't going to be good. "I'm worried about the Terminator virus," she said. "Oh, thank God. Not a talk about feelings, dot." "Why?" Katie asked when I didn't say anything. "Because of you," Rachel said. "With what you went through, you shouldn't be alive, let alone up and running around and apparently healthy. I think John might be right about what's going on. It has to be something to do with either the vaccine or the virus itself strengthening your body." "Okay, but why are you worried about the Terminator virus?" Katie asked. "Because it might kill you." "What?" I said after a long stretch of shocked silence, even though I'd heard exactly what Rachel had said. "All right. Remember, I'm not a virologist. But the idea behind the Terminator virus is that it will target the specific DNA of the infection and destroy it. If Katie is partially infected, or whatever the correct term is, and is exposed to the Terminator, there's a chance it could kill her. If we're right that the infection or vaccine is the reason she's alive and well." I looked at Katie, who was staring at Rachel with her mouth open and a terrified expression on her face. "How do we know? What do we do?" I finally stammered, reaching across and taking my wife's hand in mine. "There's nothing we can do. If we were in Seattle, I'm sure Joe and the other virologists could run some tests that would let us know for sure." Rachel spoke in a quiet voice as she delivered this information. My mind was racing. What the hell could I do? I wasn't about to give up on my wife, was the one certainty. "We have to get to Seattle," I said. "We have to know when they either modify what they're working on or stop working on it altogether." "They can't stop," Katie said. "Not if there's a way they can wipe out the infected." "I don't give a fuck," I said. "We can keep killing the infected one at a time if we have to. I'm not going to let them create something that will kill you." "We don't even know if that will happen," Katie said, trying to calm me down. "How likely is it?" I looked to Rachel for help. "I can't answer that," she said, shaking her head. "Not without knowing what has enhanced Katie's ability to heal and recover." "Maybe it's the vaccine, but I don't think so." "Why not?" Katie asked. "Because he's had the vaccine and he's not healing any faster than normal," she said, pointing a long finger at me. "Difference between male and female?" I asked. "Maybe," Rachel conceded. "But everything is a maybe at this point." "I agree with you. We need to get her to Seattle so we know what's really going on." That's a long way. In bad weather, Katie said. And didn't we hear something about the Russians starting to move into the West Coast cities? We did, I said. But we don't have a choice. If they succeed in making the Terminator virus, it will get released all across the planet. There's not anywhere to hide. It will find us. And I'm not prepared to live with a sword dangling over your head. Are you? Katie finally shook her head and squeezed my hand. What did you do with the sat phone? I need to make a call. It's on the charger in the Jeep, Rachel said. I stood and headed for the garage, making Dog stay where he was. He wasn't healing any faster than normal, either. As soon as I walked into the garage, I could tell Katie had been the one driving. The Jeep was at an angle and barely pulled in far enough to allow the door to clear the back bumper on its way down. It was parked almost exactly like she used to park my truck when she drove it. I plucked the phone off the front seat and headed to the backyard so I had a clear line of sight to the satellite. Pressing the speed dial button, I checked the shed to make sure the piece of wood was still in place, then scanned the snow for any tracks that weren't dogs or mine. Everything looked untouched. Good to hear from you, sir, Jessica said when she answered the phone and recognized my voice. Good to be heard from, I said. My wife told me the news. I'm sorry, sir, but you couldn't have known. Thank you, but I didn't call to talk about that. Fill me in. What are the Russians up to? Infected in the area? And I need to get to Seattle. First off, no movement at all within 20 miles of your location. No infected or Russians or anything. That's the good news. The bad is you're stuck where you are for the moment. There's only two ways out of Ketchum. On up into the mountains, which are impassable, or down to Twin Falls, which is currently full of infected. The Russians are still pouring into the country. Air and sea lift. There are big troop carriers in Seattle and San Francisco unloading troops right now. They've taken over more Air Force bases and are landing personnel and materials around the clock. What's the status of our research personnel in Seattle? I asked. So far they've gone undetected. The SEALs that are on site have buttoned the building up and gone as dark as they can. The Russians shouldn't find them unless they start a building-to-building search, but there's no reason for them to do that. Okay. So, I need to get to that research lab. How do I do that? You don't, sir. At least not right now. You've got the weather where you are, infected in Twin Falls, and more weather as you get into Washington State. The Cascade Mountains, just east of Seattle, are getting a big storm right now. Lots of snow falling. No way you're crossing them on the ground. She said. Not acceptable, petty officer, I growled into the phone. This isn't a pleasure trip. It's vital, and I'm going to do it. Find me a way, even if I've got to dip down into California and come up the coast. Yes, sir. I'll see what I can come up with, but you're still stuck until the infected clear out of your area. She answered. How many are there? A herd. Hundreds of thousands, at a minimum. Probably over 1 million. She said. Are they moving, or just staying in the area? The main body has already moved through. These are the slower ones. The weaker ones and the ones with more serious injuries that are having more trouble moving. It's probably going to be at least a day before they've thinned enough for you to try it. Thanks, Jessica. Work on a plan for me and let me know if anything changes. I broke the connection and said a few choice words. Why wasn't it ever easy? 7. Russian Colonel General Anatoly Kozlov stood on the Seattle waterfront and watched the unloading of a massive troop carrier. Ranks of soldiers marched out of the bowels of the ship, carrying weapons and large duffels stuffed with their personal gear. It was a dark, gray morning and rain fell steadily. It beaded on Kozlov's hat and the greatcoat thrown over his shoulders, but he ignored what to him was mild, spring weather. Looking out into Elliott Bay, he saw two more of the giant ships, waiting their turn to dock and disgorge their load of fighting men. He didn't expect to need them, as the city had been mostly cleared of infected already by the Science Directorate of the SVR, who controlled the satellite signal that attracted them. There were still some wandering around the metropolis, but nothing his men couldn't easily handle. "Sir?" Kozlov turned to see one of his aides standing slightly behind him, a satellite phone held in his extended hands. "Who is it, Vladimir?" he growled, unhappy to have a few quiet moments disturbed. "It is President Baranov, sir. Personally." The aide looked frightened and was keeping the palm of his hand firmly over the microphone end of the device. Kozlov snatched the phone from him and snapped it to his ear. "Comrade President, Colonel General Kozlov speaking." "It is a pleasure, sir." "Where are you, Kozlov?" The president snapped in his peasant-accented Russian, his voice grating on the general's ear. "I am in Seattle watching our troops come ashore, Comrade President." "Listen very carefully, General. I have just recalled Colonel General Mostov to Moscow." It took all of Kozlov's self-control to not begin trembling. Recalled meant that General Mostov would be arrested the moment his plane touched down in Russia. He would be thrown into a prison cell while the SVR rounded up his entire family, including distant relatives and in-laws. Once they were all in custody, the general would be put on public trial, convicted by lunch and, along with all of his family, executed in time for dinner. Failing President Baranov was not an option. "We have received intelligence from assets amongst the Americans about one of their soldiers who is responsible for the murder of Lieutenant General Aslanov. I ordered General Mostov to arrest this man so he could be brought to Moscow to stand trial for his crimes, but Mostov failed. His men were weak and let the Americans slip through their fingers. General, I want you to find this man and bring him to me. You are to make every effort to deliver him alive. I want to personally look into his eyes and pull the trigger. As of now, you have my full authority to enlist any and all resources you need to accomplish this. Kalyagin at the SVR is awaiting your call and will share all current intelligence with you. Do not fail me, General." There was a click and the president was gone. Only years of climbing his way up the ranks in the Russian military gave Kozlov the discipline to not tremble as he lowered the phone and handed it back to his aide. "Vladimir. Find Colonel Grushkin and have him join me immediately, then call Lieutenant General Kalyagin at SVR in Moscow." "Right away, Comrade General." The aide turned and sprinted off through the rain in search of Colonel Grushkin. 15 minutes later, the two Russian officers were seated in a luxury condominium that had a sweeping view of Elliott Bay and the unloading of the invading troops. Kozlov lit an American cigarette and offered the pack to the colonel, who declined. Colonel Yuri Grushkin was a large, powerful man. His shoulders and arms strained the perfectly pressed uniform he wore like a second skin. He sat ramrod straight in the sumptuously upholstered dining chair, his hands resting in his lap as he listened to Colonel General Kozlov. It was the middle of the night in Moscow and they were waiting for the SVR officer to come to the phone. Grushkin was the commanding officer of the 45th Guard Spetsnaz Regiment, the bulk of which were on the first ship that unloaded that morning. He had a well-deserved reputation for being both highly intelligent, motivated and absolutely ruthless. His men both feared and loved him, few of them able to match his combat resume that began in Afghanistan in the early 80s. He may have gotten older, but he was just as hard and determined as the day he first walked onto a parade ground. He nodded when Kozlov finished speaking, remaining silent and stoic. Though the general would never admit it, Grushkin intimidated him. Not just the man's physical presence, which was enough to frighten most, but also the sheer intensity of his stare. Rumors abounded of hardened combat veterans breaking into a cold sweat just at the thought of having to face Grushkin. "Anatoly, are you there?" The voice came out of the satellite phone set to speaker mode, resting on the polished surface of the table. "Good morning, Victor," Kozlov leaned forward and replied. "My apologies for waking you, but the president wants this matter dealt with urgently." "You didn't wake me, my friend." I was in the president's office when he called you. The man doesn't seem to need to sleep. The delay has been gathering my staff to brief you. I have transmitted a file to your aide, but I would like my aide to summarize for you so any questions you have can be answered. You have the SVR's full support, Anatoly. We cannot fail the president as General Mostov did. Thank you, Victor. With me is Colonel Grushkin, commander of the 45th Spetsnaz. He will be running the operation on my end. Kozlov leaned back and met Grushkin's eyes, waiting for the aide in Moscow to begin speaking. Colonel General and Colonel, good morning. I am Senior Captain Yula Yakin and have prepared the briefing. Please stop me with any questions. May I proceed? A new voice came over the speaker. Proceed, Kozlov rumbled. During the first election of a unified Germany after the fall of the Soviet Union, a KGB team led by Lieutenant General Fyodor Aslanov went into Berlin with the intent to influence the election to an outcome that would be favorable to Russian interests. The Americans countered with a CIA team that was subsequently eliminated. In retaliation, the Americans deployed a unit of their Army's Operational Detachment Delta which assassinated the entire KGB team, Lieutenant General Aslanov included. The general had close, personal ties to President Baranov, who was also in the KGB at the time. A bounty was placed on the heads of the team, specifically the American soldier who murdered Aslanov. Our assets within the CIA were unable to tell us who was on the team, and we were never able to develop an asset within the U.S. Army who could tell us who this man was. A few days ago, our residentiary in Australia was contacted by a CIA employee working at a listening post in Western Australia. He provided details about the team, specifically the individual who assassinated General Aslanov. That man is still in America and is still alive. He is an officer in their army and his name is Major John Chase. Why did this man betray his countrymen? Grushkin interrupted. The oldest reason in the world, Comrade Colonel. Love of a woman. He was engaged to the major's wife at one point and wanted her back. We made a deal that we would capture the major and his wife, delivering her to the American trader in Australia. General Mostov was alerted and dispatched a team of Spetsnaz to intercept Major Chase and his wife, but they lost contact with them in the area of Dodge City in Kansas. This man is still alive? Kozlov asked in surprise. The latest briefing I received indicated that there were no surviving Americans still within the continental United States. They are still strong in Hawaii with pockets in Alaska, but the last group of survivors evacuated to the Bahamas several days ago. That is mostly correct, Comrade General, the aide replied. However, the major and his wife stayed behind. We have an asset in Hawaii that has confirmed this. They traveled to Idaho to rescue the pilot and passenger of an American fighter jet that was shot down by one of our patrols. When the team that General Mostov sent failed to locate the target, they returned to base rather than completing their mission. All members of the team have been recalled along with the general. How is it that this major and his wife are not infected by now? Grushkin asked. They were recipients of the vaccine delivered to the Americans by the GRU trader, Captain Irina Vostov. Do we know where they are now? Grushkin growled. Not precisely, Comrade Colonel. Our asset is not directly involved with them, and could only tell us they are in the mountains in Idaho. Before he was recalled, General Mostov ordered a search of the Sawtooth Mountains, and that is still underway. We have lost one helicopter. Initially it was assumed to be a mechanical failure, but the aircraft was relatively new and the flight crew was very experienced. We currently have experts en route to verify the cause of the crash. Where precisely is the crash site? Grushkin asked, powering on a small tablet computer. As the aide read off the coordinates, the colonel punched them in and stared at the map for a few moments. Handing the tablet to Kozlov's aide, he ordered the man to load the data file the SVR had sent onto the device. Do we have any further obligation as regards the major's wife? He asked. No, Comrade Colonel. The asset in Australia has been arrested by their SASR. Very well, Grushkin said, standing and taking the tablet back. General, with your permission, I shall be departing for Idaho immediately. You cannot fail, Colonel, Kozlov said. Bring me Major John Chase. If he is not alive when you find him, bring me his head. 8. It was dark and the wind howled, but we were warm and toasty with the fire burning in the fireplace. Clouds had moved in about an hour before sunset, bringing more snow with them. We had sat near the heat and eaten a cold meal of MREs and some canned beans Rachel had found in the kitchen. Conversation was at a minimum as none of us felt much like talking. Dog nudged my arm after we finished dinner to let me know he needed to go outside. I didn't mind as our perimeter needed to be checked, and I also wanted to see if there was an update from Jessica. I grabbed the sat phone off the kitchen counter, shrugged into my cold weather gear, made sure I had all my weapons and they were ready to go, then walked out onto the patio. The wind hit me directly in the face. Heavy, wet snow was falling and it immediately began to stick to the outer layer of my clothing. I pulled my hood up to protect my head, unhappy at how much it restricted my field of vision and reduced my hearing. Oh well, I'd just better be extra careful. While Dog limped out into the snow to find a spot, I moved to an area with a clear shot at the sky and dialed Hawaii. Hi, sir, Jessica answered on the first ring. I've been trying to call you. No signal indoors, I replied. Something wrong? No. But I've got a plan to get you to Seattle. Want me to text it to you? Yes, but go ahead and tell me, I said, glad there was finally some good news. Okay. If I go too fast, let me know. First, the infected are clearing out of the Twin Falls area faster than expected, so you should be able to pass through by mid-morning tomorrow. Your time, not mine. Do we know where they're headed? I asked. They're following Interstate 84. Salt Lake City, maybe. My CO is thinking the Russians are drawing them into an area that's geographically isolated and going to leave them there until they starve to death. Maybe, but I'm not so sure. Every time they've moved a herd, there's been a tactical objective. There's no one left alive in that area, is there? Not that we're aware of. Don't know how there could be. Anyway, if you head out right after dawn, Twin Falls should be mostly clear by the time you arrive. There might be some stragglers, but nothing that should stop you. Definitely check with me before you start in case something changes overnight. Once you get to Twin Falls, you're going to head due west onto an unmaintained road. The snow stops about 30 miles south of your current location, so you'll be out of the worst of the weather. It's raining south of you and the road is probably muddy, but nothing that Jeep can't handle. You're heading across southern Idaho for Oregon, and the first town you'll encounter is Dickshooter. Seriously? I couldn't help but grin. Seriously, she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. I had to check it twice, but that's really its name. There are 3 houses and that's it. A few infected wandering around, but not enough to worry about. And there's several vehicles you can get gas from to top off your tank. Dog had finished his business and slowly made his way to where I was standing in the shelter provided by the house. The snow was shoulder deep to him and it was a struggle, but he finally made it and gingerly sat down with his side against my leg. From there you'll keep going west into Oregon until you reach Basque, then you're back on pavement. Turn northwest to go through Bend and cross the mountains, then pass through Salem on your way to the coast. There's infected in Salem, but it looks passable if you keep moving and don't do anything to attract their attention. I'm sending you all the way to the coast so you can bypass Portland. It's big and there's still a lot of infected there. When you get to Astoria, there's a bridge that crosses the Columbia River into Washington. It's intact, and there's several wrecks on it that you'll have to clear, but you won't have any problems finding a tow truck in town. Once you're across, you'll follow the coast for a few more miles, then start angling inland to go around Puget Sound. You'll come into Olympia, about 60 miles south of Seattle, and have to go up I-5. It's all city and there's enough infected to pose a problem if you're not careful. Here's the worst news, though. The Russians have taken over McCord Air Force Base and the interstate goes right by it. That's not good, I said. There's no other way around? The only other option is to stay on the Western Peninsula and find a boat you can use to cross Puget Sound into Seattle. But the Russians are thick on the waterfront. Right now they're unloading several troop carrier ships. Besides, you'll be stuck without wheels once you get off the boat. I think you're better off to go up I-5 and move onto the local streets to get past McCord. Okay, I'll deal with it and make the call when I get into the area. Anything else? I was shivering from the wind and ready to head back inside. That's it, sir. Good luck and don't forget to call me before you head out, she said, sounding way too chipper. Thanks, Jessica. Talk to you in the morning. I ended the call, ruffled dog's ears and took 5 minutes to walk the perimeter before heading back inside to fill the girls in on what we were doing. How long is that going to take? Katie asked when I described the route we were using. I didn't ask. Don't even know how many miles it is, I said, looking down and opening the text from Jessica that detailed the route. 1,200 miles, more or less, I said. And a good chunk of it is on dirt roads until we're well into Oregon. Probably not a bad thing. It will keep us in the middle of nowhere and hopefully unnoticed by the Russians. Maybe you should try to get through to Seattle and talk to them, Rachel said. Tell them what we're worried about. I thought about that for a minute before responding. Are they going to be able to do any more than speculate until they can run some tests? I asked. Rachel shook her head. And they won't stop working just because of a phone call from me, especially when we don't even know if we need to be concerned. I think I'd rather just show up and not give them advance warning of why we're coming. If I need to shut them down, then I'll deal with that when we get there. I already told you, you can't do that, Katie said. Can, and will, I said with complete certainty in my voice. If it's choosing between you and the Terminator virus, there is no choice. 9. I woke in the leather chair the following morning as the sun was starting to lighten the eastern horizon. During the night the storm had passed, the clouds moving out and the temperature plummeting. Standing stiffly, I tiptoed to the bathroom in the hall so I didn't wake the girls. Katie was sprawled in the same leather chair she'd been sitting in the night before, her feet up on an ottoman and a heavy blanket pulled tight around her shoulders. Rachel had stretched out on the sofa and was snoring softly, on her side facing the back. Relieving myself, I poured water from the bucket into the bowl to flush the toilet and returned to the great room. I took a few minutes to add wood to the fire, which was not much more than coals after having gone untended for several hours. Soon it was blazing away, warming the room, and I waved Dog to follow me outside. He stood, shook gingerly and sneezed twice before making his way to the back door. He went outside with me and plowed into the freshly fallen snow. I was pleased to see that he seemed to be moving with greater strength than the previous day. Lighting a cigarette, I stepped to the side of the patio and checked the thermometer. 8 degrees. Fuck me, but I missed Arizona. While Dog took care of things, I placed a quick call to Jessica. I wrapped up the conversation as Dog returned to the patio and we walked back in the house. I woke the girls, getting groans and complaints from both, but soon they were up and moving. Biological needs attended to, they set about preparing a meager breakfast while Dog and I went to the garage to check the Jeep. Fluid levels were good, except for gas. When I turned the ignition on to look at the gauge, I wasn't happy to see it just slightly above the big, ready dot. The garage was large, for stalls for vehicles, and in the farthest one sat a fairly new Chevy Tahoe. I walked over and checked it, but couldn't find its keys. Deciding it was worth the effort, I dug the pump and hoses out of the back of the Jeep and got everything hooked up to siphon fuel. It must have been close to full as I was able to top off the Jeep, shutting down the pump when gas gushed out onto the epoxy-coated floor. Restowing the fueling gear, I thumped the spare cans on the back of the Jeep with my finger, glad they were still full. I took another minute to check over the tires, then got on my back and slithered underneath to make sure nothing had been damaged on our trek into the mountains. Satisfied our vehicle was as ready as it would ever be, I put the sat phone on the charger and went back into the house. Katie and Rachel had already finished eating and had all of our packs stacked by the garage door and ready to go. 2/3 of a cold MRE waited for me on the kitchen table. Sitting down, I began eating the bland, calorie-dense food. "Did you talk to Jessica?" Katie asked. "Yep," I said around a mouthful of lemon pepper tuna. "Infected are mostly clear of Twin Falls. Good thing we're leaving, too. Big Russian presence up in the mountains. 6 hellos looking for something. I'm just glad we're going the other way. Could they be looking for us?" Rachel asked before Katie could speak up. "Maybe, but I don't know how they'd know to look here," I said, wiping my mouth and leaving the trash from my meal on the table as I stood. With a sigh, Katie stepped forward, scooped it up and dumped it in a waste can under the kitchen sink. I just looked at her for a long moment. "Someday we'll have a house again, and we're not going to start bad habits," she said defensively. "Yes, dear," I grinned, grabbed my pack and weapons and headed for the garage. Tossing my pack in the back of the Jeep, I muscled the garage door open while Katie and Rachel loaded theirs. Rachel climbed in back and left the door open, calling dog, but he just stood there looking at her. He wouldn't jump up. I bent and carefully scooped him into my arms and set him on the seat. Katie closed the door and got in front while I walked around and took the driver's seat. The Jeep started easily despite the frigid temperature in the garage. I gave it a couple of minutes for the engine to warm up before backing out. I was 20 yards down the driveway when I looked into the mirror and braked to a halt. Jumping out, I ran back and lowered the garage door. "Why?" Katie asked when I was back behind the wheel. "Keep the infected out in case there's other survivors that need a place to lay up for a while. I didn't really think there were any other people left alive and uninfected other than the Russians, but why not put something in the bank of good karma?" Nothing was moving as we made our way into town and turned south. The snow was deep over the Jeep's front bumper, but somehow it managed to maintain enough traction to bull its way through. As I drove, I glanced in the mirror and wasn't happy to see the very noticeable sign of our passage that we were leaving, but there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I would be glad once we were farther south and out of the snow and not creating a trail that stood out like a neon sign. Most of 2 hours later, the blanket of snow had disappeared as we continued to lose elevation. The temperature had climbed to just above freezing and I was finally able to turn down the Jeep's heater. We pushed on and I increased our speed, but still maintained a sedate pace out of fear of encountering black ice on the road's surface. As we drew closer to Twin Falls, infected began appearing. Everyone that we saw was slowly moving to the west. Occasionally one would be near enough the highway for us to get a good look, and they weren't in good shape. Both the males and females were gaunt, trudging along on their mission. Many had horrific injuries that defied their ability to still be on their feet. "Maybe this is a good sign," Rachel said from the back seat when we passed a female that was too weak to do any more than walk at a fast shuffle as she tried to catch us. "What do you mean?" I asked, steering around a male that was just standing in the middle of the road. "They don't look healthy. Maybe the lack of food and water is starting to take its toll on their bodies, but..." "Or maybe they were in bad shape before they became infected," Katie said. Neither Rachel nor I had a good answer to that. As we pushed deeper into the city, we encountered more of the slower infected. I did my best to avoid hitting any of them with the Jeep, but occasionally had to knock some out of our path. They were thickest around the interchange with Interstate 84, giving me no option other than to push through and trust the heavy winch bumper to protect the radiator and engine from damage. "Where's our turn?" I asked Katie, who was holding the sat phone and reading the route directions. 12.2 miles south of the interstate," she said. I reset the trip odometer and slowed to plow through another group of tightly massed infected. We stopped for fuel at the same station I'd used when we first arrived in Twin Falls. Katie and Rachel stood watch while I hooked up the pump and checked the oil. The Jeep was a thirsty beast when operating in four-wheel drive and churning through snow, having used over half a tank to get us down out of the mountains. As I was packing the pump and hoses away, a distant sound caught my attention. Stopping what I was doing, I cocked my head and listened, but it didn't repeat. "What?" Katie asked quietly. "Thought I had a rotor," I said softly, closing my eyes and concentrating. I gave it close to half a minute, but didn't hear the sound again. It had almost certainly been a man-made noise, but I couldn't swear it was a rotor. With Russians in the neighborhood, however, odds were it was, and the faster we got out of the area the better. 10. Colonel Grushkin sat in the co-pilot's seat of a behind me 24 helicopter, watching the landscape unroll beneath his feet. Having been born and raised in Russia's Ural Mountains, he felt at home as the terrain changed from flat to rolling to rugged, forested peaks. He had been flown in a captured Gulfstream G4 jet from Seattle's Boeing Field to the vacant Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho. Upon his arrival, 8 Hind 24s were waiting, fueled, manned, and ready to go. Each carried 6 Spetsnaz troops in the back, and he had marched down the GIV's air stairs and trotted across the tarmac to the closest helicopter. Sending the co-pilot to occupy the seat reserved for him in the rear, he had climbed into the cockpit and barked at the pilot to get them in the air even before he had his flight harness buckled. It had been a short flight to reach the southern edge of the Sawtooth Mountains, and he had taken the opportunity to call his aide who had remained behind in Seattle. The captain assured him that there was no new intelligence and that his orders had not changed. Disconnecting without so much as a thank you, he marshaled his impatience after verifying the pilot was pushing the helo to its top speed. The flight approached the mountains from the southwest, the pilot contacting the other Russian helicopters that were already in the area searching for the American major. Soon they were flying between rocky spires that soared above them, the hinds stretching out into single file as they wove their way deeper into the wilderness. "Go directly to the crash site," Grushkin ordered the pilot over the intercom. "Of course, Comrade Colonel." "It is on the far end of that lake," the pilot pointed through the windscreen at a large, crystal blue body of water that glinted in the sunlight. He descended as they moved over the lake, flying at 200 feet. Even at that height, the fierce wind from the giant rotor tossed the surface of the water, churning mist into the air that the following helos avoided by gaining altitude and spreading out to the sides. As they approached the midpoint of the lake, the pilot began bleeding off speed and finally transitioned into a tight orbit over the crashed Russian helicopter. The machine sat slightly offshore in a few feet of water. It was nothing more than a burned-out hull, the flames having been so intense there were portions of the armor plating that had begun to melt and run down the sides. Grushkin gave it a cursory glance before turning his attention to the shore. He'd seen more than his share of helicopter crashes and knew that after the intense fire only aviation experts would be able to make any type of determination on what had brought the aircraft down. The experts were on their way, having departed Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana shortly before he had lifted off from Mountain Home. They had farther to go, but he expected them on site within an hour. "Get me on the ground," he growled, pointing. "Right there." The pilot followed the legendary colonel's finger, seeing a large mound of earth and rocks that rose up from the water's edge. A thick stand of pine trees grew from the top of it, and there was no room for him to bring the hind in for a landing. "I'm sorry, Comrade Colonel. There is no room to land." The man was nervous, his voice shaking as he told Grushkin he wasn't able to do what the colonel wanted him to do. "Fuck your mother," Grushkin invoked a common Russian curse. "I'm Spetsnaz. Hover the helicopter and I will go down a rope." The colonel took off his flight harness and worked his way out of the cockpit into the troop compartment. He snapped a terse command and the Spetsnaz troopers leapt out of their seats. While 2 of them prepared a pair of fast ropes, the door was opened. Grushkin leaned out, satisfied to see the pilot had them in a stable hover over the shore. He nodded to the troopers, and the ropes, secured to specially made stanchions inside the helicopter, were tossed out to uncoil to the ground. Checking his sidearm, Grushkin zipped his cold weather parka and accepted a pair of leather-palmed gloves. Slipping them on, he grasped one of the ropes and nimbly stepped out of the aircraft and slid to the snowy ground. Moving out of the way, he scrambled down the small hillock, idly noting the remaining troopers touching down behind him. Reaching the flat spot behind the mound, he stopped and surveyed the area with his hands on his hips. It was obvious there had been a fresh snowfall since there was activity here, but the signs of a fight were still easy to see. Careful not to disturb areas which he might wish to examine closer, Grushkin stepped to the corpse of a large wolf. As big as it was, he had both seen and hunted larger ones when he was just a child. Kneeling, he brushed snow off the body and didn't need to look any further when he saw the damage from rifle bullets. Standing, he looked in each direction along the shoreline. The snow had been so churned up that even with a fresh fall the surface was not smooth, and he could see where several sets of tracks had arrived from and returned to the north. He signed to the Spetsnaz, who had fanned out around him in a protective bubble, and they began moving along the edge of the lake. It wasn't a particularly difficult hike for Russians who were used to cold weather, and soon they reached Rachel's camp. Though the canopy that had functioned as a windbreak was gone, the snow that had piled up against it remained and had sheltered the area from the north wind. The remains of the fire were plain to see, as were the tracks heading directly up the ridgeline in front of them. Leading the way, Grushkin set off, climbing quickly while thoroughly examining the forest floor as he moved. Quickly he found a corpse that had been mostly consumed by animals and waved one of the troopers forward to collect a tissue sample. He had no idea if they had DNA on file for the major, but he liked to cover all his bases. Odds were either the GRU or SVR would have obtained a sample at some point in the man's military career. Both organizations had gotten quite good at it, and had instituted the procedure even before the general public knew what DNA was. Their most common method, once a target of interest was identified, was to send a female agent to make contact and seduce the man. American males seemed to despise condoms, perhaps thinking they were more indestructible than the rest of the world. Regardless, the agent would leave the target with a smile on his face and completely oblivious to the fact that she carried a sample of his DNA in her body to be collected, typed, and catalogued. Grushkin continued up the slope. The Spetsnaz troopers fanned out in a wide line around him. As they reached the top of the ridge, he heard a distinctively different rotor in the valley below and knew the crash investigators had arrived. Ignoring them for the moment, he paused to look at the compacted snow where something heavy had been dragged, following the path to a narrow road. Fresh snow filled in the deepest tracks that had been left by a vehicle, but he could make out where it had turned around and headed to the east. "Have the helicopter pick me up," he barked at the Spetsnaz team leader. The man immediately got on the radio, and in a few minutes the Hind appeared over the treetops. It was equipped with a winch, and Grushkin was quickly lifted up, swinging through the troop compartment door. "Go! Follow the road," he shouted at the pilot over the rotor noise. "But the other men, Comrade Colonel." The pilot turned in his seat. "Have another helicopter pick them up," Grushkin said, working his way into the cockpit. "Now get us moving." The pilot nodded and said something to the co-pilot who was operating the winch. It whined as he retracted the braided steel cable, and soon they were in a slow flight, following the Forest Service road. The jeep tracks were faint from their altitude, but still visible enough to be followed. It didn't take the Hind long to reach the larger road, the heavy aircraft banking and following as it began to descend. "What town is this?" Grushkin asked as they approached several homes that marked the boundary. "Ketchum, Comrade Colonel," the pilot answered after consulting a map. From their altitude the vehicle tracks were still visible, and they followed them to a small, brick building in the center of town. An abandoned ambulance was visible, marking the structure as a hospital. "Someone is injured," Grushkin muttered to himself as the pilot reversed course when the tracks doubled back on themselves. Only minutes later they came into a stable hover over a large homestead amongst thick trees on a several-acre lot. Tracks that were mostly filled in, as well as fresh tracks churned through virgin snow, clearly marked the house. "Comrade Colonel, do I follow the tracks or set down to search the house?" "Down," Grushkin said, already unstrapping and reaching behind him for an AKMS rifle. He jumped to the ground as the Hind's landing gear settled, running for the side of the house. Checking the full perimeter first, he made entry and methodically cleared the large home. Satisfied he was alone, he spent several minutes walking around and looking at the signs of 3 people who had stayed here. Discarded American MRE wrappers. A bed that had been used. Empty 4 bags in a trash can. Blankets left on 2 chairs and a couch. Fresh ashes in the fireplace. Squatting in front of the hearth, he removed the cold weather glove from his right hand and extended it over the ash. Not hot, but not cold either. There was still some warmth emanating. Drawing a 12-inch, World War II-era bayonet that had belonged to his grandfather, Grushkin dug through the remains of the fire, feeling faint heat radiating on his face. He was only a few hours behind the major. 11. Twin Falls was surrounded by a lot of agriculture, and as we began heading west we drove past huge farms that were now sitting untended. Massive pieces of equipment could be seen resting where they had stopped. The road we were on was flat, and even though it was only 2 lanes, it was wide with broad shoulders to accommodate all the trucks that would carry the produce to market. When we stopped in the city to top off the fuel tank, I had needed a bathroom break, and was sure Dog and the girls did as well, but decided to get us out into open country so we weren't having to fight at the same time we were trying to go. Less than a mile ahead I could see a large grove of trees near the edge of the road. As we drew closer, a barn and several vehicles came into view. I pointed it out and alerted them that I was planning to stop for a few minutes. Both of them nodded and quickly checked over their weapons to make sure they were ready. I couldn't help but grin at the sounds of magazines being dropped, checked, and clicked back into place. "What's amusing you?" Katie asked from the passenger seat. "Just thinking how surreal this is," I said. "Driving down a road, telling you we're going to make a stop, and the first thing you do is check your rifle. A couple of months ago all you would have done is warn me to make sure it looked like the kind of place with clean bathrooms." "Well, if they're not, you're going to be in trouble," Katie said, looking out her window at a large tractor lying on its side in a field. I slowed the Jeep, coming to a stop on the pavement to survey the area before pulling off the road. More than a dozen old trees shaded the barn and surrounding area, their branches swaying slightly in the chilly breeze blowing down out of the mountains. Large, double doors were set in the end of the barn facing us, one of them swinging slightly with the wind, the other locked into place. It looked deserted. "Good as any," I said, taking my foot off the brake and idling onto the short, dirt track that led from the road. I pulled to a stop 30 yards from the barn and we sat there for a minute, engine idling, waiting to see if there were any infected inside that were going to come out and greet us. Finally, still seeing nothing, I shut the engine off and stepped out. Katie and Rachel got out the far side at the same time and all of us raised our rifles and scanned the area. "I'm going to check the barn," I said quietly after none of us detected any threats. I moved forward and the girls fell in with me. I started to say something, but Katie just stuck her tongue out at me and crossed her eyes. Trying not to laugh, I focused on the open door to my front. Katie and I went in, Rachel taking up station with her back to the open door, keeping an eye on the surrounding area. The barn was gloomy, but my eyes quickly adjusted. It held 2 tractors and several power attachments for them that I couldn't identify. There was also a large truck with an open bed and mud-caked tires. I suspected it had been used to transport harvested produce from the fields to a location where it could be transferred to a larger truck for the drive to town. Finding nothing of concern, I waved Katie out the door ahead of me and we rejoined Rachel. While they made use of the privacy afforded by a rusting harvester, I lifted Dog down out of the Jeep so he could get a break too. As soon as his feet touched the ground he shook, sneezed, and limped over to the closest tree. I was just zipping up when the sound caught my attention. Rotor noise. Correction. Rotors making noise. It was on the threshold of hearing, but I was certain I was hearing multiple helicopters. They were too faint for me to recognize the signature and identify the aircraft, but what I could hear told me they were large. I had little doubt they were Russian. "Hear that?" Katie called from the far side of the Jeep. "Yes," I said, shading my eyes with my hand and peering in the direction of Twin Falls. We were only perhaps 10 or 15 miles from the edge of town, but that was far enough that I didn't stand a chance of seeing the hellos. The wind had shifted until it was coming out of the east, and that was probably the only reason I was even hearing them. Shouldn't we get moving? Get away from here? Rachel asked, coming over to stand next to me. I turned and looked west, along the road. The terrain was flat and I could see to the horizon. It was wide open without a single tree or structure visible. Turning back, I continued to try and spot the helicopters. If we do, and they come this way, we'll be caught out in the open, I said. You think it's the Russians? Katie asked, joining us. That's what I'm thinking, I answered, fishing in my pocket for the sat phone, then heading for the Jeep when I remembered it was on the charger. Lifting it out, I noted there was no signal lock and looked up at the trees. They shouldn't be blocking us, but I moved out into the open just in case, keeping an eye on the signal meter in the display. It still didn't lock onto the satellite. Getting a bad feeling, I powered the phone down, then restarted it. No change. Shit. What? Katie asked as I walked back to the Jeep. Sat phone's not connecting, I answered, tossing it inside and closing the door. Any idea why not? Just a guess, but if that's Russians, I have an idea they're jamming the signal. Don't want us communicating with anyone. I resumed my pose with a hand shading my eyes, staring to the east. Why would the Russians be looking for us? Rachel asked. I glanced at Katie and nodded for her to tell the story. We'd told Rachel about the events at Tinker and how we'd found her, but hadn't gone into detail about some of the things that had happened on the drive to Idaho. While Katie filled her in, I checked on Dog. He had stretched out in the dirt by the Jeep's back bumper where he could keep an eye on us without having to stand. I gave him some water and a thorough head rub as I thought about our situation. My initial reaction was to get on the road and put as much distance as possible between the Russians and us. If I didn't know how easy it is to spot a moving vehicle in open terrain from a helicopter flying at a couple of thousand feet, I would probably have given in to that impulse. But what really bothered me was how had they found me again? I was almost certain I'd shaken them in Dodge City, and it's a hell of a long way from Kansas to Idaho. There was only one answer that made sense. There was another traitor. And this one had to be in Hawaii. Colonel Crawford and the people with him knew where I was going. Jessica knew where I was. Other than that, we hadn't had communication with anyone. Now the colonel and the rest of his party were dead, at my hand. Had one of them betrayed me? Had I been completely fooled by either Irina or Igor and they were actually Russian agents? I didn't think so. Too many things tipped the scales in their favor. That left Pearl Harbor. How many people were actually aware of who and where I was? I had no idea, and with the sat phone not working, I couldn't contact Jessica. Maybe that was good, though. Maybe she was the mole. I dismissed that thought as soon as I had it. She had us spotted precisely. If she was the mole, the Russians wouldn't be having to search the area. They'd be crawling up my ass with a big, bright flashlight. That left someone she worked with. I needed to talk to her. Standing, I yanked the Jeep door open and grabbed the phone. Still no signal lock. I walked back into the open, making sure I was well away from any branches that could even possibly interfere with the device. Nothing. Just an icon of an antenna and the word searching rapidly blinking beneath it. As I stood there, staring at the offending device, I could still hear the faint sounds of helicopter rotors from over Twin Falls. 12. More than 1,000 Russian troops had descended on Twin Falls. It was late in the day, the sun rapidly approaching the western horizon. After leaving the house where he was certain the major had spent a couple of nights, Colonel Grushkin followed the track south until running out of snow to mark the passage of his quarry. But by that point there was no doubt the Americans were heading for Twin Falls. Ordering the helicopters out of the mountains, he had them form an aerial perimeter around the small city, hoping he had arrived in time to contain the major. A radio call brought in a Berive-50, a Russian AWACS aircraft, which was specifically designed for airborne early warning and control. The jet not only took control of managing the airspace and ensuring the steadily growing number of helicopters and transport planes didn't run into one another, it also began jamming every radio frequency that was not in use by the Russians. Throughout the afternoon, large Antonov An-12s, the Russian version of a C-130, landed at the Twin Falls airport and disgorged heavily armed ground troops and light infantry vehicles. Under the direction of the Spetsnaz troopers, they began a house-to-house and building-to-building search. Twin Falls wasn't large geographically, barely covering 18 square miles, and between the patrolling helicopters and foot soldiers there was no way anyone was getting in or out without the Russians seeing them. But such close scrutiny of everything that was moving tested Grushkin's patience. There were still a lot of infected in the city. There were no tall buildings in town, so he settled for setting up his command post on the roof of a large Costco. Throughout the afternoon he stood at the southern parapet of the roof with a pair of powerful binoculars, constantly scanning. Several soldiers operated a variety of command and control gear to direct the ground operations, and he had them turn the volume up so he could listen to the reports coming in. The sound of gunfire was nearly constant as the search parties put down infected who were drawn to them. A steady stream of reports came over the radio, documenting each engagement as well as identifying specific houses and buildings that had been searched. Frustration ate Grushkin as he monitored the progress of his troops. The presence of the infected greatly hampered his efforts. Every time one of the men fired his weapon, more infected would be drawn to that location, necessitating more firing when they arrived. And if the American major was hiding somewhere, he was getting regular feedback on exactly where the Russian searchers were. It wouldn't be difficult for him to stay a step ahead. But there was no choice. His orders had no ambiguity. He was to deliver the major, or indisputable evidence of his death, to Colonel General Kozlov. The only way to do that was to leave no stone unturned. But after several hours his men had only managed to search less than a quarter of the city. Too much time was being spent battling the infected. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time and that a report to the general in Seattle was due. Turning his head, he snapped an order and a young corporal snatched a satellite phone off its charger and dashed over to hand it to him. Taking the handset, he pressed a speed dial button before lifting it to his ear. The general's aide answered, and when Grushkin identified himself, the phone was quickly passed to Kozlov. "Tell me you're calling with good news, Colonel," the general said by way of greeting. "Not yet, Comrade General," Grushkin answered before going on to brief his superior on the current activities. "Do you believe he is hiding in this town?" Kozlov asked when Grushkin finished speaking. "I believe he may have slipped out before we sealed the perimeter, sir. But there is also a possibility that he is still here, so we must complete our search. I have the Air Force conducting surveillance flights for a 200-kilometer radius around the city. We will find him. Do not come back without him, Colonel." Kozlov broke the connection without another word, and Grushkin had to take a moment to marshal his anger at the dismissive treatment. "Comrade Colonel. This just arrived, marked for your attention." Grushkin turned to see the same corporal who had brought the sat phone holding out a thin sheaf of papers. Handing the man the phone, he took the papers and looked at the header. It was a report on the DNA taken from the body in the mountains. Surprised at how fast it had been turned around, he began reading, disappointed when the tissue sample was identified as belonging to an American Navy pilot named William Smith. It was noted that his DNA had been on file for 8 years, having been obtained by a female agent in Cyprus. Grushkin flipped pages, scanning the rest of the report. He wasn't interested in the pilot's service record or any of the personal details that the GRU had recorded on the man. He was preparing to toss the papers back to the corporal when a notation at the bottom of the last page caught his eye. It was handwritten and addressed to him in response to a question he'd asked. The technician had searched the database and was confirming they had Major John Chase's DNA record on file. This was the first good news Grushkin had received. At least they would be able to confirm the man's identity beyond any doubt once they found him. There was no additional information on the major included with the note. Grushkin had reviewed the file that was maintained by the Red Army on his flight to Mountain Home Air Force Base, but perhaps the GRU had additional information that would give him more insight into his prey. Handing the papers back, he instructed the corporal to request the GRU file, highest priority. Half an hour, and innumerable battles between the ground forces and infected later, the corporal brought him a thick printout. Grushkin accepted it in surprise, not expecting the major's GRU file to be so dramatically thicker than the one maintained by the Red Army. "Chair," was all he said as he began reading the biography. 13. After thinking about the situation for a few minutes, I decided we weren't going to move again until after dark. Making room in the barn, I pulled the Jeep inside to hide it from any eyes that might fly over. Rachel and Dog settled at the base of one of the trees, Katie and I at another as I kept an eye to the west. It wasn't long before I saw the first transport aircraft descend for landing, shortly followed by several more. "Russian?" Katie asked, having seen them when I pointed them out to her. "Yep. Can't remember the designation, but those aren't C-130s. I said, checking the phone signal again. "You think they're jamming?" she asked, noticing me look at the handset for about the 100th time. "That's what I would do if I had the resources available. They've probably got their version of an AWACS orbiting at 30,000 feet, controlling the airlift and coordinating an aerial search." I turned my head slightly when I heard the faint sound of jet engines. Listening for a moment, I looked at the northern horizon. I could just make out a tiny, black speck transiting from east to west. Almost assuredly a Russian aircraft looking for me. "Your boyfriend surely fucked things up," I mumbled. Katie didn't say anything, and after a few moments I glanced at her, and from the expression on her face I knew I'd hit a nerve. "Sorry," I said, reaching over and taking her hand. "I didn't mean that the way it came out." She squeezed my hand in hers but didn't look at me or say anything. "Shit, John. Sometimes you can really be an insensitive ass. So we're just going to sit here until it gets dark?" Katie asked several minutes later. "Unless you've got a better idea. It's wide open east of here and we're going to stick out like a sore thumb if we start moving." "You think it will be better at night?" "Their night vision is as good as ours, and odds are they'll be watching with thermal, too." "You're probably right," I said. "But even with night vision and thermal, if they're not looking directly at us, they aren't very likely to notice us. At least not as likely as if we're moving in broad daylight." She nodded but kept whatever else she was thinking to herself. We both looked to our left at Rachel when she tossed a handful of pebbles at us. Dog was sitting up, ears at full mast, looking north into a field. I didn't see anything, but wasn't about to ignore him. Standing slowly, I scanned with my eyes, spotting 5 figures moving through the rows of green produce about 200 yards away. Raising my rifle, I checked through the scope and confirmed they were infected. 3 males and 2 females. They didn't seem to have spotted us as they were moving due east, heading for all the noise that the Russians were making in town. Slowly scanning behind them to the west, I saw several more groups. They were all out in the field, far enough away to bypass us, but I had a bad feeling and turned to check behind us. Over 100 infected were spread across the horizon, on course to pass directly through the area where we were sitting. It was an even mix of males and females, and it was just dumb luck that the females hadn't spotted us yet. In the barn, I hissed, keeping my rifle up and aimed at the approaching danger. Katie and Rachel scrambled to their feet and dashed inside the big building, Dog breaking into a limping trot to keep up with them. I turned a quick circle, scanning with the rifle, then followed them and pulled the large door closed behind me. There was a simple block of wood nailed to the frame that could be rotated to prevent the door from opening, and I slapped it into place. "How many?" Rachel asked breathlessly. "Too many," I said quietly. "No noise. Don't think they saw us, so maybe they'll just pass on by." We stood in the near darkness, barely breathing, and it wasn't long before the sound of feet scraping on dirt could be heard through the gaps in the weathered siding of the old building. I snapped around when an impact against the back wall sounded, relaxing slightly when a sliding, bumping sound began moving along the perimeter. A male had walked right into the barn and was feeling his way around the obstacle. The sounds of the small herd continued for several minutes and I realized there were more of them than I had initially thought. Lowering my rifle to hang on its sling, I stepped to the door and pressed my eye to a gap between two boards. Fuck me, I didn't like what I saw. 3 females were squatted over the spot where Rachel had been sitting. They were sniffing the base of the tree and the ground around it. Well, that's a new one. The first time I'd encountered an infected back in Atlanta, I'd suspected they were hunting by smell, and had seen them test the air with their noses, but this was the first time I'd seen them get right down to the ground and scent like a dog. One of them brushed the ground with her hand, turning her head and examining the faint tracks Rachel's boots had left in the dirt. Her gaze turned to the barn and she stood and began stalking towards us, the other 2 standing and following. I moved away from the door and waved Katie and Rachel back before raising my rifle. I stopped at the side of the Jeep, the girls taking up station at the bumper with Dog between them. He growled softly and I heard one of them gently shush him. It was quiet for a moment, then came the sound of the females sniffing the air right on the other side of the door. This went on for close to a minute, then the left-hand door banged as one of them pushed on it. More sniffing, then both doors began bouncing against their stops as the females pushed on them. Signaling to Katie and Rachel, I told them to get the Jeep's doors open and Dog loaded. I didn't have a lot of faith that the old barn doors would hold long if the females made a concerted effort to gain entry, and I wanted us to be able to make a quick escape if necessary. I'd rather take my chances with being spotted by a Russian aircraft than be trapped in the barn as infected float in. But I had forgotten something. The keys were still hanging from the ignition, exactly where I'd left them when I pulled the vehicle inside earlier. When Katie opened the driver's door, a reminder alert began chiming, loud in the stillness of the barn. There was a moment of quiet from the far side as the females listened, then screams erupted as they began tearing at the door. I stepped away from the Jeep and made a guess at where they were standing. Hoping for some luck, I began firing blindly through the wooden doors. If I didn't shut these bitches up very fast, they'd attract the rest of the herd. There wouldn't be a need to worry about the Russians spotting us driving down the road if that happened. All they'd have to do would be investigate what had the attention of a whole bunch of infected. The first magazine emptied in a hurry. I wasn't firing aim shots, I was just intent on putting out a lot of lead as fast as I could. Rarely is that a good idea with a rifle, but there are times when quantity of metal downrange is your friend. As I changed mags, Katie and Rachel both opened up and between the 3 of us the doors quickly started disintegrating. We all 3 ran dry at the same time and I told them to hold fire after they changed their magazines. The screaming and banging on the doors had stopped. Stepping cautiously, I moved forward until I could see through one of the gaps that had been blasted in the wood. All 3 females were down, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. None of them had died from a headshot, but I didn't care. As long as they were down. Standing there looking at the corpses, I nearly lost half my face when an arm suddenly snaked through the opening, a ragged nailed hand slashing at me. Jerking back, I stumbled as I tried to raise my rifle. Katie stepped past me, shoved the muzzle of her suppressor through the hole and pulled the trigger as the female began screaming. The rifle spat out 3 rounds and silenced the scream, but by now there had been enough noise and activity to draw the attention of the rest of the herd. There were more screams from either side of the barn, some sounding very close and others more distant. "Let's go," I said, heading for the open driver's door. Rachel gave Dog a boost and he made it onto the back seat with her right behind him. Katie dove in the driver's side door and scrambled across to the passenger seat and I jumped behind the wheel and slammed the door behind me. Turning the key, I glanced up in the mirror and saw both barn doors bouncing in and out as more bodies slammed into them. They wouldn't hold long under the assault. Engine running, I shifted into reverse and held my foot on the brake. My attention was focused on the mirror, watching as the aged and warped would weakened by the second. "What are you waiting for?" Katie tried to sound calm, but I could hear the stress in her voice. "The doors," I said. If they break them open, there's less chance we'll damage the Jeep. I don't want to ram through if I don't have to, Adot. Katie nodded, but I could tell she would be happier if I just hit the throttle and got us the hell out of there. She sat turned sideways in her seat, staring out the rear window. In the mirror I could see Rachel and Dog also looking out the back as I watched the gap between the two doors grow larger by the second. Finally, there was a loud crack of overstressed wood and one of the doors flew open. A solid mass of bodies immediately began flowing through the opening, heading for the sound of the idling Jeep. This was what I'd been waiting for, and as soon as I saw daylight I floored the throttle. The engine roared and the Jeep shot backwards. The large rack that held spare fuel cans, a tall jack and the spare tire plowed into the charging infected, smashing them out of the way. I stayed on the throttle, plowing through, ignoring the bumps as we bounced over the bodies of the ones who had been unfortunate enough to be knocked under our tires instead of to the side. In seconds we were clear of the barn and I cut the wheel and hit the brakes. Shifting into drive I steered around a pair of stumbling males, flinching away from the side window as a female leapt onto the running board and grabbed the outside mirror. I ignored her for the moment, bouncing over more bodies and onto the pavement. Our female passenger was screaming and pounding on the window with one hand while she gripped the mirror with the other. Clear of the herd and up to 50 miles an hour, I told Katie to take the wheel. She grabbed it with her left hand and I drew my pistol and stabbed the button to roll down the window. As the glass began descending I stuck the muzzle of the weapon through the opening and pulled the trigger when it was just inches from her face. Her head snapped back from the impact of the bullet, then she fell free to tumble along the asphalt. "Everyone good?" I asked. I was shouting because my ears were ringing from the crash of the pistol in the enclosed vehicle. Rachel and Katie both confirmed they were fine, Rachel wrapping an arm around Dog's neck and gently rubbing his chest. "We're out in the open," Katie observed quietly. "I know," I said. "Keep your fingers crossed that the Russians are bored and not paying attention." 14. Colonel Grushkin was on his second read-through of Major Chase's GRU file. The first pass had been a skim, just to spot the highlights. The second was slow and methodical as he looked to get a better insight into how the man thought. Despite himself, he was impressed and couldn't help but wonder why Chase had left the army. That detail wasn't included. He also didn't understand why the file listed his final rank as Master Sergeant, yet he was apparently now a major. He was further surprised to find that the American's wife was a former CIA officer. There was a reference to a separate file on her that was available, and he had ordered the corporal to obtain it as well. He was already confident that the Delta trooper was the one calling the shots, but being a thorough man he wanted to know about the intelligence agent wife who was with him. That file rested beneath his chair, held in place against the wind with a fist-sized rock that had been lying in the middle of the roof. Katie's bio was only a fraction of the thickness of the major's, and when it had first been handed to him he'd cracked it open long enough to verify the reason it was so scant on detail. Katie Chase had never been assigned to the CIA's Russia or European desks, so other than being noted in track she had not been researched. Her husband, on the other hand, had a long history of popping up and spoiling Russian endeavors in Central America, Europe and the Middle East. As he continued reading, Grushkin wondered why the old KGB or the GRU had never targeted the man for assassination. He had certainly made enough of a name for himself that he should have drawn the attention of the men who made such decisions. Then he turned the page and saw that 3 attempts had been sanctioned. The first had been in Bangkok, Thailand, utilizing local assets who had been paid to make it look like a street mugging gone bad. The locals hadn't survived the encounter and there were no details about what had gone wrong. The second attempt had been in West Germany before the fall of the Berlin Wall. A Soviet agent, assisted by 2 East German assets, had been dispatched to intercept Chase at one of the nightclubs he was frequenting while in the country training with the West German GSG-9 counter-terror unit. He had not showed up that evening, and several weeks later it was determined that only hours before the planned hit, he had boarded an American Air Force flight to Turkey for unknown reasons. The third and final try had come several months later in the UK. Paid assets, who were former IRA soldiers, spent 2 weeks tracking the major's movements. He was on TDY, temporary duty, with the British SAS at Credenhill Barracks in Herefordshire, England, and had taken a small apartment a few miles away in Hereford. A squad of SAS troopers had cornered the 4 IRA thugs on an empty stretch of road. They fought, but were outmatched and 3 of them were killed, the 4th seriously injured. He was taken to a British Army hospital where he underwent surgery, dying on the operating table. MI6 became involved, investigating the 4 men as it didn't make sense to anyone why the IRA was so interested in a Yank. There was a note in the file that one of the investigators posed a theory that the men were working as paid Russian assets, but no hard evidence was ever developed to confirm. There were no further sanctioned attempts after the fiasco in England, but the file didn't explain why. Skimming the next few pages of meager details about missions the Major had been on, he paused on the section that detailed how DNA had been collected. Grushkin suspected a honeypot had seduced the man at some point, but was surprised it had been taken from blood left behind from an injury sustained in Central America. An alert KGB officer had spotted a team of Americans in a remote village and kept watch on them. They had returned late one night, one of them injured, and locked themselves into their small hotel room. The next morning, they were gone. He had broken in, collecting blood-soaked gauze pads and sealing them in a plastic bag that was put on ice and shipped back to Moscow. When he rotated home, he identified John Chase from a photo and the DNA record was added to the file. Interesting, he thought to himself as he finished reading. He glanced up at the lowering sun, ignoring the steady gunfire from all around the small city, and reached for Katie's file. Comrade Colonel. We have movement on a road outside of town, leading west, one of the soldiers manning the command post called. Grushkin leapt to his feet and strode quickly to where the man was peering at a video feed from the orbiting AWACS. Leaning in, he watched an American-made Jeep racing along a narrow ribbon of asphalt, but no details of the passengers could be seen. Have them zoom, he ordered. It's already at maximum resolution, Comrade Colonel. The man said. Then order them to change their location for a better view, and dispatch 2 of our helicopters to intercept. Remind them that I want our target alive. Grushkin was excited, but his voice never rose above a low growl that turned the soldier's bowels to water. Right away, sir. He said, jamming his finger on the transmit button of his radio and breathlessly relaying the instructions. Grushkin straightened and turned to look to the west, nodding in satisfaction when a pair of hinds peeled away from the perimeter, lowered their noses and headed out in pursuit of the target. Get a helicopter here immediately to pick me up, he said over his shoulder. And instruct those pilots to not engage the target until I arrive. Yes, sir. The soldier made another call and breathed an internal sigh of relief that Colonel Grushkin would soon be leaving the roof. 15. The sun was directly in line with my eyes, making it difficult at best to see the road in front of us. And it was a rough road. Rutted and potholed from the heavy tires of trucks and agricultural equipment. I was pushing the Jeep hard, our speed hovering around 90, and the stiff, off-road suspension was beating us to death and making it a challenge to drive in a straight line. I was straddling the crown of the road, unconcerned about meeting any oncoming traffic, and as much drift as the poor surface was causing in our path, it was a good thing. At this speed, I didn't think I could keep the vehicle in only one lane. Katie and Rachel were both buckled in and holding on for dear life. Dog's front legs were resting in Rachel's lap and she had an arm around his shoulders to keep him from being thrown off the seat. Rachel, keep an eye out the back window for pursuit. If they see us, they'll send one of those helicopters, I said as I fought with the steering wheel. She turned in her seat after adjusting Dog's position and ducked her head so she had a good view of the sky to our rear. Do you really think they'll see us? Katie asked. I'll be more surprised if they don't, I answered, grimacing when we bounced through a pothole and my seatbelt was all that prevented my head from smashing into the roof. They have to have an AWACS plane up there, which is why the phone isn't working, and that will give them a great view for miles in all directions. The sun's still up and we're easy to spot when there's nothing else moving. Katie nodded and adjusted her grip on the grab bar mounted to the dash in front of her. I glanced quickly in the mirror to make sure Rachel was still watching behind us, then realized that even if she did spot an approaching helo, there wasn't a damn thing we could do. The terrain around us was flat and open. Nowhere to hide. And I sure as hell couldn't outrun them in the Jeep. Feeling trapped at just the thought of a Russian helicopter chasing us down, I pushed harder on the throttle. The small, 6-cylinder engine roared louder and we gained a few miles per hour, but as the speedometer needle bounced around 95, it was obvious this was it. There wasn't enough horsepower to push the big tires and brick-like aerodynamics any faster. It wasn't much longer, no more than 8 or 9 miles from the barn, when Rachel called a warning that she could see something behind us. "What do you mean, something?" I asked, wanting to look but afraid to take my attention off the road. I caught a glint of light, too, actually. Looks like they're a few 100 feet in the air and right over the road. "How far?" I asked. "Can't tell, wait." She was quiet for a few moments and in the mirror I could see her pushing over the top of the back seat to get a broader view of the sky. "Okay, it looks like there are definitely 2 of them. I can see 2 dots and they're getting bigger. They're following the road." I could hear the concern in her voice. I looked in all directions but didn't see anything we could use to conceal the Jeep. It was probably too late anyway. The Russian AWACS would have us spotted, tracking us, vectoring the helicopters to our location. The only real question at the moment was in regards to their intentions. Did they want me alive, or would a missile blow the Jeep and us into a few million pieces as soon as they were in range? Thinking about it, I decided it wasn't very likely they would attack first. They would want to verify who was in the fleeing vehicle. So they would catch up and force us to stop. And there wouldn't be a damn thing I could do other than comply. Despite depictions on TV and in movies, a vehicle doesn't stand a chance against a helicopter. Unless you're driving a Lamborghini and have a nice, smooth, straight road, the helo is faster. It is definitely more maneuverable, and when it's of the attack variety, it's also better armed. A few rounds from their cannon would shred our tires or knock out our engine or turn us into hamburger if they weren't careful with their aim. No matter, once they caught up, it wouldn't be long before the chase was over. I spoke these thoughts as I continued to push as hard and fast as possible. Maybe our capture was inevitable, but I sure as hell wasn't going to go quietly. "What about the grenade launcher?" Rachel asked. "It worked once, Dot. There's 2 of them, and they aren't going to sit still in a nice stable hover," I answered, forcing myself to think rationally and not get caught up in the emotions of what I'd done. Besides, they aren't going to let me take pot shots at them. They will defend themselves, and there's not even a pile of rocks we can hide behind for protection. "How far are they?" Katie asked, turning in her seat and trying to see out the back window. "I guess maybe 3 or 4 miles, Rachel said. I didn't blame her for her uncertainty. It's damn hard to estimate distances to an aircraft in flight. "What do we do?" Katie asked, turning back to face forward. "Unless you're just going to pull over and surrender, we need a plan." I was momentarily irritated, but not at her. At myself. She was right, and I'd been focusing on the negatives, not trying to figure out a way to get us out of this. I churned through several ideas, quickly dismissing each. "I don't know," I finally said. "I'm out of rabbits." Then realization dawned on me. It was the only thing I could do. Lifting my foot off the gas, I hit the brakes. "What the hell are you doing?" Katie yelled as she was thrown forward against her seatbelt. From the back I heard Dog grunt as he slipped off Rachel's lap onto the floor. "Giving up," I said. "They want me. When I get out, you drive like hell. They'll stop for me and you'll have time to get away." I reached across and grabbed Katie, pulling her close and kissing her. Reaching over the back seat, I squeezed Rachel's hand. "No. Drive. We'll think of something." Katie screamed at me, grabbing my arm. "Honey, there's no time. You know I'm right. Now go." I pulled away from her grasp, avoiding meeting her eyes, and stepped out of the jeep. Slamming the door, I looked in and saw she was still not moving, tears rolling down her face. "Go!" I shouted, pounding on the window with the palm of my hand. Katie finally started moving, unbuckling her seatbelt and working her way over the center console. Behind the wheel, she looked out the window and met my eyes. "I love you." I read her lips. I gave her my best smile and told her I loved her before stepping back. She floored the throttle and the Jeep shot forward, engine screaming as she kept the power on. I stood there, in the middle of the road, watching them disappear into the setting sun, then turned to the east when I began hearing approaching rotors. 2 fat dots quickly resolved into Russian Mi-24 helicopters. I guess they were close to a mile away, and I calmly removed my weapons and placed them on the asphalt before stepping a few yards away. By this time, one of the helos had come into a hover about 100 yards away, while the other one went into an orbit around the area. They didn't land, just patiently waited for something. Through the windscreen of the one hovering over the road, I could see the pilots staring back at me. What the hell were they waiting for? I had surrendered and disarmed myself. All they had to do was land and take me. Then, as the orbiting helo moved farther away on its racetrack course, I picked up the sound of another rotor. A third hind came into view, rapidly approaching. The hovering helicopter slipped sideways a few hundred yards to make room, pivoting as it moved so it remained facing me. The new arrival was moving fast, flaring into a brief hover before touching down. The man in the co-pilot's seat popped his door open and jumped down, followed by 4 soldiers from the back that I was sure were Spetsnaz. He began striding directly towards me as they spread out and formed a crude perimeter, weapons trained on me. I had time to get a good measure of the Russian as he crossed the distance from the idling helicopter. He was my height, with a full head of tightly cropped, iron-gray hair. Broad shoulders tapered to a narrow waist, and he moved with a fluidity that revealed his conditioning. As he drew closer, I could see the 3 small, silver stars on his shoulders that marked him as a colonel. The uniform fit him well, the pants bloused into gleaming black paratrooper boots. He came to a stop 6 feet away and looked me up and down. His eyes were pale blue, deeply set in a face that was hard angles and planes and had that uniquely Russian appearance that I'd never been able to put into words. "You are Major John Chase," he stated with certainty in only slightly accented English. Okay, maybe more than slightly accented. He kind of sounded like Boris Badenov from the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. "Is that your wife in the Jeep? You have what you came for." "Let's leave her out of it," I said, meeting his gaze. "I have no interest in her," he said after a long pause. I nodded my thanks. "And who are you, Colonel?" It was taking all of my self-control to not say something sarcastic or disrespectful, but there was no point in needlessly antagonizing my captor. "I am Senior Colonel Yuri Grushkin, commanding officer of the 45th Guards Spetsnaz Regiment of the Russian Federation Army. I've read your file and am surprised you chose to give yourself up. You know why I'm here?" "I have a good idea, but just for shits and giggles, why don't you tell me?" I wasn't really interested in talking to the man, but the longer I drew this out, the more time Katie and Rachel had to get out of the area. I didn't necessarily believe that he wouldn't send a helicopter after the Jeep, but there wasn't any reason for the Russians to bother going after them now that they had me, especially if I appeared to be cooperative. "Shits and giggles," Grushkin repeated, laughing. "You Americans and your useless sayings. You are like weak little spoiled children, trying to act tough." I smiled at him, refusing to take the bait he was dangling in front of me and lose my cool. After a moment he smiled back and flapped his hand at one of the soldiers. The man came forward, handed his rifle to the colonel and approached me with his hands waving for me to raise my arms. With a sigh I complied, and he stepped behind me and began a very thorough body search. I had expected this and hadn't bothered to try and conceal any weapons, which was a good thing since they would have been found. The Russian checked every crack, crevice, nook, and cranny on my body. Once satisfied, he pulled my arms behind my back and restrained me with thick flexicuffs pulled tight around my wrists. He placed a firm hand in the middle of my back and applied pressure to get me moving in the direction of the waiting helicopter. I walked fast enough to keep them from getting impatient and angry, but took as much time as possible. "Where are we going?" I asked Grushkin when we reached the hind. I had stopped outside the troop compartment door and turned to look at him. "Seattle, then Moscow," he smiled. "President Baranov is quite anxious to make your acquaintance." 16. Katie drove fast, nearly losing control of the Jeep and crashing several times due to the tears in her eyes. Rachel remained turned in her seat, watching out the rear window until John was no longer visible. But she could see the helicopters and kept her eyes on the one that looked like it was circling the area where they had left him. She was stunned at the turn of events, though as she thought about it and remembered his refusal to take a seat on the train out of Nashville, she wasn't terribly surprised. When the helicopters were no longer visible, she turned and faced front, meeting Katie's bloodshot eyes in the mirror. "They're not coming after us," Rachel said in a subdued voice. As they raced west, the terrain quickly changed to rolling. In 15 minutes after leaving John, Katie jammed on the brakes and screeched to a stop in the middle of the road. It was quiet in the Jeep for a few moments, the sound of the idling engine all that broke the silence. Then Katie began pounding on the steering wheel and screaming her pain and frustration. Rachel let her vent, wrapping Dog into a hug and trying unsuccessfully to hold back the tears. He pressed into her, not understanding the cause of her pain but instinctually wanting to provide comfort. She buried her face in the thick fur on the back of his neck and sobbed. "I shouldn't have let him get out of the Jeep," Katie said, sniffing back tears and wiping her nose with her sleeve. "He didn't have to sacrifice himself for us." Rachel lifted her head and looked at her but didn't know what to say. She felt the same way. "What do we do?" she asked after several minutes of quiet as they both gathered themselves. "I have no idea," Katie said, shifting the transmission into park and opening her door. She stepped out, not even noticing that the sun had made it below the horizon and dusk had fallen. The temperature was dropping, a breeze springing up out of the north that brought the cold air from the mountains with it. Brushing some loose strands of hair out of her face, she moved to the cargo area and raised the hatch, finding and digging through her husband's pack. Lighting one of his cigarettes, she turned and sat on the back bumper. A moment later, Rachel and Dog joined her, Rachel taking one of the smokes and lighting up as well. She coughed when she inhaled the harsh smoke, but without the stiff drink that she really wanted, this was the best substitute. "They'll kill him," Katie said, no uncertainty in her tone. "Why wouldn't they have just killed him right there?" "From watching the helicopters, I think they took him prisoner." "Back to Moscow," Katie said. "Baranov will want to watch him die." She threw her cigarette to the ground, the wind catching it and carrying it across the road. Tears began flowing again and Rachel turned and wrapped her arms around the shorter woman. They stood holding each other for a long time, struggling to control their emotions as they thought about the death of the man they both loved. Neither knew how long they remained like that, but when Dog growled they quickly moved apart and looked around, dashing to retrieve their rifles from inside the vehicle. Dog kept growling, looking to the southeast, but even with the night vision scopes on their rifles they couldn't see any threats. "We'd better get moving," Rachel said softly. Katie nodded, and after they helped Dog into the back seat they climbed in the front and continued moving west. Within a mile the pavement ended. The road was now nothing more than dirt, but it had been recently bladed and wasn't all that rougher than the crumbling asphalt they had been driving on. Pushing on through the darkness, neither woman spoke. They didn't see any infected, or for that matter any wildlife either. The part of Idaho they were crossing was desert, dry and windy and cold. Not particularly hospitable country. "Do you know where you're going?" Rachel asked after half an hour of driving across the bleak landscape. "I know we go this way until we get into Oregon, then head for the coast. The route directions are in, oh, shit," Katie exclaimed, reaching across and grabbing the phone charger dangling from the power port on the dash. "What?" "The sat phone." "It's in John's pocket," Katie said. Both of them stared dumbly at the charging cord for a moment. After a bit, she let it drop to swing with the motion of the jeep and put both hands back on the wheel. "Do you remember the route?" Rachel asked a few minutes later. "No," Katie said after thinking about it for a moment. "And I'm not so sure I even care about going to Seattle now." "We can't give up," Rachel said in a stern voice. "What's the point?" "The point is your husband just sacrificed himself to the goddamn Russians so we could live. That's the fucking point. We are not going to dishonor him by curling up in a ball and waiting to die." Katie looked at Rachel, clearly seeing the anger flashing in her eyes. Nodding, she reached out and took Rachel's hand, squeezing it hard. "Thank you," she said. "And I'm sorry if I've been a bit of a bitch. You didn't deserve it, Dot." "Hey, if the roles were reversed I probably would have shot you by now," Rachel smiled to let her know she was kidding. They drove in silence for another 10 minutes, Katie braking to a stop when the road forked. Each direction appeared to be equally well maintained. "Which way?" Katie asked, leaning forward and looking back and forth between the two options. "What's the name of the town?" "Dick something?" "Dickshooter," Katie laughed. John thought that was a great name for a town. "Which way is Seattle from here?" Rachel asked. She was also pushing forward in her seat to get a better view. Dog was curious why they had stopped and squirmed around until he got his head between their seats. Katie scratched his ears while they tried to decide which road to take. "That way," Katie said, pointing in the direction of the road that headed to the northwest. "Let's go," Rachel said. Katie nodded and turned onto the new road. The terrain didn't change. It was still the same gently rolling, bone-dry desert they'd been driving through. The wind was growing stronger, occasional gusts rocking the Jeep on its suspension. Rachel glanced at the temperature readout, not surprised to see it was only in the high 40s outside the warm cocoon of their vehicle. Eventually they entered an area defined by low hills. The road, which had been running mostly straight, began winding as it followed a path around the base of each. Both of them jumped in dog whined when a large helicopter suddenly appeared out of the darkness and flew over them at a very low altitude. It had approached from behind, and until it was almost directly over the roof of the Jeep they hadn't heard the heavy rotor. Passing over them, it continued down the road for 100 yards before going into a hover and pivoting so that it was facing them, hanging in the air no more than 20 feet above the ground. It was a Russian Mi-24. Katie had slammed on the brakes when it passed over, and they sat staring in shock at the massive machine that had so suddenly materialized out of the darkness. The brilliant LED lights mounted to the Jeep's front bumper lit up the helo, and they could see the pilots through the heavy windscreen. "Fuck this!" Katie shouted, jamming the transmission into park. She popped her door open and jumped out, raising her rifle as she stepped away from the Jeep. Screaming, she targeted the cockpit and began pulling the trigger in burst mode, quickly burning through a full magazine. Rachel was yelling at her to get back in the vehicle, but she either couldn't hear her or was beyond caring what happened. The hind didn't even bobble in the air, remaining rock solid in its hover while Katie fired at it. When she fired her last round, it descended to the road and gently touched down. Magazine empty, she let the rifle drop to hang on its sling and began walking forward, screaming at the top of her lungs as she drew her pistol. Rachel got out and ran after her. Figures could be seen climbing down from the troop compartment, and Rachel's steps faltered when she saw them clearly in the Jeep's lights. Turning her attention back to Katie, she tackled her to the ground before she could get a shot off with the pistol. 17. "We thought you were dead," Rachel said, throwing her arms around Colonel Crawford and crushing him in an embrace. He grinned, embarrassed by the display of raw emotion. Rachel had leapt to her feet and run forward to greet Crawford, Scott and Igor after tackling Katie to the ground. Katie still sat in the dirt in the middle of the road, trying to reconcile what she was seeing with what she had expected when the Russian helicopter had stopped them. Dog worked his way out of Rachel's open door and limped forward, tail wagging when he spotted Igor. The big Spetsnaz soldier ran forward when he saw him limping and dropped to his knees, gently stroking Dog's head and softly speaking to him in Russian. Irina joined them and she and Scott walked to Katie and helped her to her feet. She couldn't speak at first, looking back and forth between them. "John thinks he killed you," she blurted when she had regained some of her composure. "Plenty of time for that," Crawford said as he walked up with Rachel at his side. "We need to get off this road and settled in for the night before a patrol spots us and asks questions." He surveyed Katie, who was swaying slightly as she stood in the middle of the road, then turned to Scott. "Tech Sergeant, get that vehicle off the road and concealed." "Ma'am," he turned back to Katie and extended his arm to escort her to the helicopter. "The Russians have John," Katie said without moving. "I'm aware, but at the moment there's nothing I can do. They are patrolling the area and we need to get out of here before we're spotted." Katie nodded and allowed him to take her arm and lead her to the helicopter. Scott had jumped into the driver's seat and drove the Jeep closer to the hind, turning off the road into a dry wash and pushing it deep into some brush. Igor, who had already helped dogboard the helo, trotted up and collected the packs, weapons and ammunition from the Jeep as Scott hacked dead branches off the surrounding vegetation and used them to screen the vehicle from view. "Where are we going?" Rachel asked when everyone was on board and Martinez lifted them into the air. She gave Johnny Ray a quick look, but ignored him for the moment. His hands and ankles were restrained and he was strapped to a web-sling seat against the far wall of the compartment. A wide strip of silver duct tape covered his mouth and someone, probably Martinez, had drawn a big smile on it with a red marker. "Napa Airport," Crawford answered. "That's where we've been laying low for the past 2 days. We tried to catch up with you, but there were too many patrols and we barely bluffed our way past a flight of fighter jets." "It's a suburb of Boise," Scott offered when Rachel didn't react to the name of the town. "We'll be there in 20 minutes. How do we get John back?" Katie moved to face the colonel. "Seattle," he answered. "After they picked him up they took him to Mountain Home Air Force Base and on a plane to Seattle. Or that's the plan. We were able to get that much over the Russian military radio in this bird. They aren't talking about what they're going to do with him after that, but I'm willing to bet there's a military transport plane that will take him to Moscow. If he's already on his way to Seattle, why are we going to Napa? There's no time. We need to get to Seattle." Katie forced herself not to shout at Crawford in her impatience. "Fuel. We're going to refuel and go. Captain Martinez has already looked it up and it's 400 air miles on to Seattle. 3 hours flight time in this. We'll be there before the sun comes up." What he didn't say was that the Russians had such a large head start that the major might be on his way to Moscow before they could reach Seattle. At least they knew the destination of the Gulfstream was Boeing Field, south of Seattle. What they didn't know was if John would be immediately loaded for his final flight, or if the Russians would hold him on the ground for some period of time. Katie nodded and settled back against a bulkhead. Irina was sitting next to her and gave her a smile. Katie smiled weakly and closed her eyes, exhausted from the emotions she'd been dealing with. "Tell me," Rachel said to Crawford. "How did you wind up with a Russian helicopter?" He smiled and began relaying the story, with help from Irina. They told her about their high-speed flight to try and catch up with John and Katie, but having to divert away from the southern portion of the Sawtooth Mountains because of intense Russian patrol activity. Because they were in a stolen aircraft, they didn't have the current passwords and codes for the transponder and had nearly been shot down. Fortunately, Igor was able to get on the radio and in his native tongue convinced the patrol that they had experienced an equipment failure. Flaky hardware is endemic to the Russian military and the lie wasn't that much of a stretch for their challenger to believe. As soon as was safe, Martinez had dropped to 50 feet above the ground and gotten them to the closest airport that was outside the area of such intense interest to the Russians. For 2 days they'd sat hidden in a hangar, Igor and Irina taking turns monitoring the radio. They'd grown concerned when the Russian presence in the mountains began to increase. Then before they knew it they were listening to a concerted ground search of Twin Falls. With sadness and horror, they had all gathered around as Irina translated the communications as John had been run down, eventually surrendering. There had been a discussion between the AWACS plane and Colonel Grushkin about sending one of the jets on CAP to destroy the fleeing jeep, but the colonel had ordered them to allow it to continue unmolested. As soon as they heard that, Crawford decided they would risk a flight to intercept and rescue Katie and Rachel. They had waited for the jeep to come closer to the area they were in, monitoring its progress through routine updates being broadcast to Russian forces by the AWACS. Martinez had assured them that it wouldn't be long before the vehicle was outside the range of the surveillance aircraft, and the moment they heard the radio operator declare it was no longer being tracked, they took off. Then it was Rachel's turn to tell her story. They all sat listening with rapt attention as she talked. "Wolves? Really?" Scott interrupted. "I thought they'd all been wiped out years ago." "So did I," Rachel smiled, then continued her story. Martinez asked a couple of questions over the intercom once she was done, then Rachel glanced to where Katie sat with her eyes closed before speaking softly into her headset's microphone. "Do you really think we can get to Seattle in time, and get him back?" Crawford and Irina exchanged glances, then he too cast a quick glance at Katie. "We're going to try," he said. 18. There was nothing unusual about the flight in the Hind. We lifted off and headed directly northwest. I didn't know the area well, but remembered from looking at maps that Mountain Home Air Force Base was in that direction. I assumed that's where we were heading, and on arrival I would be transferred to a fixed-wing aircraft that would take me to Seattle. The interior of the Russian helicopter was even more stark and austere than an American helo, if that was possible. I was familiar with the Mi-24, able to recognize one by sight or sound as well as knowing many of the craft's operational capabilities, but this was the first time I'd ever been in one. It may not have had any creature comforts, not that I've ever been in a frontline military vehicle that did, but even from my seat on a web sling I could tell it was powerful. We gained altitude quickly, the roar of the machinery as deafening as any Huey or Black Hawk I'd ever flown in. For as large as the helo is from the outside, it was surprisingly cramped in the troop compartment. More room for fuel, ordnance, and armor, I supposed. Colonel Grushkin sat on the far wall, facing me, and our knees nearly touched. Immediately next to me sat a large Spetsnaz trooper. Our shoulders routinely bumped from the motion of the helicopter in flight. The remaining 3 soldiers were squeezed onto a short bench that folded down from the rear bulkhead of the compartment. All of them were already in the mode that's normal for soldiers around the globe when they're catching a ride and have nothing to do. The 3 on the bench all had their eyes closed, heads gently bobbing up and down as they dozed. The guy next to me had a 1,000-yard stare, facing the exterior door but not seeing anything. I noted that even though I was restrained, he had made sure all of his weapons were on the side of his body farthest away from me. That told me a lot about him. Told me he thought like I did. Just because a prisoner is restrained doesn't mean he isn't dangerous if you let your guard down. I looked up when Grushkin tapped me on the knee, meeting his pale blue eyes. He was holding out a headset, apparently wanting to talk to pass the time. I leaned forward and he slipped it over my ears and adjusted the microphone so it was directly in front of my mouth. "Can you hear me?" He spoke over the intercom, his voice clear due to the system's noise canceling. "Yes. You were surprisingly easy to catch for a man with your background." I wasn't sure if he was gloating or not. The expression on his face was unreadable. I hadn't heard a question and didn't feel the need to explain myself to this man. He sat watching me, examining me, for several minutes before speaking again. "Where is your wife going?" He finally asked what seemed to be an innocuous question. "Probably the closest shopping mall," I said, not about to give him any real information. "As would mine," he laughed briefly. The smile never reached his eyes. "Where is Senior Sergeant Igor Volinsky?" So that was Igor's last name. "I don't know who that is," I lied. "I think you do," he said, fishing in the breast pocket of his uniform blouse and extracting a small cigar that looked like it had been hand-rolled from rough, dark tobacco. He took his time finding a disposable lighter in his pants pocket and then made a short production of getting the stogie lit. Vile-smelling smoke immediately began to fill the troop compartment. None of the Spetsnaz troopers reacted in the slightest, and the pilots studiously ignored one of the big no-nos of flying in a military helicopter. "I think you know him very well," Grushkin said, meeting my eyes through a haze of blue smoke. "You met him in Los Alamos, where he was with the traitor Irina Vostov. What I want to know is whether or not he's still alive." I met the man's stare, trying to decide where this was coming from. Was he trying to find out about Irina and the conspiracy in Russia to topple President Baranov? Or did he have an axe to grind with Igor? Or was it something else? One thing about the Special Forces community in America is that the line between NCO and officer is pretty blurry. In fact, in my humble opinion, most SF NCOs are better qualified to lead men than many officers in the regular ranks. This says a lot about the type of person who becomes an operator, and as a result it's not uncommon for strong bonds of friendship to develop across the ranks. But I had no idea if this was how things worked in Russia. Probably, which would go a long way towards explaining the colonel's interest. Or maybe he was just hoping to kill two birds with one stone and get enough information out of me to find a traitor. "I killed him," I finally said, getting my answer at the involuntary look of surprise and pain that flashed across Grushkin's face. "Explain," he said after a long pause in which he ignored the smoldering cigar in his hand. He leaned forward, coiled and intense. I guess that at the moment the only reason he hadn't pulled out his pistol and shot me in the head was because of his orders to deliver me to Baranov. I shifted slightly in my seat and rolled my shoulders that were aching from having my hands restrained behind my back. I tried to think of a reason to lie, but other than due to the fact that he was a Russian invading my country, I couldn't come up with one that would benefit me. So I told him the truth. Not in great detail, but I gave him enough to satisfy his curiosity. When I finished speaking, he leaned back in his seat and nodded. His reaction wasn't what I expected. Anger or profound sadness, or perhaps even denial would have seemed appropriate reactions to the news, but as far as I could tell he was smugly satisfied. I didn't understand what game he was playing. 5 minutes, a voice spoke over the intercom. It was the pilot giving a heads up that we were nearing our destination. 3 small, square windows were set in the hull of the helicopter, above the side door, and I glanced out the closest one. Flat grassland stretching away to mountains was all I could see at first, but as the aircraft descended I caught sight of a ribbon of asphalt that looked like an interstate highway, a small town slightly south of it. I was almost certain we were coming into Mountain Home Air Force Base. Shifting again, I rolled my shoulders and adjusted the position of my hands. Colonel Grushkin had lost interest in talking to me and reached out and removed my headset. We were losing altitude fast and he barked out something in Russian. The big Spetsnaz sitting next to me nodded and straightened his legs out across the compartment. Grushkin turned his head to see into the cockpit and began speaking to the pilot on the intercom. The hind was slowing and I knew we were less than a minute from touchdown. My seatmate arched his back forward to stretch, lifting his arms over his shoulders and tilting his head back. That was when I struck. A small piece of rough metal protruded from the bulkhead my seat hung from. I had noticed several other spots around the interior of the helo that looked like they had been sloppily finished and was glad none of the Russians had thought to make sure I wasn't seated near one of these locations. They were probably so used to the quality of Russian manufacturing that they didn't even notice things that would have never made it past a quality inspector in the US. While I'd been sitting, talking to Grushkin, I had been working the nylon flexicuffs against the metal nib. It was surprisingly sharp and my restraints had parted about the same time I'd confessed to killing Igor. Since then I'd been waiting for a moment when I wasn't under intense scrutiny. Whipping my right arm forward, I drove my elbow into the exposed throat of the Spetsnaz next to me, feeling his larynx crack and collapse under the violence of the impact. Continuing my momentum, I braced my back against the bulkhead as I raised my feet and kicked across the compartment. The soles of both boots struck Grushkin directly in the face, slamming his head into the steel wall behind him. As he slumped unconscious or dead, I didn't care which, I spun and shoved the injured trooper into the laps of the 3 men seated along the rear bulkhead. They had responded quickly to my attack, one of them with his pistol already out and up. As their comrade's body struck them, the weapon discharged, but I had no idea where the bullet wound up. Following, I rammed against the already injured Russian, using his bulk to pin them to their seats as I continued attacking. Hand-to-hand fighting in a confined space is nasty business. There are no Marquess of Queensberry rules about how to fight like gentlemen. It's much simpler than that. Inflict more damage than you take, as quickly and violently as you can, and hope you survive the encounter. I was punching, fast and hard with one hand as I tried to grab the big knife that was sheathed on the boot of the first Russian I'd attacked. Absently I noted that fists were striking my head and face and arms, but I didn't really feel them. I was so jacked up on adrenaline. That's normal. I'd feel them later if I made it out of this. There was another pistol shot and I felt the impact against my chest but knew I hadn't been shot. The round had gone into the Russian's body I was using to gain an advantage, and I had felt the kinetic energy from the round because I was pressed so hard against him. Feet braced against the deck as I pushed in with all my strength. I finally succeeded in drawing his knife just in time to deflect a blade that would have skewered me like a bug. The 3 Russian troopers were shouting and struggling against the weight of the body, and when I deflected the blade I slashed forward and buried it in the throat of the one seated in the middle. Yanking it back, a gout of arterial blood came with it, splashing across my arm and onto my face. The Russians had stopped shouting now, fighting for their lives with grunts and hisses of exertion. The pilots finally reacted to the commotion, the deck suddenly tilting sharply as they headed for the ground. I needed to finish this before they could join in, but as the aircraft banked I lost my traction on the steel floor, all of us winding up in a pile of flailing, punching limbs. I felt a sharp tug on my left shoulder. It didn't hurt, but I know what being sliced open by a sharp knife feels like. It would hurt like hell later, if there was a later. The hello was still turning and an arm smashed into my face. Grabbing it I pinned it against my body and stabbed twice, fast and deep, into the exposed armpit. Shoving the limb away I turned in time to take a fist directly on the nose. I felt my nose break, again, and fought against the pain that blossomed in a white explosion behind my eyes. The fist came again and I saw it just in time to lower my head and absorb the impact on the front of my skull. I heard bone break and hoped it was bones in my attacker's hand, not my head. Twisting away from a limp body that was partially pinning me I scrambled on the blood-slicked deck, winding up on top of the last Russian. He was the smallest of the 4, but was wiry and strong as hell. I stabbed for his chest but he caught my hand at the last second, holding me with a shaking arm. I pressed hard and tried to get my body weight behind the knife, but I couldn't push it the last few inches. He had gotten his second hand locked on my wrist and was trying to turn the blade away from his flesh. Using my free hand, I began raining blows on his head, but they had about as much effect as banging on a rock. Changing tactics, I fumbled for a grip on any part of his face. I wanted to cause him enough pain to weaken his resistance and end this before I was shot from behind by a pilot, or the colonel regained consciousness and wade into the battle. I tore his ear free of his skull, but he didn't react other than to grunt and start raising his knees to deliver blows to my lower back. I forced a finger into his nose and ripped a nostril open. He grunted again and twisted his head away, struggling to get leverage to reposition my knife hand. Still fumbling on his bloody face, I felt my thumb slip into his right eye socket and savagely squeezed as I used the power in my shoulder to push harder. There was a moment of resistance from his eyelid, then my thumb pushed past and I felt a pop as his eyeball ruptured and my entire thumb disappeared into his skull. He screamed and his grip weakened. With a surge of force, I buried the knife to the hilt in his throat. The immediate threats were neutralized, but I didn't have time to rest. As the Russian died, I felt a hard thump as the landing gear hit the ground. Shoving bodies aside, the first weapon I found was a short-barreled AKM rifle. Snatching it up, I released it from the sling wrapped around one of the Spetsnaz shoulders and got to my feet. I nearly slipped and fell when I stood. There was an entire lake of blood covering the smooth steel deck. As I turned towards the cockpit, I came face to face with one of the pilots who was working his way into the troop compartment. He had a pistol in hand, but it wasn't aimed yet. I fired a burst into his chest and dashed forward, yanking the corpse out of my way and sticking the muzzle of the rifle into the cockpit. The other pilot was still seated and strapped in and was trying to raise his weapon. I smashed the barrel of the rifle into the side of his helmeted head to get his attention, reaching forward and grabbing the Makarov pistol out of his hand. Taking a moment, I looked through the windscreen. We were sitting on the tarmac at an airport or airbase, probably Mountain Home, and a couple of 100 yards away a Gulfstream G4 jet sat with the door open and air stairs lowered. Half a dozen men in Russian Air Force uniforms stood around and another Mi-24 sat on the asphalt in the distance. "In the air and destroy both of those aircraft," I said to the pilot, punctuating my order by pressing the muzzle of the rifle to the back of his neck. It was still hot from when I killed the co-pilot, and a moment after he yelped in pain I caught a whiff of seared human flesh. "Now!" I shouted, banging the muzzle against his helmet again. He nodded and reached forward to take the controls. A moment later we lifted straight up in the air and I braced myself against any attempts to suddenly tilt the helicopter and send me sprawling. We got to about 200 feet of altitude and just hung there, hovering. "Shoot!" I yelled with another reminder of the weapon pointed at his head. He mumbled something in Russian, then reached to his side and disengaged to safety. I took my attention off him long enough to make sure there weren't any other aircraft on the ground, then watched as he squeezed a trigger built into the control stick. There was a roar, the Hind shuddering slightly, then a missile impacted the Gulfstream. The explosion shook the big helicopter, but the pilot held us steady. He was moving slowly, delaying switching aim to the helo. I reached out and ripped the helmet off his head and laid the barrel of the rifle along his temple so he could plainly see the muzzle. He gulped, trying to tilt his head away, but I held the weapon tightly against him. "Fire or die," I growled at him. He adjusted position, said something else I didn't understand and pulled the trigger. It took the missile nearly a full second to reach the parked aircraft, and then it erupted into a massive ball of fire. I was panting, trying to catch my breath as some of the adrenaline in my system bled off. Where did I want the pilot to take me? It couldn't be far because I was certain the AWACS was tracking us. Had to be somewhere close and somewhere I could hide. Before I could give any instructions, strong arms wrapped around me and pinned my upper arms against my body, jerking backwards away from the cockpit. Grushkin was awake. I don't remember having my finger on the rifle's trigger, but I must have because I pulled it as I was attacked. The AKM was on full auto and my finger reflexively held the trigger down, emptying the magazine into the cockpit. Maybe I killed the pilot, or maybe I just damaged the aircraft's controls to the point that it could no longer stay in the air. Regardless, a moment later the deck dropped away from my feet as we plummeted to the tarmac below. 19. We hit the ground hard. Nowhere near as hard as the Osprey had when I'd been in that crash in Oklahoma, but hard nonetheless. Grushkin and I had both gone airborne during the first moment of the fall out of the sky, then fallen back to the gore-covered deck a few seconds before the impact with the tarmac. I was stunned. Aware of sights and sounds around me, but more like how you're aware of something in a dream rather than a waking state. I could hear the Heinz engine running, apparently still throttled up to flight speed. Then the whole aircraft tilted several degrees to the side and there was the horrible sound of a rotor blade disintegrating from striking pavement. Still unable to make my body start responding, I lay there and realized that we'd come down hard on the landing gear, then one side had failed and let the belly of the helo fall at an angle onto the ground. The engine continued to bellow out its power, but without the resistance of a rotor it quickly rose in pitch before automatic safeties kicked in and shut it down. The whole machine groaned as the sounds from the motor died. I told myself to start moving several times, the connection from my brain apparently interrupted by the shock of the crash. I had a couple of bad moments when the thought that I was paralyzed from the neck down went through my mind, then mercifully my body began slowly responding. I knew I was in shock, or very close to it, as I forced myself upright. Taking several deep breaths, I looked around as I continued to struggle to get my brain and muscles working together again. I was sitting in the middle of the troop compartment and there were bodies strewn and piled all around me. Grushkin lay a few feet away with a nasty gash on the side of his head. I couldn't tell if he was dead or alive, and somehow my scrambled synapses never decided that it would be a good idea to check. Looking down, I held my hands out to the side and surveyed myself. I was covered in blood. Not bloodstained, blood-covered. There's a difference. When you flap your hand and drops of blood fly off your fingertips, you are blood-covered. I may have sat there for only a few seconds, or it could have been minutes before I realized I needed to get moving. If there were more Russians in the immediate area, it was probably already too late. Even if there were troops and aircraft that had been miles away, they had almost assuredly been alerted to the destruction of the two parked aircraft and crash of the Colonel's helo and were on their way by now. Forcing myself onto my hands and knees, I crawled across the deck and began taking weapons and ammunition off the bodies. Halfway through rearming myself, I remembered my weapons. When I'd surrendered, I had taken them off and placed them on the ground. While I was being searched and restrained, I'd noticed one of the soldiers collecting them and taking them to the helo. They had to be somewhere on board, and I'd much rather stick with weapons I was intimately familiar with. It only took a few moments of searching to find the locker under the bench seat where they had been stowed. I was starting to think more clearly and the body was responding faster, so I was quickly rearmed, my vest loaded down with spare magazines. Scooting to the side door, which was uphill now, I released the latch and pushed it open. Pausing before climbing out, I turned my head and looked at Grushkin. He was still immobile on the Heinz deck. The gash in his head was bleeding freely, the way head wounds tend to do. So he was alive. The blood coming out of the wound answered that question. Corpses don't bleed. There's no heart beating to create blood pressure, which is what pushes the blood out. Drawing my pistol, I pointed it at his head, clicked the safety off with my thumb and moved my finger onto the trigger. I probably needed half a pound of pressure to complete the travel and fire a round into his skull when I paused. I've killed a lot of men, but I've never killed an unconscious and helpless one. I hesitated, surprised that I was having such an internal struggle. The first time you take a life, it's nothing like you thought it was going to be. The emotions don't really hit you for an hour or two, or maybe even a day. The second time you know what to expect. The 30th or 40th, or 100th, hell, I've lost count. Despite what most people would think, you tend to reflect on what you're about to do if it's not in the heat of battle. What the fuck is wrong with you, John? This is a goddamn enemy who has invaded your country and was taking you to Russia to be executed. If you don't put him down, he's just going to keep coming after you, twice as hard, because now it's personal. I had let the muzzle of the pistol drift off target while I was sitting there mulling things over. Snapping myself back to reality, I started to reacquire my target as a female infected screamed at me. Whipping my head and weapon around, I came face to face with a young female who was already halfway through the open door. I pulled the trigger, shooting her in the face, and cursed as her body dropped clear of the aircraft and I could see half a dozen more females sprinting directly at me. Holstering the pistol, I brought the rifle up and began picking them off. But as fast as I could put them down, more were appearing from around the corner of a large hangar. I was keeping them back, but if I stopped fighting for one moment, they'd gain more ground. One thing I'd learned about infected was that it's much easier to keep them back than it is to beat them back once they get too close. Forgetting about Grushkin, I moved forward and swung a leg over the lip of the door. For a moment I sat there, half in and half out of the down aircraft, picking off the runners. My magazine ran dry and I did a quick change before swinging my other leg up and out and dropping to the ground. As little time as that had taken, I gave up nearly 10 yards of open space. Firing, I moved sideways to the nose of the Hind, keeping my back pressed against the armored exterior so I wouldn't be the recipient of a surprise rear attack. Reaching the front, I glanced around and wasn't happy with my situation. The helo had come down on a runway. That meant there weren't any places to hide or take refuge other than the row of hangars to my front, and that's where the infected were coming from. For what it's worth, I had guessed right about where we were. A large sign was attached to the face of a massive hangar that welcomed me to Mountain Home Air Force Base. It was the home of something that I didn't have time to read as I had to turn my attention back to the charging females. Another empty magazine, and I was starting to worry about running out of ammo. There was no time to verify, but I was pretty sure I only had another 150 rounds on my vest. I'd already burned through 60 in less than 2 minutes and probably half of the magazine I'd just put in. The volume of infected didn't seem to be slowing, rather staying the same or possibly even getting heavier. I needed to do something while I still had enough bullets to fight, or I was going to be royally screwed. I spared half a second to look around the nose of the helicopter, but there was nothing other than flat, open tarmac leading to a 12-foot fence with flat grassland beyond. There was no doubt that I couldn't outrun a sprinting female, and even supposing I made it to the fence, they'd be on me before I could scale it and clear the coil of razor wire at the top. Turning back to my front, I resumed targeting the females, dismayed when males began appearing. A clock was ticking in my head, screaming at me. I had limited ammo and a seemingly unlimited supply of targets. There were almost certainly more Russians on the way. Nothing about this gave me a warm fuzzy. Traversing the rifle across the latest wave of infected that were charging my position, I noted the gaping maw of the large hangar. The sun was down and it was dusk, not completely dark out here on the tarmac, but pitch black inside the massive building, which had east-facing doors. There was some light from the 2 burning aircraft that I'd forced the pilot to destroy, but it didn't penetrate into the darkness of the structure. Swapping mags, I realized I had 2 options open to me. Climb back in the crashed helicopter and close the door, or fight my way into the hangar in hopes there was a vehicle of some sort inside. The hind would become my coffin. The infected would never leave, but long before I died of wounds suffered in the fight, or best case scenario I expired from dehydration, there would be more Russians who would show up in force. They'd clear out the infected and check inside the helo, find me, and either shoot me on the spot or put my ass on a plane to Moscow if they realized who I was. Making up my mind, I took the first step towards the hangar. It was a long way off and I had to get there before I ran out of ammo. Females were coming fast and there were too many of them for me to be able to lower the rifle and fight with my kukri and knife. I had no choice other than to keep firing as I pushed directly into the teeth of the assault. I kept moving, not realizing that I was steadily dripping blood onto the pavement. The hot, coppery smell was exciting the infected and they were trying hard to get to the source. 2 grenades bought me some open space for a couple of moments, saving a few rounds, but not many. I would shoot every female within 50 yards, then move as far forward I could, as fast as I could, then I'd have to repeat the process. It seemed to be taking forever, and I kept expecting at any moment to hear the sound of approaching rotors. But combat has a way of dilating time, making every action and event seem to last longer than it actually does. By now I didn't have the slightest idea how long I'd been fighting, but all that mattered was getting to that hangar as quickly as I could. More grenades and I gained another 20 yards, then back to firing my rifle. Push forward as I shot females, then I was finally within 30 yards of the giant door. It was even larger than I'd originally thought, the hangar definitely capable of holding very large aircraft. That meant the door probably weighed several thousand pounds and the only way to move it was if the electric drive motors were working. I seriously doubted the power was on. Once I made it into the hangar, if it was empty I was dead. With no way to close the door I could only hold the infected back until I ran out of ammo. Once that happened they would flood in and I'd kill a few with my blades, then I'd be overwhelmed, taken to the ground and eaten alive. That won't happen, I said to myself. There was still a pistol with ammo on my thigh and before I'd let the infected get close enough to turn me into dinner I'd stick the barrel in my mouth. Not that I wanted to die, but fuck me if I was going to go out being alive and aware that I was some infected bitch's evening meal. I finally reached the hangar door. Dangerously low on ammo I was still firing at a ferocious rate, but couldn't back off for a moment. The flashlight attached to my rifle's rail was on, but I didn't have even a moment to shine it around the hangar. Waiting, I timed it until a larger group of females were charging and used my final grenade. It detonated in their midst, shredding bodies and buying me a few seconds until the ones behind them were dangerously close. Spinning, I shined the light into the darkness, heart-dropping when I didn't see anything other than smooth concrete. In those few heartbeats I resolved myself to the circumstances, steeling myself to use the pistol when I fired my last round from the rifle. At least I'd bought Katie and Rachel's freedom. That mattered more to me than what I was about to have to do. Backing 10 yards into the hangar, I resumed firing on the sprinting females. They were bunched up and I hardly needed to adjust my aim to clean out groups. Males that had been bumping along the front wall were now reaching the opening, turning blindly into the cavernous building and zeroing in on the sound of my suppressed rifle. I changed magazines and took half a second to confirm that I only had one more. 60 rounds left. 59, I said to myself as I shot a female. Then there was short pause before I had another running target. I shot the bitch and looked, not immediately seeing another. A handful of males were in the hangar now, but I wasn't going to waste rifle ammo on them if I could help it. Close to 5 seconds went by, then 2 females came into view and I shot them. Then 5 seconds and a single female. Then nearly 10 seconds before the next. I shot her and with hope surging drew my kukri and waded in to thin out the males. Keeping an eye on the open tarmac, I stepped forward and met them with brute force rather than trying to dance around their perimeter. I was just too damn tired. Probably blood loss, I realized with a start. All the males went down quickly and I moved deeper into the Stygian darkness of the hangar and turned off the light. I would rely on the night vision scope, which had a much better range than the flashlight. Besides, if I got really lucky, maybe any more females wouldn't zero in on me. Close to 30 seconds passed without seeing any more infected. This should have heartened me, but I still had the problem of the fucking Russians. With no idea of how much time had passed since the Mi-24 had crashed, I couldn't even begin to guess how long I might have before they showed up in force. And they would be pissed when they got here and found what I had caused. Oh well. No day is truly complete if I haven't pissed off the Russians. Turning, I rescanned the echoing interior with the night vision scope. No aircraft. No Hummer. No Bradley. No Vietnam-era Willys Jeep. Not even a Chevy, Dodge, or Ford. But there was something that caught my eye. Moving deeper, I clicked on my light as I approached, very surprised to find a Vespa scooter in an Air Force hangar. I checked the door, still not seeing any infected, before kneeling and looking the machine over. It was battered and dirty, but the engine was clean and the tires were almost new. Someone had taken care of it. I didn't know why it was here, but it was better than nothing. The only problem was it had wheels that looked smaller in diameter than my leg. The damn thing was tiny and I'd look like a circus clown riding it, not that I cared how I looked. It would move me faster than staying on foot. If my weight didn't break something when I sat down on it. This should be interesting. 20. The little engine in the scooter started easily, but the buzzy sound it made as it idled failed to inspire my confidence. I had muscled the surprisingly heavy machine out of the nook it was being stored in, pleased to find the key in the ignition. Not that it would have taken a master thief to figure out how to hotwire it, but I was glad to not have to waste the time. Engine happily putting away as it idled, I situated my rifle on its sling, knocked the kickstand up with my foot and swung a leg over the cracked vinyl seat. Lowering my weight, I was dismayed when the suspension compressed and kept going. I felt a bump when it came down on its stops. Apparently I was heavier than the teenage girls you normally see riding the damn things near college campuses and in tourist towns. Why oh why couldn't there have been a nice Harley Fat Boy, or even one of the insanely fast Japanese bikes, Kicking myself for worrying about something so incredibly stupid, I revved the throttle, grimaced when the sound reminded me of a gas-powered leaf blower, then let the clutch out and started rolling. I aimed for the door and bounced over its steel tracks as I passed out into the night. The 2 aircraft were still burning and I realized I had no idea where I was going. Remembering seeing a small town shortly before we were over the base, I turned north and looked for a way off the system of runways. I wished I knew how long it had been since the helo I was riding in had gone down. That would at least give me an idea of how much time I might have before reinforcements showed up, but I didn't have a clue. I didn't think it had been long based on how fiercely the Gulf Stream and Hind were still burning from the missile strike, but I'd been wrong before. The Vespa accelerated slowly, eventually getting me up to 35 miles an hour. I twisted the throttle harder, but that was apparently the top speed the little scooter was capable of with my big ass on board. At least it felt relatively stable. As long as I didn't try to turn. It didn't take long to find a way off the tarmac and onto a street that paralleled the flight line. I continued my northerly direction of travel, quickly reaching a four-way intersection with signs that directed traffic to the BX, Base Exchange, Chapel, and the main gate. I started to turn for the main gate but at the last moment reversed course and headed for the BX. A BX, or PX, Post Exchange, if you're in the Army, is a massive store that sells just about anything and everything you could want. Think of a Walmart supercenter and throw in even more crap and you've got the idea. Prices are dirt cheap compared to going into town and you don't pay sales tax, which is one reason so many military retirees want to live close to a base. Part of their retirement benefits includes privileges to shop at the PX, or BX, or whatever the hell each branch decides to call it. The building would be huge with about 1,000 hiding places. It was close, so I should be able to reach it and take cover before any Russians arrived. And there was a good chance I'd be able to find food, water, and maybe even ammunition. Hopefully it wasn't full of infected. It was only a couple of miles before I saw the big building and its sprawling parking lot on my left. Turning in, I buzzed across the asphalt, steering to check out several vehicles that were parked haphazardly, some with doors standing open. Stopping next to an Air Force Hummer, the engine quieted to an idle. Before I could step off to inspect the vehicle, I heard several helicopters approaching. Snapping my head around, I could see that there was already one searching the area of the runways with a brilliant spotlight. It was moving slowly, the light swiveling as the operator worked it across the flight line. Goosing the throttle, I headed for the glass entrance doors, cutting the engine before hopping off and running the last few yards, my hands on the handlebars as I brought the scooter with me. I gently laid the Vespa over on its side next to a plastic trash barrel chained to a post. Glancing in the can, I could see a good collection of drink cups from fast food restaurants as well as assorted other detritus. A sharp kick tilted it onto its side, the chain preventing it from falling all the way to the ground. Grabbing the bottom, I lifted and spilled about a third of the contents on top of the scooter. The garbage did the trick, effectively camouflaging my little two-wheeled speedster and making it appear it had been lying there for some time. Another glance at the flight line and I could see half a dozen helicopters moving about. Normally they wouldn't have their anti-collision lights on in a combat environment, but in the constricted airspace over the base it was necessary so they didn't run into each other. Checking the glass doors with my night vision scope, I was pleased when I didn't see any infected looking back at me. Dashing forward, I tried the door, pulling it open and stepping through as a helicopter passed directly overhead. I was glad I had made the decision to seek cover quickly rather than getting caught out in the open. Rifle up, I scanned with the night vision scope. There were a lot of bodies, but my nose had told me that the instant I'd opened the door. Continuing my survey, I noted the BX was as cavernous as I had expected. Row upon row of merchandise stretched to the back wall, which was beyond the range of the scope's ability to see. The structure was also very broad and I began moving deeper as I didn't see or hear anything to worry me other than the Russian hellos buzzing around outside. The adrenaline from the fight was fading, and as it left my body the pain started to set in. I could feel injuries I hadn't even realized I'd sustained, but the most concerning was the knife wound on my shoulder. I didn't want to turn on a light, and blood isn't really visible in night vision, but I could feel it running down my left arm from where the Spetsnaz had slashed me open. I needed to find some medical supplies and do what I could to stem the bleeding. There's no big arteries or veins in the outer shoulder muscle to worry about, but that doesn't mean a deep cut won't result in a lot of blood loss. And if the blood loss doesn't get you, there are all kinds of nasty infections to worry about. I was covered in several people's blood and had no doubt some of it had found its way into my wounds. Stepping over a couple of bodies, I began making my way deeper into the store. I would have liked to turn my light on so I could read the signs hanging from the ceiling that would tell me the type of merchandise in each area, but I wasn't about to give away my location. Making some guesses and a few wrong turns, I finally found myself in the health/pharmacy aisles. Just as elsewhere, the shelves were neatly stocked. Not really surprising. The Air Force had maintained control, so there wasn't looting after the initial attack. Then when the second and third outbreaks came, they hit so hard and fast that very quickly there was no one left. Not good for the people that lived and worked here, but good for me. I spent several minutes walking up and down the surrounding aisles, making sure I was really alone. There were more bodies, not a lot but some, and occasionally merchandise had been swept off onto the floor. I avoided these areas, not wanting to risk a misstep that would make a lot of noise. Once I was satisfied that I was alone, I swung through the clothing section. Enlisted personnel received their uniforms free of charge. Officers have to purchase theirs. But even the enlisted often want more changes of clothes available than what is issued, so the BX carries a good supply of just about everything. I quickly gathered up new items of what I was wearing, boots included. Yes, the blood was even inside my boots. Spying a shopping cart, I piled the clean gear into it and headed back to the medical supply area, snatching several more items off displays along the way. It took me a few minutes to find everything I needed, each item being added to the growing pile in the cart. Finally, I was ready and headed to the pharmacy proper. There was a locked door next to a counter, and after scanning the shelves full of prescription drugs, I reached over and unlocked the door. Pushing my cart through, I headed to the back, finding the pharmacy manager's office. It was small, but it had a door and no window. Pushing the cart into the space, I took the time to collect some prescription items before going in and softly closing and locking the door. Removing the light from my rifle, I turned it on and placed it on the desk on its butt, pointed up. The ceiling tiles it shone on were white, and I blinked in the sudden brightness. Shoving the desk against the wall, I cleared its surface and laid out the items I needed. I leaned my rifle up against the edge and took the rest of my weapons off, placing them within instant reach. Easing my battered body into the padded desk chair, I stripped, beginning with my boots. Naked, I moved to the far corner of the room. I had several bottles of hydrogen peroxide and a tall stack of clean, white hand towels. Starting with my head, I poured the liquid onto my skin and scrubbed with the cloths. I needed to get all of the blood off me so I could find the locations where I was injured. Gashes and nicks on my face, neck, and head burned, but there didn't seem to be anything that was too serious. My nose, not only broken again but split open from the blow, was the worst damage I could find above my shoulders. Gingerly I probed, surprised how far out of alignment it was. No wonder I couldn't breathe through it at the moment. Taking a deep breath through my mouth, I held it, gritted my teeth, and pressed hard with my thumbs. There was a grinding, crunching sound from within my skull, and the pain blossomed anew, making me grunt and squint my eyes shut as tears sprang up. Blood began pouring out of my nose and across my lower face. I shoved two thick gauze pads up my nostrils and cleaned around my mouth and chin, hoping the pain would back off soon. Continuing on, I hissed when the peroxide flowed into the cut on my shoulder, bubbling fiercely. I gave it a moment before patting it with a towel and gently scrubbing the skin around the cut. I was still bleeding, the white cloth coming away stained a bright red. I kept going, cleaning my entire body. Knuckles were skinned on both hands, and there were about 100 places on my upper body that were sore to the touch and would become purple bruises. My nose ached, and when I bent to wash my legs and feet, it threatened to explode and take half my skull with it. But I survived, panting through my mouth and popping a handful of Tylenol and drinking an entire bottle of water once I finished. My entire arm was once again covered in blood, and I moved back to the desk chair. Reaching into the cart, I pulled out a magnifying makeup mirror, fumbled with a package of batteries that would power the built-in light, and positioned it on the desk so I could get a good look. The cut was over 4 inches long and ran across the thickest part of my outer shoulder. The edges of the wound had pulled apart, and I was able to see into the underlying tissue. I couldn't spot any debris that would cause a problem, but flushed the wound out again with another pour of the peroxide. Wrapping one of the towels around my bicep to absorb the blood that was flowing down my arm, I sorted through my supplies until I found a suture kit. Peeling the cover off, I left it sitting on the desk and prepped a couple of syringes with lidocaine I'd taken from the pharmacy. Gritting my teeth, I began injecting all along the perimeter of the wound, directly into the exposed flesh beneath the skin. It hurt like hell each time the needle went in, but it didn't take long for the whole area to start going numb. I probably overdid it, using way more than was needed, but I've had stitches done without anesthetic before and I wanted to make damn sure I was ready. While I waited for the lidocaine to take full effect, I readied the needle and thread. Next, I adjusted the flashlight by propping it on a small book and bracing it with a bottle of water. It was shining directly on my shoulder and I had a clear view in the mirror. Picking up the instrument that held the needle, I took a deep breath and began sewing. 21. It took me over half an hour to get the wound stitched up. The end result wasn't pretty, but on the bright side it was functional. Blood still seeped through, but the sutures effectively closed the cut. I poured more hydrogen peroxide over the injury and cleaned my whole arm, then patted the wound dry. This time the towel came away with just a few red dots. Smearing on a thick layer of antibiotic ointment, I wrapped a heavy gauze pad with several turns of medical tape and decided that was as good as it was going to get. I had also found a bottle of injectable antibiotic and filled a large syringe, the same size I'd seen Rachel use on me more than once. Rolling up on one side of my ass, I jabbed the needle in the other and depressed the plunger. Apparently, if you push the injection in too fast, it hurts like a son of a bitch. Cursing and at the limit of my patience, I flung the needle across the room. It bounced off the wall and came to rest next to the respectable-sized piles of bloody towels I'd used to clean myself up. Sitting back in the chair, I took a deep breath to calm myself and wished for a cigarette. Or a stiff drink. The BX didn't sell tobacco products and alcohol was the last thing I needed, so I settled for dressing in my new clothes. Once I was outfitted, I spent a few minutes using a damp cloth to clean the blood off my weapons. Reaching into the cart, I grabbed half a dozen protein bars, quickly devouring all of them as I drank 2 more bottles of water. I sat back in the chair, exhausted, and relaxed for a moment as I popped open the first of 3 small bottles of 5-Hour Energy. They tasted like crap, but right now I needed to be alert and moving, not dragging ass. Eyeing the rifle as I downed the final bottle, I observed how deep into every crevice it had gotten and made a mental note to tear the thing down and give it a good cleaning. The whole time I'd been working there had been regular flyovers by helicopters. The Russians were searching the base. It wouldn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what had happened at the flight line. I'd left a lot of infected bodies on the ground. One look and they'd know I was alive and kicking. But how certain were they I was still on the base? The repeated flyovers probably meant they were searching with FLIR, which is about impossible to hide from in the open. I didn't think it possible the Russians had the technology that could find me inside the building, but if I happened to be outside when one of those hinds passed overhead, I'd be spotted in a heartbeat. Now I had a real dilemma. Were troops already on the ground, searching for me, and the helos were just air support, or had the boots not arrived yet? That mattered, because once I had to face both aerial and ground-level searches, my odds of escape went down dramatically. Not that slipping away from the helicopters would be easy by any stretch. I started to wish for a way to contact Jessica in Pearl Harbor and get a bird's-eye view of what the Russians were up to, but the sat phone had been taken from me when I was searched and it hadn't been in the storage locker where I'd found my weapons. It was probably in the pocket of the trooper who had patted me down. Might as well be on Mars. There was no way in hell I could make it back onto the flight line and into the crashed helo. First things first. I needed ammo. Drinking yet another bottle of water, I stood and stepped around the shopping cart to the office door. Pressing my ear against the cold steel surface, I listened for close to a minute but didn't hear anything moving in the main area of the BX. Carefully unlocking the knob, I gently turned it and cracked the door open a couple of inches. I looked and listened for another minute, still hearing nothing other than a hind passing overhead. Opening the door the rest of the way, I stayed standing where I was and scanned with the rifle's night vision scope. A couple of minutes later, I was reasonably confident I was still alone in the store and stepped out into the pharmacy area. On the far side of the building, towards the rear, was a section I'd noticed when getting my new clothes that had hunting and fishing gear. That was where I was headed as I moved out and turned down the first aisle I came to. Passing the electronics section, I paused long enough to pocket a package of batteries that were the right size for the flashlight attached to my rifle. Continuing on, I reached the sporting goods area, ignoring a long row of fishing poles. Turning the corner, I found a large counter area and after a look with the night vision, stepped into the employee-only area. I looked for close to 5 minutes, but couldn't find a single round of ammunition. Looking around in frustration, I was surprised when I realized there weren't any firearms to be seen either. Still searching, I spotted a large sign on the wall over the back of the counter. It was too dark to read, and after scanning with the night vision, I wrapped my hand around the lens of the flashlight and turned it on. Hardly any light leaked out, and I pointed it up at the placard. Per DoD regulations, no firearms or ammunition are sold in the BX. What the fuck? Really? I started to wonder if this was an Air Force thing, but the sign said DoD or Department of Defense. What harebrained jackass made that decision? Hi, welcome to the US military. Here's access to all of the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by mankind, but sorry, you can't purchase a pistol or rifle or even the ammunition for one you may already own. Have a nice day. Shaking my head at the stupidity of the policy, then at my own foolishness for getting distracted, I turned my attention back to the task at hand. Selecting a large pack, I moved through the aisles and filled it with spare socks and underwear, tossed in a fat multi-tool and another flashlight, then filled it the rest of the way with MREs and a few water bottles. Passing through the grocery section on my way back to the front of the store, I paused long enough to drain a jug of orange juice. It wasn't cold and I didn't have any idea how long it had been since the power had failed and the refrigeration went out, but when I cracked open the seal it didn't smell like it had spoiled. Like I could smell anything with the condition my nose was in, but I took the chance. I'd lost a lot of blood. My body needed the fluids, which was why I was drinking so much water, and the sugar in the OJ would help if I hadn't just poisoned myself. I was halfway to the front when a thought occurred to me and I changed directions and headed for the electronics section. Hopefully there would be a satellite phone I could take. Not that I had the slightest idea how to reach anyone, but that didn't mean I wasn't willing to give it a try. There was a large phone section, but it was just regular cell phones. Well, iPhones and Android phones. Nothing that would work without a cell tower. Disappointed, but not surprised, I headed back towards the front of the store, freezing in place when I heard a subtle noise. I didn't know what it was and was even uncertain about the direction it had come from, but I had definitely heard something. It could have been a Russian patrol, or an infected, or even something shifting on one of the shelves. Maybe a rat working its way through the BX, nosing for unguarded food. Moving to the end of an aisle, I carefully scanned its length with the night vision scope. Nothing moving or out of place. Carefully, I moved to the end of the next aisle and repeated the scan. Still nothing. I checked 2 more aisles like this before I found the source of the noise. 2 men with rifles were slowly moving through the store, one cautious step at a time. I couldn't identify the uniforms with only night vision, but the unique outline of the rifles in their hands told me all I needed to know. Russians carrying AKMS rifles. Steadying my aim on the closer of the 2, I waited. The hind that was orbiting the area, searching for me, had been going overhead on a regular schedule. When it passed over the BX, it was low enough and loud enough to mask the sound of my suppressed rifle being fired. Not that the second soldier wouldn't notice his buddy going down when I shot him, but with the helicopter drowning out the sound of my suppressed rifle, it wouldn't be possible for him to immediately zero in on my location. Right on schedule, I heard the hind approaching. The volume of the rotor quickly grew, the whole building beginning to vibrate, and when sound was at its zenith, I pulled the trigger and put a round into the Russian's head. He dropped silently, even the metallic tinkle of my expended shell hitting the hard floor covered by the noisy aircraft. The other man reacted quickly, spinning and leaping for cover in an aisle that intersected the one he was standing in. I fired my second round while he was in motion and saw him jerk before he disappeared behind the shelving. I'd scored a hit, but didn't think it was fatal. Now I needed to finish him off before he was able to get on the radio and call for help. Turning, I sprinted down the aisle parallel to the one they'd been checking. I didn't slow when I reached the intersection, but dropped to my ass and slid into the open, already firing in the direction the man had gone. A foolish and potentially deadly way to go after an armed and trained opponent, but time was critical. I stopped firing as soon as I got a look down the aisle. The soldier was already down, flat on his back. Both hands were clasped firmly around his neck where my first bullet had struck, destroying his trachea and tearing open an artery. I approached slowly with my rifle trained on his head, but by the time I was standing over him he was dead. 22. Leaving the Russians where they'd fallen, I turned and headed for the front. I hoped they were alone and kind of suspected they were. If there had been more, there would have been a larger team moving through the store. Unless they'd left some guys at the entrance in case these two flushed me out and I made a break for it. Slowing, I approached the registers very carefully. Frequently pausing and scanning with the night vision scope, I didn't see anything that hadn't been there when I came in. I idly wondered why these two had chosen to search such a large building by themselves, dismissing the questions that I had no way of answering. Coming within 10 yards of the glass doors, I looked out into the parking lot and spotted their vehicle. It was an American Hummer, parked as close to the iron bollards that guarded the entrance as it could be. That also told me some more about the two men I'd just killed. I was willing to bet they were just ordinary foot soldiers, pressed into service for the search. There was no way any operator, from anywhere in the world, would just pull right up to the door of a building they were going to check for a hostile enemy. What a great way to get shot the moment you open your door and step out. There was also a bonus to the fact that the Russians had boots on the ground driving around in Hummers looking for me. That meant I could move in a vehicle without drawing undue attention. Not invisibly, no, but at least I wouldn't be descended upon the instant I started rolling. The real question would be if I could manage to drive off the base and disappear over the horizon without attracting a missile or cannon fire. Preparing to push out the door and make a dash for the Hummer the Russians had arrived in, I paused and turned back to face the store. I didn't really know where the hell I was. I had a rough idea of where things were in Idaho, but it was just that. Rough. Very fucking rough. Certainly not good enough to head out and hope I was actually going somewhere other than down a road that led to nowhere. Moving back into the BX, I searched around, finally finding a small section that sold books and magazines. Another few minutes of searching and I spied a large road atlas. Clicking on my flashlight and shielding the lens with my bald hand, I flipped pages until arriving at Idaho. It took me some looking to find Mountain Home, a small town a few miles northeast of the base, and I was glad I'd come back for the map. For some reason I had thought I was much farther north, close to Canada, rather than in the southern portion of the state. In fact, I was no more than 100 miles north of Nevada. Southern Oregon was due west, and if you drew a line slightly north of northwest from where I stood, it would intersect Seattle. That was my destination, as I assumed it would be where Katie and Rachel would go, but first I had to get away from the fucking Russians. Stuffing the map in my new pack, I walked back to the entrance, approaching carefully and scanning with the night vision scope as I approached. I didn't see any movement, but this time I was coming at a different angle and noticed an IR strobe flashing away on the roof of the Hummer. IR strobe lights are only visible with night vision and, among other things, are used to mark friendlies on the ground that are at risk of being fired on by aircraft if they are misidentified. This one looked small, not even as large as my fist, and flashed in an odd sequence. It took me a moment watching to realize it was Morse code. Very fucking smart, Ivan. Once an enemy knew that they were using IR strobes to clearly mark captured vehicles, it wouldn't be difficult to use your own strobe to blend in with the herd. Unless the strobes issued by the Russian army flashed out a specific message. It's not like you can program these damn things in the field, so they had eliminated the possibility of an enemy hiding from them. Watching for a moment, and trying to remember a code made up of long and short flashes that I'd learned about 100 years ago and had used maybe once in my life, I finally deciphered the sequence to read Russ. No, I'd screwed up on where it began repeating. It was broadcasting USSR. Cheeky bastards. Not that it mattered, but it was one of those things my mind gets stuck on until I figure it out. I waited another minute for the orbiting hind to pass over, then dashed out the door and jumped into the driver's seat. Starting the engine, I spun the wheel and nailed the throttle. Hummers aren't sports cars, and though it started moving, it did so at its own pace. Driving out of the parking lot, I turned towards the main gate. My destination was Seattle, but it was a long trip and I was going to have to cover the distance in stages. I knew from my earlier conversation with Jessica that snow would stop me from crossing the mountain range to the east of Seattle, and I needed to head west to the coast while I was still far enough south to have reasonably good weather. I didn't remember any part of the route Jessica had mapped out for me other than a tiny town named Dickshooter. Unfortunately, I hadn't been able to find it on the map, so I'd had to come up with my own path. I planned to get to the town of Mountain Home first, then work my way up to Boise. From there, west across Oregon to the coast and turn north. I would avoid large highways where I could and skirt cities that might have a large infected population. And hopefully evade the Russians in the process. Before I reached the exit from the base, I was overflown by a hind. I had no idea if it was the same one that had been orbiting the area of the base where the BX was located. My heart rate shot up and adrenaline dumped into my system when I heard the rotor, but I forced myself to continue driving the same speed and maintain my direction of travel. The strobe should reassure the aircrew that I was just another friendly Ivan, but if I suddenly began maneuvering to escape when they appeared, it would be like waving a big red flag. The sound of the helicopter didn't change until it began to bank as part of its orbit. I breathed a deep sigh of relief and kept driving. Another problem would be if there were guards at the gate, but they either hadn't thought about that yet or didn't have enough bodies to station some men there. The gate was unmanned and wide open as I drove through, slowing to turn onto the road where a sign pointed the direction to town. Now it was getting risky. There wasn't really an excuse for one of the patrols that was searching for me to be off the base and heading for a civilian town. At least not without orders to do so, and now the damn strobe on the roof would act like a beacon and draw attention to a vehicle driving in an area it shouldn't be in. Slamming on the brakes, I screeched to a stop, shut off the vehicle's lights and jumped out. It took me a moment to figure out how to remove the device and turn it off. I didn't want to damage it. There was no telling when it would come in handy again. Back inside, I left the lights off and started driving. It was dark, but the sky was clear and there was some moon. All I really needed to be able to see was the asphalt in front of me so I could stay on the road. It would be nice to have some bright driving lights so I didn't crash into an abandoned wreck, but at the moment that was the least of my concerns. Craning my neck around and ducking my head, I peered out the passenger side windows, trying to spot the helicopters that were searching the airbase. It wasn't hard as they all had their red and green anti-collision lights on, several of them with high-intensity spotlights stabbing down through the darkness to illuminate the ground. Why were they using spotlights instead of FLIR? At night it was a no-brainer. Lights create shadows and won't necessarily get into all the hiding places a man can squeeze into. FLIR, on the other hand, will detect the target's body heat and is just about impossible to hide from. I'd heard of a German company that had started manufacturing what they called ghost camouflage, which would supposedly defeat FLIR, but I don't think it ever made it out of the testing stage. Did the Russians not have FLIR on all their helicopters? I knew that their military had always lagged behind the US as far as technology, but this wasn't anything new. FLIR has been around for a long time. Maybe they hadn't been able to spend the money to equip all of their aircraft? If that was the case, I had a big advantage, but I had no way of knowing and couldn't bet my life on it. At the moment, I hadn't been spotted. Or if I had been spotted, the pilot hadn't felt like taking the initiative to come check me out. Maybe there was a radio on one of the dead Russians I'd left in the BX and his CO was screaming at him for heading off base, but for the moment I was opening some distance between us. I pressed harder on the accelerator and leaned forward to peer into the darkness ahead. 23. Find him. Colonel Grushkin screamed at the regular army major standing at rigid attention in front of him. The colonel's face was a mask of fury, covered in blood from the nasty gash that extended from his left ear across the top of his head, ending just above his nose. He was seated on a chair in the hangar where John had found the Vespa, a medic working to treat the injury. A portable, generator-powered lamp from a nearby equipment shed through a small pool of light. "Colonel, we have limited," the man stopped speaking, his eyes opening wide in fear when Grushkin leapt to his feet and drew his pistol. Raising it, the enraged colonel fired a single shot that struck the hapless major on the bridge of his nose and blew out the back of his head. The corpse crumpled to the smooth concrete floor. Results. Find him and bring him to me. Grushkin turned and roared at a young captain who had taken several steps back and was shaking with fear. The man tried to swallow, bobbing his head up and down in acknowledgement of the order before turning and fleeing as fast as his feet could carry him. Grushkin ignored the officer he'd just killed, holstered the pistol and resumed his seat in the chair. Tentatively, the medic reached out and continued shaving the colonel's head so he could suture the wound closed. "How long?" Grushkin asked the frightened man. "An hour, Comrade Colonel. If I do not do this right, it will reopen when you begin moving." The man's voice and hands shook as he worked. "Relax, Sergeant," Grushkin said in a calm voice. "I am through shooting incompetent fools. For the moment." The man jerked his hands away from Grushkin's head and took a step back when the colonel turned to look him in the eye. "If I don't return with the American, reopened stitches will be the least of my concerns." The medic nodded his understanding and carefully stepped forward to resume working on the head wound. It was bleeding profusely, blood running down Grushkin's forehead and into his eyes. He clutched a towel in his left hand, mopping away the worst of the blood. He had regained consciousness as reinforcements were arriving. The helicopters that had been part of the search for the American major had been returning to Malmstrom Air Force Base, but when alerted by the AWACS to the events at Mountain Home, they had reversed their course. Low on fuel, they'd had to keep their speed down until the arrival of a tanker that was scrambled out of Malmstrom. This had delayed their arrival, giving the American even more time to escape. The Spetsnaz on board had quickly spread out, the helicopters going into search patterns, but the base was too big for the small force to have any hope of success. Grushkin had immediately recognized the need for more boots on the ground and had called for the troops that had been searching Twin Falls. They began arriving on transport aircraft within an hour, spreading out across the sprawling base. He had moved himself into the hangar, issuing orders as more soldiers arrived, holding a dirty towel to his skull in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. When a medic had finally arrived, he had taken a seat and told the man to get him patched up enough so he could function. He knew his injuries required more attention than could be given in the field, but he also knew that returning with anything less than incontrovertible proof of Major John Chase's death would result in a swift end to not only his career, but his life as well. Now night had fallen, hampering the search efforts even more. Despite the bravado of the Russian government for the past several years, the military was in poor shape. A far cry from the might of the Soviet era, Russia had suffered through economic conditions that made the Great Recession of 2008 in America seem like a minor inconvenience. There hadn't been money to equip its troops with modern equipment. For that matter, there hadn't even been enough money to maintain what they had. When Baranov ascended to the presidency, he had immediately begun a modernization of the aging and dated military, even pouring hundreds of millions of his own fortune into the effort, but no amount of cash can undo decades of neglect in only one short year. As a result, only about 1 out of 20 Russian helicopters were equipped with a functioning FLIR system. Ground troops had never been trained on and did not have night vision goggles or even scopes on their rifles. The severely limited equipment was reserved exclusively for Spetsnaz troops who, despite being on par in skill with their Western counterparts, were woefully short on the high-tech tools that could claim superiority of the battle space. But Russia had not only won the battle, they'd won the war. Their military, poorly trained in fielding weapons systems that more often than not had been designed during the Cold War, was now the most powerful on Earth. Yet for their new status as the sole superpower, they couldn't find one American Special Forces soldier. As these thoughts ran through Grushkin's head, he felt his pulse increasing out of frustration. He was fiercely proud of his country, despite willingly acknowledging all its shortcomings, and to have achieved domination over the planet through the means employed. He shut down that line of thinking as he had to wipe fresh blood out of his eyes. The building frustration was raising his heart rate and blood pressure, causing the wound to bleed faster. "Are you all right, Comrade Colonel?" the medic asked, noting the increase. He had completed shaving the hair from the edges of the wound and was about to inject more anesthetic before beginning to stitch. "I am fine," Grushkin answered, reaching with his free hand and plucking a blocky radio out of a cargo pocket in his pants. He placed a call, looking for the captain he'd sent scurrying away when he'd executed the man's commanding officer. "What is the status of the search?" he demanded when the captain responded. "The men were scattered across the base, Comrade Colonel. I have repositioned them and begun a sweep. Every building and vehicle is being searched. All helicopters are airborne and in search orbits. I have also sent men to each exit from the base to secure them. If the American is still here, we will find him." The confidence in the man's voice didn't match the certainty of his words, but Grushkin chose not to berate him. He had no doubt he'd made his point with the young officer. Have one of the helicopters begin a patrol pattern outside the perimeter of the base. If the American has made it outside the wire, where would he go? There is a small town a few kilometers northeast of our location, Comrade Colonel. Only open terrain in every other direction. I shall order one of the helicopters to adjust its patrol immediately. The captain was sounding more confident as a result of Grushkin not screaming at him. "Send a second one. And be sure there's some Spetsnaz on board," Grushkin said as a new idea occurred to him. He spent a few moments giving instructions before telling the captain to update him every 10 minutes. The second helicopter was being sent after the major's wife. It had been a few hours since he'd seen her driving away, heading west on the road near Twin Falls, but she couldn't have gone farther than one of the hinds could reach. He would find and capture her. She would be his bargaining chip. With her in hand, all he'd have to do is start broadcasting his demands on loudspeakers from hovering helicopters, and the major would walk right up and surrender to save his wife. Grushkin relaxed slightly and smiled as the medic pushed the point of a curved needle through the flesh on his scalp. 24. Driving fast at night without benefit of headlights is not something I'd recommend. Just because there's moonlight that helps you see, spotting something that would be glaringly obvious during the day becomes almost impossible. I had blasted through a small group of males that were stumbling along the pavement a few minutes ago. Traveling at close to 50 miles per hour, it seemed as if one moment the road was clear, then they were suddenly right there. I didn't have time to try and swerve around them, which is probably a good thing. Sudden, sharp maneuvers when I couldn't see where I was going were a recipe for disaster. So, by the time I recognized what was in front of me, I didn't even have an opportunity to draw a breath before I plowed into the bodies. The impact was hard, shaking the multi-ton vehicle as two of them were hit head-on by the heavy steel guard that protected the Humvee's grille. Years of conditioning caused me to immediately lift my foot off the throttle, then I remembered where I was and what I just hit and pressed it down again. As far as I could tell, the heavy vehicle hadn't sustained any damage. At least damage that would make it undrivable. One of the bodies had been thrown up onto the hood, slamming into the corner of the windshield on the passenger side before flipping over the roof and disappearing behind me. The Hummer wasn't up-armored, so the glass had cracked and the frame around it had bent. But it was still intact. I passed a road sign that probably gave the distance to Mountain Home, but it was too dark for me to make out the lettering. Hesitant to take my attention off the road after the encounter with the infected, I forced myself to look behind for any signs that the Russians had realized I was off the base and were in pursuit. It was easy to see the searching helicopters as I glanced back. A quick check of the road to my front and I looked again. The helos were all orbiting over the base, but there was one that seemed to be much farther afield. I had to check the road again, then turned back. It was definitely outside the base perimeter, moving perpendicular to my direction of travel at the moment. Someone was hedging their bets, just in case I'd slipped out. Turning back to the front, I had enough warning to lift my foot and make a stab for the brakes, but hadn't even touched the pedal before the impact. I wasn't even sure what the hell it was, just saw a huge form blocking the road an instant before striking it. This time the impact was brutal. I was thrown against the steering wheel, no airbag in a combat vehicle, as the momentum shifted and the Hummer twisted sideways and spun across the pavement. It came to rest in a roadside ditch, what was left of it tilted at a sharp angle. I just sat there for a minute, like you do when something particularly violent and unexpected happens to the vehicle you're in, then pulled on the door release. The Hummer was tilted, so I was fighting gravity to push it open, and it wanted to come back on me as I scrambled to climb out. I finally made it, nearly losing a couple of fingers when the door slammed closed. My chest was bruised, but thankfully my freshly broken nose had somehow managed to avoid contact with the steering wheel. I stood there for a moment, surveying the damaged Hummer, then writing it off when I saw the degree of damage to the front end. The heavy, welded steel guard was deformed and pushed all the way back into the grille, buckling the hood in both front fenders. Steam and smoke mixed together and vented through a jagged rent that had been torn in the sheet metal. Fighting the door open, I reached in and grabbed my pack. Shouldering it, I spent a moment making sure all my weapons and meager supply of ammunition were still on my body. Satisfied, I moved to the middle of the road, ready to make the hike the rest of the way into town. But first I was curious about what I'd hit. I could smell blood, strongly, so that told me a little. Looking around, I spotted a large form a few yards down the road on the far shoulder. Moving cautiously, I approached it, trying to figure out what it was. 10 yards away I recognized it. I'd hit a damn big cow. 2,000 pounds if it was an ounce. Still approaching, I cursed when I saw one of its legs twitch and heard a ragged breath. The poor damn thing was still alive. I moved to stand over it, looking down at one big, brown eye. Its entire body shuddered as it tried to breathe. It was injured horribly, and I recognized that I was lucky to have been in a heavy military vehicle. If I'd been in a car like the Charger I'd driven to Idaho, I probably wouldn't have survived. Positioning the rifle's muzzle a few inches from the cow's head, I pulled the trigger. I could hardly afford to use even the single round of ammunition, but I have a soft spot for animals, and that would have haunted me for a long time if I hadn't put the poor thing out of its misery. It probably would have died soon enough, but... Looking up at the sky to my south, I checked on the helo that had begun searching outside the base perimeter. It was a few miles to the west of the base, turning north. It looked like it was in a reconnaissance orbit, no doubt looking for my big ass. Its new heading was on a path that would pass west of my current position, but if it turned to the east, as I expected, it would fly over the road I was standing on. The question was whether or not it was close enough to spot me when it made that turn. Taking a quick moment to adjust my pack straps, I spun and began running north in the middle of the road. The best thing I could do was put as much distance between the helicopter and me as possible. If I was spotted on foot, I was fucked. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and I didn't have any way to fight a helo. All I could hope for was that they didn't have FLIR. I had a faint hope as they were occasionally turning on their spotlight to get a better look at something on the ground. Maybe I had a chance, in the dark. Digging deep, I sprinted as hard as I could. I knew I couldn't maintain this pace for long, but right now I needed to open up some distance as quickly as possible. The idea of moving off the road and trying to find a hiding place flashed through my mind, but I discounted the idea. Staying on the smooth surface of the road would let me move faster, and right now I needed speed. The Russians would find the crashed Hummer and dead cow. That wasn't an if, it was a when. And when they did, they'd know which way I'd gone. I needed to either be out of the area, or somewhere that provided enough cover and concealment that I had a fighting chance. That meant I had to get to mountain home. The countryside was just flat, dry grassland with only a few hardy bushes. Not even a tree to hide in. 25. My sprint didn't last long. I know I made good time for the first 100 yards, then began slowing. By the time I was 200 yards, I was at a fast run. 300 yards and I was running and breathing heavy, and by 400 I was down to a steady lope that, while it covered a lot of ground, was nowhere near the pace I'd run for the first 100. But 400 yards is getting close to a quarter of a mile. Nice separation if you're trying to avoid ground troops, but nothing if you're running from an aircraft. I ran for another minute before slowing to a walk so I could look over my shoulder without worrying about tripping and falling. The helicopter was still heading north at a slow rate. But a slow rate for a helicopter is several times faster than I could ever hope to move on foot. It was closing ground and I was sure it would turn to the east soon and pass over the road. There was hope that the crew would fail to see either me or the crashed Hummer and dead cow, but I couldn't hang my hat on hope. Facing front, I resumed my run. I pushed as hard as I could. The wind was light and it shifted slightly, bringing the sound of the heavy rotor to me. I risked a glance without slowing and saw the helo beginning its turn to the east. Pushing harder on the perfectly straight road, I almost shouted for joy when I saw a thick stand of trees ahead in the darkness. Running harder as the sound of the helicopter increased, I angled to the side of the road they were on. My pounding heart leapt when I saw a small house amongst the trees and moonlight glinting off the glass and chrome of a couple of vehicles. Charging ahead, I hurdled the roadside drainage ditch and slowed as I reached the concealment of the trees. Coming to a stop in the deep shadows, I turned and looked to the south, panting like I'd just run a marathon. I could only track the helo by its anti-collision lights, which made it difficult at best to judge exactly where it was. It looked like it was still west of the road, slowly flying east. And I was pretty sure it was going to cross the road at a point close enough to see the wreck if the men on board were paying attention. Turning, I moved through the stand of trees, reminding myself to keep a close watch for infected. The Russians weren't the only threat I had to worry about. Reaching the trunk of a large elm tree, I paused long enough to scan the area with my rifle's night vision scope. Nothing moving. Ahead of me was a gravel driveway that ended at a small house. There were several pieces of farm equipment parked behind the house and 2 pickups and a car sitting in the driveway. The front door of the house was open, swinging gently in the night breeze. Dashing forward, I went to the closest truck, a newer Ford, finding it locked up tight. The second one was a battered Dodge from the 1960s, also secure, as was the car, an ancient Cadillac Eldorado. The Caddy had seen better days. Its sheet metal was dented and paint was faded, and the vinyl roof had mostly disintegrated into nothing but tatters. Running to the open door into the house, I stopped and shouted a couple of times to bring out any infected that might be hiding in the building. I didn't have time to screw around looking for them and wanted to get the fight out of the way if there was going to be one. 15 seconds later, I hadn't seen or heard a response, so I moved inside and turned on my flashlight. I swept the beam across a cramped living room that looked like it hadn't been redecorated since 1978. It even still had dark wood paneling on the walls. Not seeing any keys, I moved deeper, taking a moment to check over the dining room before moving into the kitchen. It too was dated with yellow countertops and green appliances, but it was spotlessly clean and there weren't any keys to be seen. I checked the laundry room, which had a door that opened onto the backyard, still finding nothing. The clock in my head was ticking and I rushed through the kitchen and down a short hall that had 3 closed doors at the end. As I'd moved into the hall, the smell had hit me. Decaying bodies. That might also mean there was an infected in one of the bedrooms that had killed whoever was decomposing. Knowing the smart thing would be to slow down, I ignored caution in favor of speed and kicked in the closest door. I stepped into an empty bedroom, made a quick sweep and moved back into the hall when I didn't find what I was looking for. The second door was a bathroom, also empty. The third door slammed open under my boot, and if I hadn't been around a lot of death in my life, I'd probably have had to stop and throw up. The heavy, sickly sweet stench of rotting corpses rolled across me like a physical presence. This was the master bedroom, but it was hardly large enough to hold a queen-sized bed, a nightstand and single, small dresser. There was no other furniture and only a small closet. No infected, just 2 bodies on the flowered comforter that covered the mattress. They were a couple, both of them at least in their 70s. Lying next to each other, heads on pillows, they held hands even in death. On the nightstand next to the man sat an empty pill bottle and an empty drinking glass. There were no signs of violence, so I assumed they had decided to go out on their own terms. Shining the light around, I rushed to the dresser when I spotted a thick wallet and a fat ring of keys. Snatching them up, I saw one for the Dodge truck and a round and a square-headed key, each marked GM for the caddy. I didn't see a modern Ford key and didn't waste any more time looking for one. Turning, I raced back through the house and out the front door. Suspecting the Dodge truck was used more than the Cadillac, and would therefore be more likely to start and run, I unlocked it and hopped in. It had a 3-speed manual transmission and I pushed in the clutch and knocked the shifter into neutral. I pumped the accelerator a couple of times after reminding myself this was an old truck with a carburetor, then stepped on the brake and clutch before turning the key. The grill of the Ford behind me lit up with a red glow when my foot pressed the brake pedal and I jumped out of the cab, drawing my kukri as I ran to the back of the Dodge. Reversing the blade in my hand, I used the pommel to smash the taillights, making sure to not just break the red lenses but also the bulbs behind them. Back in the cab, I turned the key and the motor wheezed to life. While I was braking the lights, I checked on the helicopter. It was directly to the south, hovering over the road with its spotlight shining brightly. I was sure it had found the crashed Humvee. Jamming the truck into reverse with a horrible grinding of gears, I let the clutch out and slammed into the Ford's shiny front bumper. The vehicles were parked too tightly for me to just turn the wheel and drive away. I needed to make some room, and I was willing to bet the land yacht that was the El Dorado probably weighed more than the Ford truck behind me. With a grinding of metal and spinning of tires, I managed to push it back 10 feet before coming to a stop. Not far, but enough to put the Dodge into first gear and steer around the massive back bumper of the Caddy. Bouncing across the front yard, I kept accelerating and turned onto the road, heading north. I didn't have my lights on, and if I had to use the brakes, at least the taillights wouldn't flare in the darkness and give away my location. The truck wouldn't go into second. Then I remembered the era of vehicle I was driving. It had been built when pickup trucks were made for work. One rock-hard seat, an AM radio if you were lucky, and a transmission that had never heard the term synchromesh. Pushing in the clutch, I shifted to neutral, let the clutch back out, waited a heartbeat, then pressed it in again and shifted into second gear. The transmission protested, but it worked and I was able to put on more speed. Looking up in the mirror, I could see the helicopter's spotlight, but the truck vibrated so much that I couldn't tell what was happening. Sticking my head out the driver's side window, I looked back as the helo touched down on the road. They were checking the wreck. In about 30 seconds they would know I wasn't injured or dead in the crashed Hummer. About 5 seconds after that, someone would turn his head and look down the road in my direction. There was no other logical place for me to be. 30 seconds after that, they'd have everyone back on board and the pilot would be lifting off and turning to pursue. So I had 1 minute, 90 seconds at best, before they were on my trail. Pressing the gas pedal as hard as I could, I finally built up enough speed to shift into third, wincing as it sounded like I was grinding the teeth off every gear the old Dodge had. I roared past a building on the right side of the road before I even realized it was there in the dark. Then the road made a gentle turn to the right, the truck hopping around to beat the band as I forced it through the curve at speed. To my left I could make out a couple of hangars and parked aircraft in the moonlight. An airport, and that had to mean I was close to town. Staying on the gas, I roared on, hoping there weren't any more cows out for a midnight stroll. But then the Dodge was a beast and was probably just about as stout as a Hummer. I had been counting the time off in my head, and as I got to 60 seconds I started glancing out the right window. At 70 seconds I saw the helicopter lift back into the air, spotlight still shining brightly. It quickly transitioned into forward flight, following the ribbon of asphalt, light focused on the pavement. I had maybe 20 seconds before they caught up with me. More and more commercial buildings were appearing as I pushed farther into Mountain Home. The problem was they were spaced too far apart, and if I hid in one of them I'd be stuck, unable to make it to another without exposing myself for too long. 15 seconds left and I risked another glance at the Russian helicopter. It was fast approaching, not close enough for me to hear it over the roar of the Dodge's motor, but it was too close. At 12 seconds I spotted a neighborhood of small homes coming up on my left. At 10 seconds I saw the road that fed into the subdivision. At 8 seconds I slammed on the brakes and cut the wheel for the turn. At the same time I began hearing the hello. The tires screamed in protest of the turn, the brakes feeling like mush. I fought the transmission and got it into second, finally able to feed in some throttle and roar through the turn onto the residential street. I was moving perpendicular to the path the helicopter was following, but was still too close to the main road. I needed cover and began looking, but none of the houses had garages or even carports. I could see the road I was on ended in a T intersection, a small house directly in front of me. It didn't have a garage, but there was a short driveway that ended against its front wall and there wasn't anything parked there. Jamming on the brakes at the last instant, I squealed to a stop in the driveway and flopped sideways on the seat as the engine sputtered and died from being left in gear when the truck stopped. The roar of the Hind was loud as it flew over the entrance to the neighborhood, then the pitch of the sound changed. I poked my head up over the back of the seat and peered out the rear window. The helo was gaining altitude and starting an orbit of the area, spotlight shining brightly. 26. The Hind searched the area for several minutes, the spotlight brightening the interior of the Dodge a couple of times as the helo orbited. I remained still, leaned over on the seat, only poking my head up for a look when I could tell by the sound that they had temporarily moved away. As they widened their search area, the times they were too far away to spot me increased, and I took the opportunity to jump out of the truck. My internal clock was still ticking as I had no doubt they'd already been on the radio and there was a whole host of Russians about to descend on the small town. Come down and try to stomp my ass into a big puddle of goo. Well, if I didn't get my ass moving, that's probably exactly what was going to happen. Keeping an eye on the orbiting helicopter, I started jogging east along a residential street. The houses were small and well kept, very few of them with any vehicles still parked in the driveways or at the curb in front. Maybe the people had evacuated, or maybe most of them had been at work when one of the waves of infection rolled through. The Hind was coming back in my general direction and I moved into a narrow side yard that separated two homes and tucked up tight against the trunk of a tree. They'd spot me with FLIR, no doubt, but I'd be well concealed from their light. I wasn't terribly worried, reasonably confident that if they had FLIR they wouldn't be using the spotlight. It passed over about a block away and I stepped back into the street and kept moving. For the moment I was outside their search orbit, but that would change when reinforcements arrived. It wasn't far from the airbase and I knew I maybe had 5 minutes before additional helos were in the air, buzzing around trying to locate me. Ground troops wouldn't be far behind. If I was the on-scene commander, I'd load up every U.S. Air Force truck I could find on the base and drive the troops up. It wouldn't take long to get here and had the advantage of not tying up the airborne assets ferrying them up. The helicopters were much more valuable to the Russians if they were all on station, hunting. The neighborhood wasn't very big and I quickly reached a north-south street that was lined with commercial buildings. Fast food, automotive repair, gas stations, and similar types of businesses. I reminded myself to not make the same error I'd made in Dodge City and take refuge in a business. But I was hopeful that I'd find someplace that might have some ammo. The helo had continued its search pattern, shifting the center of its orbit a little farther east with every circuit. I was moving in the same direction it was, but was still outside the perimeter of each turn. Glancing up and down the road, I decided to turn south. There appeared to be more buildings in that direction, which meant more hiding places when I needed one. I was moving fast, keeping an eye on the Hind as well as routinely scanning the sky in the direction of the airbase, expecting to see the anti-collision lights on several approaching aircraft at any moment. distracted by the Russians, and not maintaining proper situational awareness, I was caught completely unprepared when a female slammed into my side and tackled me to the ground. She had been quiet. Very quiet. I hadn't even heard a footstep as she charged in, just got blindsided like a wet behind-the-ears rookie. Her momentum carried both of us off the sidewalk and onto the asphalt in the street. About the only good news was that there wasn't traffic that would run over me while I fought with the bitch. Her hands were around my neck, squeezing as she bit down on my forearm. When we'd landed, I'd been able to get my arms in front of me. Instead of trying to push her face and snapping teeth past them and tear out my throat, she was content to clamp down a few inches above my wrist. The heavy fabric my clothing sleeves were made of was all that kept my flesh from being torn open. I was thankful for that, but the pressure from the bite hurt like hell and her grip was strong enough to cut off my air. Realizing I'd been momentarily stunned by the suddenness of her attack and the impact with the street, I finally started fighting. My left arm was free and I hit her on the side of the head 3 times, fast and hard. She released her bite on the third blow and I put both hands on her shoulders and pushed. My arms were longer than hers and I was stronger than she was, so her grip on my neck was broken as I forced her away from me. She tried to hold on to my throat, her ragged nails tearing furrows in my skin as her hands were dragged away from my flesh. When I felt her grip break, I twisted, intending to get an arm around her neck and snap it, but she shifted, slashed at my face and leapt away from me. Scrambling to my knees, I yanked my kukri free of its scabbard as she stood there watching me. Her eyes followed the blade, then she turned and sprinted away into the darkness between 2 buildings. Fuck, I mumbled to myself, reaching up and wiping the blood away where she'd torn open my neck. I was starting to get used to the infected females doing the unexpected, but they just seemed to be getting smarter. Or maybe smarter wasn't the right way to think about it. More instinctual? She'd had the drop on me when she attacked. The advantage of surprise. But she'd been overpowered, then had somehow recognized the danger posed by the sharp steel blade and had withdrawn. Kicking myself for still kneeling there and thinking about it, I stood, sheathed the kukri and started moving again after checking on the helicopter. It was slightly farther away and I checked the immediate area for any infected than the sky to the south. No imminent attack and still no reinforcements on the way. Passing 2 more buildings, I cursed when I saw several sets of blinking red and green lights appear in the southern sky. More hinds on the way. I scanned for infected as well as a good place to take cover. No infected and nothing but small commercial businesses that would be easy to isolate and search. I needed to get back into a residential area. Running across the street, I spared another glance, unhappy to note that the approaching helicopters were dramatically closer. They were coming fast. On the opposite sidewalk, I turned and began running south, aiming for a cross street that would take me east and deeper into the small town. I was running hard, needing to be hunkered down before the additional aircraft arrived and joined the search. Also watching for infected, I wasn't paying any attention to the buildings I was running past. I turned the corner to head east, coming to a stop when my brain finally processed what I'd just seen. Mountain Home Sporting Goods. Short of a dedicated gun shop, this was probably the most likely type of place to have ammunition. If there was any that hadn't been snatched up by the civilian population. But I was down to less than 2 magazines and didn't have a lot of choice. Running back to the front entrance, I cursed to find a steel security shutter protecting the door. The rest of that side of the building was a blank wall made of stone blocks. Dashing around the side, there was just more of the same. Entering the rear parking lot, I noted the Russians were now close enough for me to hear their rotors. I either got in now or had to run for the closest house. The back lot didn't have any vehicles parked in it. There was a steel security door set flush with the smooth exterior wall, no knob or handle visible from the outside. Shit. No way to gain access in the short time I had. Sparing a glance at the helicopters, which were starting to spread out to go into search orbits, I turned to run into the neighborhood behind the store. The sound of a lock clicking caused me to whirl and aim my rifle at the back door I'd just been checking. It came open halfway and a man stuck his head out and looked at me. "What are you waiting for? Get your ass in here," he hissed, waving me to him as he turned to look at an approaching helicopter. 27. Martinez was pushing the Hind to its maximum speed, which was quite a bit higher than the published specs she had read. The helicopter was an absolute beast, easily matching the top speed of a Black Hawk and powering on past it. After picking up Katie, Rachel, and Dog, she had flown them directly to the small airport in Nampa, staying low to hopefully avoid detection by the Russian AWACS. She had previously found and disabled the aircraft's transponder, so if they didn't pop up high enough above the ground clutter to be spotted on radar, the chances of being detected were slim at best. She had set down near the hangar they'd been hiding in, everyone jumping out immediately when the landing gear touched the tarmac. Igor would assist with the refueling while Colonel Crawford, Scott, and Irina pulled security duty. They would also give their prisoner, Johnny Ray, a brief break without ever letting him out of their sight. Katie and Rachel hopped down, Crawford lifting Dog so he didn't have to stress his injured legs by jumping down. He headed for the side of the hangar, Rachel tagging along to make sure he was okay. Katie stood back and watched as Irina unlocked Johnny Ray's handcuffs. He rubbed his wrists where the steel had chafed before reaching up and peeling the strip of duct tape off his mouth. "This is fucking bullshit," he mumbled to Crawford as he stiffly jumped to the ground. "No reason to be treating me like this." "Shut up unless you want to get locked back up without a break," the colonel said, glaring at the man. Johnny Ray had been unable to keep his mouth shut. He had constantly complained about everything. The cuffs were too tight. The helicopter was too rough and noisy. He didn't want to cooperate and go see the doctor. And when he wasn't bitching, he was making some thinly veiled sexual innuendo about Irina or Martinez. Reaching his limit, Crawford had finally borrowed Scott's roll of duct tape, peeled off a strip and slapped it across the prisoner's mouth. "You can lock me back up with that redhead," he said, leering at Katie, who was standing a few yards away, watching Rachel and Dog. Crawford stepped closer, Johnny Ray shrinking back and holding his hands up in surrender. "Sorry, General. Just saying she's a good-looking woman. That's all. I'll behave," he said. "Go take a piss." Crawford tilted his head out towards the open tarmac. "Remember the deal. You try to run, I'll shoot you in the ass." Johnny Ray started to open his mouth to say something, but after evaluating the look on Crawford's face, he changed his mind. Nodding, he walked a few yards away before relieving himself on the pavement. "We've got a problem, Colonel," Martinez called from the far side of the helicopter. "Go." "I've got him," Irina said, raising her rifle and pointing it at Johnny Ray. Katie moved to stand next to her, also raising her rifle to guard the prisoner. Crawford nodded and headed to where Martinez and Igor were standing over a fueling point. "What's wrong?" he asked as he walked up. "Pump isn't working." Martinez gestured to the blocky piece of equipment that was attached to the fueling point hard pipe, a flexible hose coming out of the other side and running into the Heinz tank. Electrical cables from the helo snaked to the pump to provide power. "It worked earlier, didn't it?" Crawford asked. "Yes, sir. But it's dead as a doornail and there's not another one at this little puddle jumper airport. We're going to have to pump by hand and it's going to take a while," Martinez answered, disconnecting the power cables from the faulty piece of equipment. "How long?" "Both external tanks are empty and they're 500 liters each," Martinez said. "And the internal auxiliary tank is half gone and it holds about 1,200 liters. The main tank is dry and that's 1,800 liters. So we've got to pump over 3,000 liters and the hand pump can move maybe 1,500 liters an hour if the operator doesn't get tired." "Okay, get started," Crawford said. "We'll take turns. Frequent changes so there's always a fresh arm turning the crank. You make sure we're getting it done as fast as we can." "Yes, sir." Martinez turned to Igor and started giving instructions in slow, patient English. Crawford had been working with him and he was starting to learn, but wasn't grasping what she was telling him. Grumbling, she grabbed his arm and began leading him towards the hangar to get the manual pump. "Captain," Crawford called before she was too far away. "Why don't we get this thing in the hangar since we're going to be sitting here for a while? Don't want the CAP or a patrol to spot us." "Yes, sir. Right away." She turned back to Igor and mimed driving. He grinned before turning and running into the hangar. A couple of moments later a small tractor started up and the Spetsnaz trooper drove out through the open doors. While he and Martinez got it hooked up to drag the hind out of sight, Crawford turned to go fill in the rest of the group on what was happening. When he rounded the tail of the helicopter he paused a step before continuing. Johnny Ray was seated on the tarmac, legs splayed out in front of him. His hands were raised to his face, blood running down his chin and dripping onto his lap. What did he do? Crawford didn't have to ask which of the women had hit the prisoner. Irina was trying to suppress a grin and Katie looked like she was ready to continue the beating. He asked Mrs. Chase what she would charge for a blowjob. Irina finally couldn't hold it in any longer, dissolving into laughter. "Real fucking funny, bitch," Johnny Ray said with hatred in his eyes. Katie stepped over him, raising the butt of her rifle in the air. He shrank away and held his hands up. I'm sorry. Don't hit me again. No more chances, asshole. Next time I'll beat you unconscious. Like the colonels told you, we don't need you healthy, just alive. Last warning." Katie hovered over the cowering man, rifle still raised. He shot a glance at Irina and Crawford, but they just stood and glared back at him, not a glimmer of sympathy on either of their faces. "All right. Get your ass up." Crawford fished the handcuffs out of a cargo pocket. Once Johnny Ray was restrained he was led into the hangar and put back inside the helicopter. Prisoner secure, Crawford took a minute to explain about the delay in departing for Seattle. "But we don't have 2 hours, Katie protested when he finished telling her. "They've already got a head start on us and they'll have John on the way to Russia." "We don't have a choice," Crawford said patiently. "We have to refuel before we can make the flight." "What about something else?" "I see some planes over there." Katie gestured at the far side of the tarmac where a scattering of single-engine planes were tied down. "We can't all fit in one of those, for one thing. And even if we could, the plane would attract attention that we can't afford. We'd most likely get shot down." Irina spoke up before the colonel could answer. Katie stared at the pretty Russian woman, turning to look at Rachel who was standing next to her with dog. The taller woman shook her head in sympathy. "We just have to hope," she said, looking into Katie's eyes. "We'll get there as fast as we can. I'm just not so sure." "What?" Katie asked when it became apparent Rachel wasn't going to continue her thought. "You know John better than me," she said. "But, can you picture him going all docile and letting the Russians just take him wherever they want?" "He'll be well guarded," Irina interjected. "He won't be given a chance to create a problem for them." Crawford took the opportunity to move away from the women. Martinez and Igor had the hand pump connected and Igor had already begun turning the large crank. Scott stood just outside the hangar doors, rifle in hand, head swiveling constantly as he scanned the area for threats. 28. Their next stop was in Kennewick, Washington at a small municipal airport to refuel. The speed at which Martinez was pushing the big machine would have used a lot of fuel by itself, but flying low to evade airborne radar had magnified the Heinz consumption. So while she stayed focused on her flying, Irina, occupying the co-pilot's seat, thumbed through the FAA book and found the airport. When they landed, only the auxiliary tank had any fuel remaining and an alarm on the control panel had been flashing that it was low for the past 10 minutes. "If there's not fuel here, we're walking," Martinez shouted to the group as they were piling out the side door. "Don't think we've even got enough to get back in the air." "You're always such a pessimist," Scott grinned and disappeared through the door before she could say anything. There were infected in the area and they had zeroed in on the sound of the big hello touching down. Shutting the side door to make sure Johnny Ray couldn't make a run for it while they were distracted, everyone other than Martinez spread out in a perimeter to protect the hind. Martinez grabbed a hose, connected the fueling point pump to the hind's tanks and stretched out the power cables. As soon as they were connected, the pump began whining, loud at first until it primed, then settling down as fuel was sucked from under the tarmac and sent into the helicopter. "We have fuel, Captain?" Crawford shouted in between shots to knock down approaching females. "It's pumping, sir. Now we have to hope there's enough in the tank to top us off." Everyone went quiet after that, only the sound of suppressed rifles firing and the screams of approaching females. They burned through a lot of ammo, but held the infected back for the 20 minutes it took to fill the hind. Shutting down the pump, Martinez stowed the hose and climbed back into the cockpit to start the engines. "Mount up," she shouted out her open door when she was satisfied the helo was ready to fly. The group compressed on itself as one by one they climbed aboard. Crawford was the last one in, shouting to Martinez, who lifted off before he could slam the side door closed. "I needed to piss," Johnny Ray whined. Katie glared at him, jaw set, and he looked away. "That's okay. I can hold it." Martinez had them back on course and up to speed quickly, racing less than 100 feet over the rolling terrain of eastern Washington state. Crawford slipped on a set of headphones so he could talk to her on the intercom. "Ever been to McCord or Lewis?" he asked Martinez. "No, sir. But we're going to Boeing Field, which is about 40 miles north of there, right next to Seattle." "You're sure that what you heard on the radio?" "Boeing Field? The Russians have occupied McCord Air Force Base. Why would they take the major to a different field?" he asked. Irina listened in on some pilots talking to the AWACS operator, and that's what they said. Her guess is there's some VIP in Seattle that wants to get a look at him before they ship him off to Moscow. "Okay, then. Boeing Field it is. By the way, you know we've got a big mountain range between here and there, right?" Crawford asked. "Yes, sir. It's the Cascades. There are warnings about them in the FAA book. Don't worry, I've never flown into the side of a mountain before. As long as you don't start now, we're in good shape." Crawford chuckled and settled back for the rest of the flight. It wasn't long before they began having to gain altitude as the eastern slopes of the Cascades approached. Trees began to change from smaller elms, maples and oaks to hemlocks and cedars that reached more than 100 feet into the air. Martinez kept a close eye on the altimeter, relying on standard instruments and her experience. The hind didn't have any of the imaging equipment that would be found in an American helicopter, which allowed the pilot to see like an owl in the dark. They crested the mountain range between two craggy peaks, Martinez nosing the hind over to follow the terrain as they dropped down towards Seattle. She was shocked to see large pockets of light in the far distance. Someone had definitely set up shop. "Lots of lights ahead, Colonel," she said over the intercom. "The last time I spoke with Pearl Harbor, they told me it looked like the Russians were sending in a lot of people to occupy some of the West Coast cities. Much of the power here is generated at hydroelectric plants, which must still be operating. They probably only needed to do some work on the distribution system to get the lights back on." "Makes sense, and I won't ask how you know all that," Martinez said. "We're 15 minutes to Boeing Field." Crawford acknowledged the time remaining and moved around the cramped space to make sure everyone was awake and ready. Only Igor was asleep, coming alert as soon as the colonel touched his shoulder. 15 minutes, Crawford said to him in Russian. 15-minute, Igor responded in English. Minutes. Don't forget it's plural. More than one. Crawford corrected him in Russian. Igor nodded and smiled, repeating it and getting it correct. The colonel slapped him on the shoulder and smiled, then moved to take a seat next to Katie. She was hunched on the floor, Dog stretched out between her and Rachel. Dog, who was healing and moving better, stood up and shook when Crawford's big boot disturbed his sleep. We're almost there, he said to Katie, who just nodded. I'm thinking it might be a good idea for you to wait in the helo. Keep watch on our friend over there. Crawford hooked a thumb in Johnny Ray's direction. Not a fucking chance, Colonel. Katie met his eyes with a hard stare. You're wound a little tight, and there may be some parts of this that require some subtlety. You going to be able to handle that? He met her stare with an equally hard one of his own. After a long few moments, Katie lowered her eyes and nodded her head. I get the message, she said. Yes, I'll be okay. I just want him back. We all do, Crawford said gently. But we can't let our emotions drive our actions, or we could wind up getting him killed as well as all of us. Katie took a deep breath and nodded, trying to hold back tears that threatened to start trickling down her face. When we get on the ground, I want you to hold back with Captain Martinez. Take your cues from her. I'll be in front with Irina and Igor. Agreed? Agreed, Katie said, getting her emotions under control and giving Crawford a weak smile. 10 minutes, Martinez called over the intercom, and the colonel repeated it loud enough for everyone to hear. Can you stay and keep watch on him? The colonel asked Rachel. It was obvious she didn't want to be left behind, but Dog didn't need to be tagging along either, so she agreed. Dog, a prisoner, and a stripper. What a combination, she thought and tried not to giggle. Sir, something's going on, Martinez said a few minutes later. Explain, he said immediately. As soon as we crested the mountains, I started picking up the Russians' radio chatter. Mostly routine stuff dealing with the CAP and local air patrols and a few big cargo planes on approach to McCord. Then Irina hears what is apparently a long-range transport jet sitting on the tarmac at Boeing Field. He's talking to the controller, wanting to know when the passenger for his flight to Kubinka will arrive. Kubinka is an airbase on the outskirts of Moscow. Anyways, the answer is that the flight from Idaho was scrubbed because they've had an issue. They talked for a few more minutes, and that's as much as they said about it, but the transport is taxiing for takeoff to return to McCord. They're not going to Russia. Problem with the aircraft in Idaho? Is that the issue? Crawford sat up straight, everyone else in the compartment leaning in when they heard his question. Unclear, sir. I'm quoting Irina's translation when I say the flight was scrubbed because they had an issue. It could be the plane, or it could be the major giving them problems they didn't expect. What do you want me to do, sir? Doesn't seem to be the best course of action to continue on into Boeing Field. There's a small airport back up in the mountains a few minutes behind us where we can sit down until we know more. Do it, the colonel said. He felt the helicopter begin to turn as he took off his headset to update the group. 29. The thrum of an approaching rotor made the decision for me. Dashing across the parking lot, I slipped through the door and passed the man into the darkened store. He pulled the door shut, the lock making a satisfyingly solid thunking sound when it closed. Immediately a brilliant light was shone in my eyes and I heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being racked. I'm pretty sure you're an American, but now that I see you up close, that uniform looks brand new. You'd better start convincing me, son, before my old hand starts shaking and pulls this trigger. The voice was Old West, through and through. And it was as hard as nails. I didn't think his hand would be shaking unless he wanted it to. Major John Chase. U.S. Army, sir. Hey, a little courtesy doesn't hurt, especially when a 12 gauge is pointed at your head. The uniform is new. Killed a few Russians at the airbase and got covered in blood. I just got it from the BX, stole a Hummer and got the hell out of there. Didn't see no Humvee, he said. Hit a goddamn cow on the road into town. Totaled it. Had to hoof it a couple of miles to a farmhouse where I found a truck. Drove that on into town. I said, spreading my hands and trying a grin. Well, you sure ain't no goddamn commie, he said. A moment later the light went out and I was just as blind in the dark. I stood there blinking for a moment, careful not to move as I wasn't sure if the shotgun was still pointed at me or not. "Thanks for letting me in," I said. "Why's them bastards want you so bad?" "There's a whole fleet of choppers out there looking for you." "How many'd you kill?" "At least 8, maybe more. Left one with his head split open and I'm not sure if he's alive or not, but I'm betting he survived and is really pissed off right about now." Okay, sounds like you got a story to tell. Let's get under cover first. My night vision was coming back, and even though it was dark in the store I was able to make out shapes. I saw him turn and head across the room. Falling in behind him I tried to see what the place looked like, but it was too dark. It smelled of leather and gun oil, and the man's body odor as well as stale tobacco smoke. The only thing missing was the sharp aroma of a good glass of whiskey, and it would be just like my favorite bar back home. We stopped in the back corner of the room and I could see the man bend down and grab something on the floor. When he straightened up, a trap door came with him. Cool air flowed out of the opening and he stepped aside and waved me forward. "Watch your step," he said. "There's a ladder on that side. Straight down 10 steps. I almost hesitated, not sure about heading into a tunnel with this guy, but if he wanted to do me harm he could have left me outside. Or blown my head off after I came in. Figuring if I was in for a penny I was in for a pound, I moved to the opening in the floor. Kneeling, I stuck a leg into the hole where he'd indicated, my foot landing on the top rung of a wooden ladder. Climbing down, I was appreciative that he'd had the foresight to tell me how many steps before reaching the bottom. It was pitch black, but I was able to pause on the 10th rung and step onto a poured concrete floor without any problems. Arms out and feet shuffling so I didn't step in a hole or off a ledge, I moved to the side to give him room to come down. I heard his shoes scrape on the ladder and climbed down a few steps, then he paused and the trapdoor groaned as he closed it. There was a loud click and a string of incandescent lights came to life. I blinked a few times, looking around at where I was. The ladder came down into what looked like the end of a tunnel. It was about 6 feet wide and over 10 feet high to the ceiling. The floor, walls and ceiling were smooth concrete. Fallout shelter sprang to mind. The tunnel ran several yards away from the ladder, ending at a heavy vault door that looked like it belonged in a bank. By now the man was off the ladder and without saying a word strode to the door, dialed in a combination and spun the wheel to unlock. He tugged the door open and I was impressed to see it was 4 feet thick. I followed him through and he pulled it shut and spun a wheel on the inside to relock the massive portal. The first room we entered was larger than I expected, at least 20 feet on each side. It was of the same construction as the tunnel, but rugs softened the floor and a sofa and 2 recliners were arranged so that each seat had a view of a large flat-screen TV bolted to the concrete wall. Looking around I saw 3 closed doors to my left and a modern kitchen and 2 more closed doors to my right. The whole place was surprisingly clean and dry and comfortable feeling. The man rested his shotgun against a side table that held a can of beer and an overflowing ashtray before flopping into a worn recliner. "You'd better have a seat and tell me what the hell is going on," he said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting up. "I'd be more talkative with a smoke," I said. "Keep 'em," he grunted, tossing me the pack and a lighter. "Got about 10 years worth stashed away." I lit the cigarette and gratefully inhaled before sitting down in the other recliner. The side table was between us and I took a moment to look him over as I started speaking. He was in his late 60s, or looked to be, and seemed to still be strong. His face was lined like someone who had worked outside his entire life. Long, gray hair framed a narrow face, which surprisingly was clean-shaven. For some reason I expected him to either have a beard or be in dire need of a shave. It took some time, and another cigarette, for me to tell him my abbreviated and edited story. He didn't need to know a lot of the details about everything I was dealing with. The important part, that the Russians wanted my ass, was what he really cared to know about anyway. When I was done he stared at me for a few moments through a haze of blue smoke that was rising from the cigarette in his hand. Finally, he took a last drag and crushed it out in the ashtray. Draining his beer, he looked up and pointed at the kitchen. There's more in the icebox if you want one. Get me one while you're at it. He just assumed I was going for a beer. And he was right. Settled back in the recliner with a cold bud in my hand, I looked at him expectantly. How is it you're still alive? I asked. I could ask you the same thing, he said, taking a long pull off his fresh beer. We have a vaccine, I said. Fucking figures, he muttered and took another drink. Too late as usual. Excuse me? I must be immune, he finally said after a very long silence in which he stared at the can of beer in his hand. Came down here a month ago with my wife, daughter, and grandson. They all turned. One at a time. I didn't know what to say. Sitting there, I tried to imagine the horror of being locked in with your family when they started turning. What the hell did you do? You either killed them or let them kill you. I would give just about anything to not ever have to make that choice. Daughter went first, he said, staring at the blank screen on the TV. Woke up in the middle of the night hearing the most god-awful screams coming from her bedroom. I knew what it was and would never have opened that door, but my grandson was in there with her. He took another drink, emptying the beer and setting it down next to the ashtray. She charged as soon as I opened the door and damn near got me. It wasn't her. Just this thing. Got her with the shot tie before she could tear into me. She'd already killed my grandson. Started eating him. What the fuck? Eating her own goddamn child. He was quiet for a long time and I got up and collected the empty beer cans and ashtray. I left the cans on the counter, not seeing right off what he was doing with them. I dumped the ashtray in a normal waste can and realized for the first time that despite both of us sitting there smoking in a closed space, the air was clear. Must be a hell of a good atmospheric circulation and filtration system. Fresh beers and empty ashtray in hand, I returned to the chair. Wife turned 3 days later, he said when I handed him the beer. After our daughter, we tied ourselves up. Each of us on opposite sides of the room, one hand tied to something solid so if we turned we couldn't kill the other. I woke up to the same goddamn screams. Almost put the barrel in my mouth. Would have been married to her 50 years next month. Couldn't bring myself to shoot her, so I knocked her out and carried her up the ladder and left her in the back parking lot. She woke up after about 30 minutes and took off. Last I seen of her. Last normal person I seen till you showed up. How did you see me? This was just one of many questions I'd been holding off on asking. See for yourself. That door right there. He pointed at one of the closed doors on the kitchen side of the room. I got up, expecting him to give me the tour, but he didn't seem interested in anything other than his beer and the blank TV. Opening the door, I stepped into another large room, my mouth hanging open. A dozen high-definition monitors covered one wall, each showing a perfectly clear night vision image of the area around the store. Each image overlapped slightly, giving a full 360-degree view. A large desk with a couple of keyboards was pushed against the far wall, positioned so when seated the user could see all of the monitors. Chrome wire racks filled with various computer and camera parts were against the third wall. Seeing movement on one of the monitors, I stepped closer and watched as a patrol of 4 Russian soldiers walked up to a business across the street. The door wasn't locked and 3 of them made entry while the 4th remained on guard at the door. 5 minutes later they came back out, secured the door with a chain and padlock, painted a big red X with a spray can and moved to the next business. That one was locked up tight and they spent a few minutes checking the exterior. Satisfied it hadn't been entered, they still secured it in the same fashion and left the same red X to indicate it had been checked. They were on the last business on the far side of the street and turned to inspect the building over my head. Hey! Russians outside, I called out through the open door. No worries, he shouted back. They won't get through that security door without blasting, and even if they do there's 4 feet of reinforced concrete all around us and you saw the vault door. I nodded, still nervous to have them poking around so close to where I was hiding. They circled the perimeter of the store quickly, finding it as apparently impenetrable as I had. The leader of the squad reached out and banged on the steel security shutter, then satisfied, painted the mark and waved his men on to the next building. I released a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding. Turning, I was momentarily startled to see the man standing in the doorway. He was watching me, not the monitors. Titus Bull, he introduced himself, stepping forward with his hand extended. 30. We stood there and watched the Russian patrol check 2 more buildings on the same side of the street as the sporting goods store, then they moved out of range of Titus' cameras. He stepped forward and leaned over a keyboard and hit a series of keys. On the monitors the view changed as he put the system into scan mode. A few minutes later he set it back to stationary when we didn't see any other movement. Quite the setup, I commented. My dad dug the hole in 1962 when the fucking commies were trying to put missiles in Cuba. Weren't nothing much here then but the airbase and a bunch of dirt-poor farmers. Well, the crisis with the Ruskies was over quick, but the Cold War was in full swing so he decided to expand it and finish it. We lived a few miles away in town, but he owned all this land and his father had owned the land the government took to build the base. Mom, well, she was the smart one. Her dad was with a big, fancy law firm in Sacramento and she got him to look at the paperwork. Turns out them government fellas screwed up, so he sued on their behalf. Wound up getting millions out of Uncle Sam as compensation for the land they took. That took years, and it was the mid-70s by the time the money showed up. He sunk a bunch of it into finishing this shelter off, then started putting up commercial buildings on top of it. Pretty soon businesses were leasing his buildings and this part of town just grew up. Mom passed away in '85 and Dad moved down here. Went kind of off the deep end without her. He went in '87. After that I didn't even think about this place for years, then 9/11 happens and after talking to my daughter and son-in-law my missus says it's time for us to make sure we got a hidey hole. I spent a bunch of Dad's money cleaning the place up and making it modern, and damned if we didn't need it after all that. Titus had pulled another beer out of the fridge, drinking while he told me the story. Can empty he went back to the fridge and cursed to find all the beer was gone. Opening another of the doors he disappeared through it and I could hear him cursing and rummaging around. Stepping to the doorway I just stood there amazed. The room was a pantry and it was massive. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stretched to the back wall which was easily 50 feet away from where I stood, and the room was probably 30 feet wide. The shelves were stocked full of canned and freeze-dried food. Probably enough to have fed Titus and his family for years to come. He emerged from a row towards the back, a 6-pack of buds swinging from each hand. Get the lights and door, would ya? He asked as I stepped aside to let him exit the room. Where's your power coming from? I asked as I turned the light switch off and pulled the door closed. Solar panels on the roof of all the stores above us and a big bank of batteries down another tunnel. He clanked the 2 6-packs into the fridge, pulling a beer out for himself even though it was warm. Want another? I shook my head. So what you going to do, son? He asked as he lowered himself back into his recliner and lit another cigarette. You going to Seattle? Yes sir, I am, I answered, not at all sure just exactly how I was going to accomplish that. But I've got to figure out how to get past these Russians, first. That ain't no big deal, he said, and I noticed he was starting to slur his words. What do you mean? Funnels. I mean tunnels. Lots of them for storms. I'll show you tomorrow, he said and promptly passed out. His head fell forward, chin resting on his chest. His cigarette was still burning, held between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. After a moment I stepped over and took the smoke and crushed it out in the ashtray. Titus was already snoring and I suspected this was how he went to sleep every night. Hell, after what he'd been through it was probably the only way he would ever sleep again. Still too keyed up to think about sleeping I began poking around and opening doors. I found Titus' bedroom, the bed unmade, and there was something about the feel of the room that confirmed for me he was drinking himself to sleep in his chair every night. The next door I opened must have been his daughter's room. Blood was everywhere and it stank of death and decomposition. Neither the woman's nor the child's bodies were in the room, and I imagined the heartbreak he must have endured while disposing of them. I closed the door in a hurry and moved on. I found a large bathroom, complete with walk-in shower. Set in the back wall of the pantry was another of the enormous vault doors, and I wondered if this led to the storm tunnels he had mentioned. Then a small room that was an armory. Half a dozen rifles, pistols, and a good supply of ammo were neatly stacked. Several large cabinets were bolted to the back wall, securely locked. I wondered what was in them, but wasn't curious enough to invade my host's privacy any more than I already was. The final room housed the equipment that recirculated and filtered the air and treated the water. I nosed around, surprised to find that the water supply was actually a well. The pump was apparently powered by the solar panels he'd mentioned earlier. A large tank rested in the back of the room that held water that had been pumped to the surface and treated. A booster pump supplied water pressure, and another pipe disappeared into the floor, marked as septic. Shaking my head at the elaborate shelter, I shut off the lights and headed for the bathroom. 20 minutes later, freshly showered and bandages changed, I stretched out on the sofa and closed my eyes. I checked the monitors before lying down, seeing a Hummer full of Russian soldiers drive by. The town above must have been crawling with them. Pistol resting on my stomach, I struggled to sleep, imagining I was hearing the screams of Titus' family after they turned. 31. Colonel Grushkin looked down from the co-pilot's seat of the Hind. The helicopter was orbiting over the town of Mountain Home, flying above the helos that were part of the search for the missing U.S. soldier. The colonel's aircraft wasn't equipped with FLIR, but he was wearing a set of the Americans' latest generation night vision goggles his aide had liberated from Mountain Home Air Force Base. He reluctantly admitted to himself that they were far superior to anything the Russian military currently had in inventory. Over his headset he listened to the AWACS operator coordinating the air search. Fuming in frustration, he snapped over to the ground controller's channel and listened in as the young captain directed the building-to-building search. His head ached from the fight with the major and only soured his already nasty disposition. He wanted to get involved in the search, but was finding very little that his personnel were doing differently than he would have. In fact, they were doing a good job. A textbook perfect job, he grudgingly admitted. But if that was the case, why wasn't the target already in their custody? He turned his head when the pilot tapped him on the arm. Looking at the man, he adjusted his headset in response. Yes? Comrade Colonel, the AWACS operator is asking to speak with you to give a report, the pilot said in a clipped, professional voice. Finding the correct frequency, Grushkin identified himself. Comrade Colonel, I have a report from the helicopter sent to retrieve the target's wife. They have been unable to locate her, but did find the vehicle she was driving. It was abandoned in a ditch next to the road she was traveling on when you intercepted the American. Where did she go, then? A woman on foot can't have gone far, he barked into the radio. They believe she was picked up by a helicopter, sir. Grushkin sat in stunned silence for a moment. How the hell were the Americans operating an aircraft in Russian-controlled airspace? Explain, he commanded in a dangerous tone. If the Americans had slipped a helo in, then it was the fault of the AWACS if it hadn't been identified. There was brass from an American caliber rifle on the road near where the vehicle was found. I don't have an exact count, but at least a full magazine was expended. Beyond that are imprints in the road. It is not paved. Comrade Colonel, the imprints match the tire tread pattern and landing gear configuration of a Mi-24. Repeat that, Grushkin ordered, caught completely unprepared for what he'd just heard. The man repeated the information before going quiet. Have you accounted for all of our aircraft? Grushkin finally asked. Yes, sir. All of our aircraft are accounted for. That doesn't mean the Americans didn't steal a hind from one of our forward operating bases. You would have seen an extra helicopter. Correct? Grushkin asked, his anger threatening to boil over. Not necessarily, Comrade Colonel. If they flew low and disabled the transponder, the aircraft would have been lost in ground clutter on radar. They could have gotten in and out without being detected. The terror in giving the news to Grushkin was clear in the man's voice. The colonel's initial reaction was to scream at the man, then call the commander of the AWACS plane and tell him to throw the incompetent fool out of a door. But, somehow, he tempered his impulse and after a moment nodded to himself when he admitted the man was actually helping by being honest with him. Are there any options to try and identify this mystery aircraft and find out where it went? No, sir. There are not. But I have put an alert out to all commands that we appear to have an enemy in control of one of our aircraft. Transponder and verbal challenge codes are being changed across all of North America as we speak. The man sounded slightly more confident after not being dressed down for delivering bad news. Grushkin cut the connection without saying anything further. Turning his attention back to the small town below, he thought about what he'd just learned. Somehow an American pilot had gotten his hands on one of their helicopters, and was apparently helping the major. But that didn't explain the brass lying in the road which would indicate a fight had occurred. As he was thinking, he watched one of the foot patrols engage a small group of infected. With his bird's eye view, he could see the larger group of females racing around the side of a building, about to come out on the soldier's blind side. He reached for the radio to switch to the ground command channel and shout a warning, but the females were moving fast and slammed into the group of Russian soldiers before he could begin speaking. With terrifying swiftness, the men were taken to the ground and ripped apart. Aborting his call to the ground troops, Grushkin switched to the air control frequency and ordered one of the hinds beneath him to take out the infected. The helo was only 1 block away from the scene of the massacre and was on target in moments, shredding infected and Russian corpses with cannon fire. Grushkin had found an outlet for his frustration. With a terse command, he ordered the pilot to take him to the command post where the captain was overseeing the search. He had resisted as long as he could. It was time to take personal command. 32. I woke to the smell of bacon frying. Exhausted, I had been in a deep sleep, and for a moment was completely confused. My mind was somewhere else, battling an unending and unstoppable herd of infected. I was covered in a sheen of sweat, sitting bolt upright when a pan banged loudly on a cast iron burner grate. Looking around, barely under control, I saw Titus working at the propane-fueled cooktop in the kitchen. He didn't seem concerned with keeping the noise down for my benefit, and I suspected he had decided it was time for my ass to wake up. What time is it? I asked, failing to see a clock. Don't much matter down here, does it? He didn't bother to turn around. Humor me, I grumbled, swinging my feet onto the floor and standing up. It's 11 a.m. up top, he said after glancing at a large watch on his left wrist. You've been sleeping about 6 hours. He shoveled some bacon out of a skillet and added some more. It didn't look like normal, uncooked bacon, and I guessed it was cured or freeze-dried or something to preserve it. It still smelled wonderful. I walked over to see what else he was preparing. A plainly labeled container of powdered eggs sat on the counter next to a bowl full of water. An amount had already been measured out, and he poured the contents into the water and quickly stirred until it resembled a real, freshly cracked egg. As soon as it was ready, he poured it into another skillet and began scrambling it. Sleep well? He asked, concentrating on his work. I answered with a non-committal grunt. He finished up what he was doing and portioned out steaming eggs and mounds of bacon and biscuits onto 2 plates. Handing one of them to me, he gestured at a small table. A carafe of fresh coffee rested on a hot pad, and I didn't waste any time pouring a cup and digging in. Everything may have been preserved for long-term storage, but it tasted wonderful, and I realized I was famished. As you were falling asleep last night, you said something about tunnels. I said once I'd eaten enough to be able to slow myself down. Yeah, what about M? He asked around a mouthful of biscuit and eggs. What kind of tunnels? How do we get to them and where do they go? Storm tunnels, he said, chewing and swallowing. This whole area used to flood every time it rained more than 5 minutes. Towns built in a small depression between a couple of low hills and water just rushes right through. Back in the late 70s, the city cut some kind of deal with the Army Corps of Engineers and they came in and built a whole shitload of M. Under the whole town? I asked. Yep, and extending way out of town to drain the water. Actually, they just kind of funnel it into a big tunnel to the south that disappears into the ground. Rumor has it there used to be a big underground bunker at the airbase, in case of atomic war, and the runoff was being stored in a huge underground reservoir that would supply the bunker once the water was treated. Don't know if there's any truth to that or not, but I can tell you the army came in and built one hell of a tunnel system. And they did it fast. Took them less than a year to cover the whole town and a big part of the valley. Can I get to those tunnels without having to go back up top? I asked, finished with my breakfast. Yeah. There's another vault door I had put in the back wall of the pantry that opens into one of them. Had to pay the goddamn contractor a fucking boatload of cash to do it. He was afraid the government was going to find out he was breaking a hole in the tunnel wall and come take him away. Titus said, pushing his plate away and lighting a cigarette. And those tunnels can get me anywhere in town? Oh yeah, that they can do. What you thinking, son? I'm thinking I can use the tunnels to get to the edge of town and slip away from the Russians. And you should come with me, I said. Fuck that, he snorted. Got food, water, power and shelter right here. And I'm too goddamn old to be out running around the countryside. Think I'll stay put. I nodded, understanding his sentiment. He was surviving, but that was all he was doing. There was no doubt that the infection of his family had taken away whatever reasons he had for living. Now it was just surviving, one day at a time, until he either drank himself to death or couldn't take it any longer and finally decided to eat his shotgun's barrel. Will you show me the tunnels? I asked. He watched me for a long moment, squinting through blue cigarette smoke that curled towards the ceiling before being whisked away by the air filtration system. Finally nodding, he crushed the butt out in the remains of his breakfast and stood up. I pulled my boots on, lacing them tight, then followed him into the pantry. The back wall was covered by a large rack of shelves, stacked full of supplies. The shiny chrome vault door I'd seen the previous evening was set into this wall, partially hidden by supplies. Reaching out, he grabbed one of the vertical braces on the shelving and tugged. The whole unit was attached to a hinge at the far end and smoothly swung away from the wall. We'd better check before opening the door, he said, pausing as he reached for the locking wheel. Leading the way to the surveillance room, he took a seat and began working on the keyboards. The monitors changed view, one at a time, and I was surprised to see night vision enhanced images of what were clearly smooth-sided, concrete-lined tunnels. He clicked around for several minutes, not finding movement in any of the images. Just how many cameras do you have? I asked. Enough to see what I need to see, he replied cryptically. Here. Keep watching. He kept clicking away and began rotating through street views of different areas of town. In many of them I could see Russian foot and vehicle patrols moving about as they continued to search for me. This was an incredibly impressive setup he had. Titus, I said carefully. I mean no disrespect, but you and this whole setup don't seem to go together. This is pretty sophisticated and again, no disrespect, but you're more the type to be holed up in a cabin in the mountains with a rifle. He stopped what he was doing and swiveled the office chair so he was looking up at me. Was my son-in-law put the whole thing together, he said. I paid the bills, but he designed it all. Started work on it about 8 years ago. You just paid the bills? How'd he convince you to spend the money? He was in the Air Force. Worked in intelligence at the base. About 10 years ago, a few years after September 11th, he comes to me one night and says he's scared to death. Says there's some really bad shit being worked on by our enemies and we need to be prepared. Wouldn't give me details, but he'd been married to my girl for a while by then and I'd gotten to know him pretty well. He wasn't the nervous type and didn't get scared easy. If there was something coming bad enough to worry him, well, I got more money than I could spend, so we talked about it for a bit. Couple of days later he brings me all these plans for a bunker and they're marked top secret with Air Force stamps all over them. It took him a while, but he modified them to work for this place. Then it was up to me to find the contractors and get to work. Never really thought anything would happen that we'd need it, but my daughter got pregnant, so it was for my grandson too. What happened to your son-in-law? I asked. Don't know, he said, lighting a cigarette. He was at the Pentagon for some conference when the attacks happened. Never saw him or heard from him after. I nodded, glad I'd asked. Not that finding Titus in the shelter wasn't a godsend, but it was almost too good to be true. At least now I had an explanation for why it was here. Let's go look at those tunnels, he said, getting to his feet. 33. The small airport Martinez had found was on the western slope of the Cascades, hidden deep in an evergreen forest. There was one runway, just long enough to accommodate small planes, and no hangar or control tower. But there was fuel, and even though they didn't have an immediate destination, she set to work topping off the Heinz tanks as soon as they landed. Helicopter full and ready to go, she settled down in the cockpit with Irina to monitor Russian radio traffic. Colonel Crawford, Scott and Igor took up perimeter positions to stand guard. Johnny Ray's mouth was taped over again and he was restrained inside the aircraft with Rachel, Martinez and Irina keeping an eye on him. Katie and Dog paced in the dark. Dog was improving and had only a slight limp as he stuck to her heels. He still had a lot of healing to go, but was well on his way. Katie was exhausted but couldn't slow her racing mind. Anger and sadness battled inside her to be the dominant emotion. On reflection, she wasn't a bit surprised that John had surrendered so she could escape, but that didn't ease her pain. He'd always been very protective of her, even though he would be the first to say she was more than capable of taking care of herself. They'd had some issues over this when they first married. Katie had felt like he didn't think she could handle problems as well as he could, but as time passed she realized that wasn't the case. John was just one of those people who took care of the ones he loved. She'd watched him treat teammates the same way, and finally accepted that she had married a great big protective mother hen. A mother hen that could and would break bones and shred flesh, or sacrifice himself, to make sure she was safe. A friend of hers, who was a psychologist for the agency, had tried to explain John's behavior, but she didn't care. All she knew was that she always felt safe with him and he really did listen to her and trust her. He just had a funny way of showing it, and that had taken some getting used to. You okay? Katie nearly screamed. She was so surprised when Rachel suddenly spoke from the darkness. Dog wagged his tail and bumped Rachel's hand with his nose, looking for some affection. Sorry, Rachel laughed. Didn't mean to startle you, but. That's all right, Katie said, letting out a big breath and resuming her walk. Rachel fell in with her, Dog taking up station between them. I was just thinking about John. If anyone can get out of this, it's him, Rachel said, trying to sound confident. I know that, Katie said, wiping a tear of frustration off her cheek. I know what he can do if he has a chance. I'm hoping that's why they haven't brought him here yet. It's just that the odds are really stacked against him. They had reached the far end of the runway and, nodding at Igor, turned and began retracing their steps. How are you doing with all this? Katie asked a few minutes later. I'm worried about him, but I've seen him pull off some pretty amazing things. That's not what I meant, Katie said, turning to look at the dark silhouette next to her. I'm talking about how you feel about him. I've had some bitchy moments, I know that, and they haven't exactly been fair to you. I do know what you've done for him, for us, and what you mean to him. And you're in love with him. I can see that. So how are you doing with everything? They walked the length of the runway and nodded at Scott, turning and heading the other direction before Rachel spoke. "It is what it is," she said with a note of sadness in her voice. "Yes, I love him. I'm not going to lie to you about that. But from the day I met him, all he's wanted was to get back to you. You have his heart, and you always will. This isn't high school. I'll survive. They kept walking, each of them quiet as they contemplated what Rachel had just said. Katie reached out in the dark and took her hand, squeezing it gently. She held Rachel's hand for a few moments as they walked, then gave it another squeeze before letting go. They were on the third circuit of the small airfield, Dog faithfully sticking close, when Rachel paused and tilted her face up towards the night sky. She was sure she'd heard something that sounded like an engine, but the sound was gone. "What?" Katie whispered, bringing her rifle up and clicking off the safety. "Don't know," Rachel whispered back. She stood there for a few moments, listening hard. Katie watched her intently, moving with her when she turned to face south when the noise appeared again. This time it didn't fade away, growing steadily stronger. An approaching aircraft. This time Katie heard it as well. Turning, they began running towards the helicopter, nearly bumping into Colonel Crawford in the dark. "There's a plane coming," Rachel said as they adjusted their course to run at his side. "Heard it," Crawford said as they pounded up to the hind. Martinez had been in the cockpit, talking softly with Irina while they kept an eye on Johnny Ray, and hadn't heard the approaching danger. "Aircraft inbound," Crawford shouted when they were close enough for her to hear. From two other directions, Scott and Igor pounded their way across the tarmac. Before any of them reached the hind, Martinez hit the starters for the engines. They whined, then the massive power plants roared to life and the rotor began to slowly turn. The hind was formidable in the air, but a sitting duck on the tarmac. No one had reached the helicopter when small arms fire began coming from several directions. It was all directed at the hind, bullets pinging off the armored hull. "Down!" Crawford shouted, dropping to his belly with an arm around each of the women's shoulders to pull them to the ground with him. Rachel scooped Dog against her as Katie looked through the night vision scope on her rifle for a target. The colonel was already firing at the tree line along the north edge of the runway and she turned to scan the southern edge. Seeing movement, she began firing without bothering to identify who or what she was shooting at. Scott and Igor had been at either end of the airport and had started running to the helicopter when they'd heard the inbound aircraft. Now, they too were on their bellies, firing into the trees. Martinez saw what was happening and knew she could be of much more value in the air, bringing the helicopter's cannons and rockets into the battle. The engines roared as she pulled back on the collective and lifted off the runway, reacting instantly to a missile that suddenly appeared from the darkness. She tilted the big helicopter on its axis, feeding in power, and the missile streaked down the side of the aircraft, missing it by mere inches. Continuing the turn, she battled the turbulence caused by the shockwave when the missile struck the runway and detonated with a thunderous explosion. Even though the hind was still unstable in the air and she was fighting for control, 3 missiles rippled out of their pod and streaked away towards where the attack had come from. As the helicopter struggled, clawing for altitude, the firing from the tree lines intensified. Martinez turned the machine and the autocannon spoke, firing continuously as she pivoted to rake the northern tree line. She was firing rounds and the dark forest lit up and thick tree trunks were shattered all along the edge of the runway. "Move!" Crawford shouted, leaping to his feet and running directly towards the destruction. Katie and Rachel jumped up to follow, both of them hesitating when Dog turned and raced down the runway. Looking to where he was headed, they could just make out Scott, writhing in pain. Without a second's thought, both of them turned and followed Dog. The hind had stabilized and gained altitude. Martinez was spinning it around to open fire on the southern tree line when a pair of missiles streaked in. She avoided the first one by dropping the nose and lifting the rear until the helo was oriented almost vertically, but the second one impacted the tail rotor, shearing it and most of the back section of the aircraft off. The main body of the hind went into an uncontrollable spin, pivoting around the main rotor. It quickly began to spin faster and faster as the nose tipped over and the crippled machine crashed onto the runway. Katie and Rachel came to a stop, staring in horror at the crash. They had lost sight of Dog. Didn't know if he'd been caught in the debris from the missile strike and subsequent crash. Katie looked around, not seeing Crawford or Igor. "We have to go." She grabbed Rachel's arm and began pulling her towards the northern tree line. They had only taken a couple of steps when a Mi-28 Havoc attack helicopter screamed overhead, shredding the tarmac between them and the forest with cannon shells. A second helicopter was right behind and came to a hover, facing them a few feet off the ground, blocking their escape route. Russian soldiers began emerging from the forest behind them, racing forward with their rifles trained on the two women. Several of them headed for the downed hind, which surprisingly hadn't burst into flames. Fear clutching her heart, Katie raised her hands as she and Rachel were quickly surrounded. 34. Colonel Crawford and Igor sheltered behind the massive trunk of a hemlock tree that had been shattered by Martinez's rocket fire. They watched as over 50 Russian ground troops poured onto the runway and captured Katie and Rachel. A group of them was at the helicopter, trying to find a way inside the damaged hull, half a dozen more surrounding Scott, who appeared to have taken at least one round to his left leg. He shifted his gaze when Igor bumped his shoulder and pointed. It was hard to see in the darkness, so Crawford looked through his rifle's night vision scope. Dog stood on the edge of the runway, turning his head as he watched his people being stripped of their weapons and herded into a group. He lowered his head and began stalking forward, but paused when Igor whistled in a good imitation of a night bird. Dog turned his head and looked in their direction, but remained poised to go battle the Russians. Igor whistled a second time, then very softly called Dog's name. There was a lot of noise from the two Havocs that were supporting the ground troops, but Dog must have heard him and recognized the voice. Moments later, he pushed through the debris from shredded trees and stuck his nose against Igor's arm. One of the soldiers working on the crash succeeded in forcing the side door open. He shouted his success to the surrounding men, then his head snapped back when a shot from within the Hulk rang out. His body toppled backwards and the two men who had been behind him stepped to either side of the door and raised their rifles. One of them fired a long burst into the troop compartment, then began shouting. He seemed to be yelling at someone inside the wreck. A dozen more men ran over and lights came on as they tried to see in through the windscreen. The man continued to scream orders and eventually a head emerged from the open door. Irina's blonde hair immediately identified her and she was quickly grabbed and jerked out and onto the tarmac, where she was forced to lie on her stomach as she was roughly searched. More screaming, and a minute later Martinez poked her head up. She too was pulled out, but as she was going down onto the tarmac she twisted and brought both hands up. In the blink of an eye 3 Russians were down and dying from her blades, then she was clubbed into unconsciousness from behind. The soldiers were pissed now and one of them started to kick her inert form before being stopped by a sergeant. Nodding, he settled for ripping Martinez's clothes off as he searched for more weapons. Quickly, she was wearing nothing other than a pair of pants. Even her boots had been taken, a knife in each justifying the invasive search. Her pants were opened and pulled to her knees as they continued to search, but no further weapons were found. They left her sprawled on the runway, unconscious and with absolutely no concern for her modesty. Scott was marched up to where the two women were being watched, and though Crawford couldn't hear it, he saw the grunt of pain when a bandage was pulled tight around his bleeding thigh. While the soldier's attention was on Scott, Irina slowly worked Martinez's pants back into place and draped her shirt over her bare chest. Katie and Rachel were walked over and subjected to the same rough search. There wasn't a single area of either woman's body that wasn't thoroughly checked for weapons. "Have you seen Johnny Ray?" Crawford mumbled to Igor in Russian. "Nyet, dot." Probably that long burst into the troop compartment was for him, Crawford mused, Igor nodding in agreement as he rubbed Dog's ears. With all the prisoners in one location and under heavy guard, the sergeant who had stopped the soldier from kicking Martinez raised a radio to his mouth and spoke a few brief words. The pitch of the sound of the Havocs changed as they moved into a wider orbit, and a minute later a Mi-24 hove into view and touched down a safe distance from the wreckage. The troop compartment door opened and a tall, thin man wearing the uniform of a Spetsnaz major stepped to the ground. He strode across the tarmac, coming to a stop in front of the small group, looking them over carefully. Katie and Rachel had been forced to sit on the tarmac and had to crank their heads way back to see the man's face. "I am Major Pavel Buzinski. Which of you is the wife of Major John Chase?" he asked, eyes flicking across each woman that was on the ground in front of him. "You can tell me now and I'll spare the rest. If you make me wait until his file arrives, I will kill each of you." His voice was deep and he spoke English with just a trace of what sounded like an upper-class British accent. He stood perfectly immobile, hands clasped behind his back and nothing other than his eyes moving as he looked at each of his prisoners. Katie hesitated. She would identify herself if it would save the others, but she didn't believe the man. He only wanted her. Once he had what he was after, the others would be forfeit. Did she take a chance that there wasn't a photo of her in the file the Russians had kept on John? It was certainly possible that a shot of her was in there, but then why didn't the Russian major already have it? If he knew he was coming to get her, didn't it make sense that he would have brought whatever way he had to identify her? Maybe the fact that he was trying to get her to identify herself was revealing more than he was willing to tell. Either way, they were all going to die. It was just a matter of who died first. Steeling herself, she kept her mouth shut and defiantly met the man's eyes when he looked in her direction. "Very well," he sighed. "Perhaps a demonstration of my seriousness, . He drew his pistol, made a production of pulling the slide to chamber around, then stepped forward and pressed the muzzle against the side of Scott's head. Scott looked directly at Katie and she saw the resignation to his fate reflected in his eyes. "Fuck you, Ivan." Scott snapped his head away from the muzzle and tried to reach the major's legs, but two soldiers grabbed him and after delivering several sharp blows, held him up so Buzinski could again rest the barrel of the Makarov against his skull. "Suck my fat, hairy dick, asshole." Scott spat at the man. "Last opportunity. Which of you is Mrs. John Chase?" The Russian ignored Scott. Katie started to open her mouth, unwilling to watch Scott die for her, but Irina caught her eye with an almost imperceptible shake of her head. Katie stayed quiet, knowing the Russian woman was right. Scott was going to die no matter what she did. Major Buzinski smiled as he pulled the trigger. The report was loud and the bullet punched completely through Scott's skull, spraying blood and brains across the tarmac. His body collapsed, seemingly boneless. Igor and Crawford had a minor wrestling match when the Russian major murdered Scott. The colonel had whipped his rifle up, ready to put a bullet into the killer, but Igor had grabbed the weapon and forced it off target. They struggled against each other for a moment, winding up face to face. "He won't kill the women," Igor hissed in Russian. "He wants Katie to flush out Major Chase. Shoot and they will die. .. Crawford stared into the big Spetsnaz trooper's eyes, breathing heavy from the emotion of seeing one of his men killed and the exertion of struggling with Igor. Finally, he backed off on the pressure he was applying to bring the weapon to bear and nodded his agreement. They sat and watched as the Russian major shook his head in mock disappointment before moving away and producing a satellite phone from his uniform pants. He placed a call and had a short conversation, but neither Igor nor Crawford could hear what he was saying. Ending the call, he turned and shouted to the sergeant in charge of the ground troops. The man began barking orders, the soldiers grabbing the women and yanking them to their feet. All but Martinez, who was still unconscious. Two of them stepped forward and one grabbed her arms as the other took hold of her ankles. They carried her behind the others and soon all four were loaded into the major's helicopter. He pointed at two men who climbed in with them before he boarded, pulling the door closed behind him. Lifting off, the helicopter turned and headed west towards Seattle. The Havocs remained in an orbit and the sergeant got the surviving troopers rallied and ready. It wasn't long before the sound of very heavy rotors shook the forest. It was just starting to get light, the sky a shade somewhere between black and blue. There was enough light for Crawford to see the aircraft he'd already recognized by their sound. Two massive CH-47 Chinook helicopters, with a giant rotor at each end, approached the airfield. The first one landed, half the men on the ground running up the lowered ramp, carrying their dead and wounded with them. Colonel Crawford watched with gritted teeth as the first American helicopter lifted off and the second touched down to extract the remaining Russians. At that moment he would have given just about anything for a weapon capable of bringing the two captured aircraft and their occupants down in a fiery crash. 35. The women were separated once aboard the helicopter. Rachel began to speak to Katie but was slapped across the face by Major Buzinski hard enough to make her ears ring. She glared at him, infuriated, when he smiled back and wagged his index finger in her face like she was a child. There will be plenty of time to talk when we reach our destination. Unless one of you wants to tell me who Mrs. Chase is. Tell me now and I'll let you go when we reach Seattle. All you have to do is whisper to me. Buzinski made a production of cupping his hand around his ear, all the better to hear a whisper. He smiled, reminding Katie less of the Cheshire Cat than of a great white shark about to take a chunk out of her flesh. She wouldn't have blamed Irina or Rachel for talking, but knew they wouldn't. Neither would give up her identity any more than she would have theirs. She knew she had to be patient. John always talked about waiting for the right time. Of course he would caveat that thought by saying that sometimes you had to create the right time, which always drove her nuts. Sometimes he was a little too zen about the whole warrior thing. "Where are we going?" she asked before she realized she was speaking. "Mrs. Chase, I presume?" The Russian met her eyes. "I'm just wondering where we're going," she said. "Where we're going is unimportant," he said. "What happens to you when we get there is what matters." The man paused, looking around the compartment and meeting the eyes of each of the women before continuing. "I shall make the offer one final time. Whoever tells me which one of you is the wife of Major John Chase will be set free when we reach Seattle. I will personally ensure you are given a vehicle, weapons, food and water, and you will be free to go where you wish. If you do not cooperate, you will be shot when she is identified. The offer expires the moment we land. The smile on the Russian's face belied the somber tone in which he spoke. But the reiteration of the offer gave Katie some faint hope. He wouldn't be pushing so hard if he really had a photo of her in John's file. It also gave her hope that John was alive and causing problems for the invaders. Why else would they want her so badly if not to use as leverage against him? "You made a big mistake, asshole." Martinez had regained consciousness, and though she looked like she wanted to throw up, her voice was strong and hard. "Ah. Mrs. Chase? But no, I don't think so. I think you are an Army or Air Force pilot. Unusual for a woman, but not unheard of in America. And that means I don't need you." As he said the last, the Russian smiled, drew his weapon and aimed it at Martinez's head. She glared back at him, anger burning in her eyes. "You already killed his wife," she said, staring down the barrel of the Makarov pistol. "But you are all still alive," he said. "You fucking Russians aren't as smart as you think you are," Martinez smiled back at him. "You didn't know that Major Chase is gay? That man you shot in the head back at the airport? That was his wife." Martinez raised her hands and made air quotes with her fingers as she said wife. Doubt and confusion flickered in the Russian's eyes, the barrel of the pistol momentarily wavering. It was all Katie and Rachel could do not to burst out laughing. "I think you are too smart for your own good," he said after a long pause. "That is the correct American expression, yes? You should be smart enough to tell me which of you is the Major's wife. It will save you from further pain." He lowered the muzzle of his weapon a few degrees and pulled the trigger, shooting Martinez in the leg. She cried out in shock as the bullet punched through her flesh. There was a moment of stunned silence in the helicopter, then Rachel began to move towards Martinez to check the wound. She had barely raised out of her seat when Major Buzinski hit her with a brutal backhand that sent her sprawling in the opposite direction. "I did not say you could move," he smiled as Rachel reached up and wiped blood off her mouth where her lip had split open from the blow. Tell me what I want to know and I'll let you help her, but. Rachel stayed where she was, sprawled on the hard deck, and glared silently back at the man. From the corner of her eye she could see Martinez hunched forward in pain, hands grasping the bullet wound. At least it looked like she was holding the outer edge of her thigh and hopefully there hadn't been that much damage to her leg. The Russian turned his head and looked out one of the windows above the side door. It was daylight now, gray clouds obscuring the sun. He raised his body far enough to get a view of the ground below them before resuming his seat. We'll be landing in about 2 minutes. Last chance. Who wants to go free? He looked around the compartment again, the barrel of the Makarov briefly pointing at each woman as it moved in sync with his eyes. I'm who you want. I'm Katie Chase. Every head in the helicopter snapped around to look at who had just spoken. Irina looked back at them and took a deep breath as she faced their captor. I will cooperate fully. Whatever you want, as long as you release all 3 of them when we land. She locked eyes with the Russian. Katie was shocked at first, but as the enormity of what Irina was doing began to sink in she started to speak. Rachel's hand shot out and clamped onto her wrist before she could utter a word. Buzinski's attention was fully on Irina and he didn't notice Katie look at Rachel, who shook her head. The Russian looked at her for a long moment, leaning back in his seat and laughing. He holstered the Makarov and pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket. Unfolding it, he looked at whatever was on it for a few heartbeats, then reversed it and held it up for everyone to see. The lettering was Cyrillic and no one other than Irina could read it, but the large black and white photo didn't need to be translated. It was a headshot of Irina, wearing a GRU uniform cap. It was a Russian wanted poster. I do not think so, Captain Bostov, he smiled. I recognized you the moment I saw you. You and the American major each have a suite reserved at the Lubyanka prison in Moscow. Unless you assist me, in which case I might have lost the bulletin ordering your immediate arrest. Irina stared at him a moment, then sat back with her mouth tightly closed and arms locked across her chest. Buzinski smiled and turned to face Katie and Rachel. That leaves you 2, he said. Both beautiful women. Both younger than the major. But one of you is his wife. I am certain. But which one? Which of you would he trade his life to save? The smile fell off his face, replaced by confusion when all 4 women began laughing. It went on for several seconds before Katie spoke. You know nothing about him at all, she said. He is going to gouge out your eyes and skull fuck your bloody corpse, Puto. Martinez laughed as the helicopter touched down. 36. Cool, damp air smelling of mildew and other things I couldn't identify flowed through the opening when Titus pushed the vault door open. The door swung out into a tunnel and was a twin of the one we'd come through the night before. Once again I was slightly awed by the sheer size of the door and the work it must have taken to get it down here and properly installed. How much does that thing weigh? I asked, following him through the opening into the tunnel. Little over 20 tons, he said, swinging it closed and locking it behind us. Got both of them at a government surplus auction. Damn things cost less than the couch you slept on last night. Our fucking tax dollars at work. I suppressed a snort and focused on what I was doing. The tunnel we were standing in was 6 feet wide and 10 feet tall. The floor, ceiling, and walls were smooth, finished concrete. There was a gentle slope in the floor from each wall so that the center was a low spot, creating a channel. Every 20 feet or so there was a 6-inch high row of iron bars that ran from wall to wall and formed a screen to catch debris. All of them were clogged with everything from leaves to small tree branches to plastic shopping bags and even a couple of shoes. They were there to pre-filter the largest debris before the water reached the storage tank Titus had mentioned, and I suspected there had been a routine cleaning schedule since, all things considered, the tunnel was relatively spotless. Hanging from the ceiling was a steel rack that looked like a ladder. Several thick bundles of cables rested on its crossbars. I couldn't tell what they were, only that each of them had a pretty serious layer of protective insulation around it. "What are the cables?" I asked. "Power, phone, TV, and some more shit I don't understand," Titus said. "They's how I got cameras all over. Some smartass little tech from the Air Force that my son-in-law knew came down here and hooked into them. Kept saying something about using bandwidth from the phone company, or some such shit." "Bandwidth," I said. "But don't ask me to explain. I just know the word." We began moving slowly, careful of our footing around the debris traps. The tunnel extended as far as I could see in each direction. At odd intervals in the top of the walls there were narrow slits where rainwater drained in off the streets. It was apparently sunny today as light was coming in each of these, providing enough illumination for me to see quite well once my eyes had adjusted. "All of the tunnels just like this one?" I asked. "Yep. Surprised the hell out of me first time I came down here. Seems like a good 3-foot pipe would have done the job, but I ain't no engineer," Titus said. We walked about 100 yards down the tunnel, reaching an intersection. The cross tunnel was an exact duplicate of the one we were standing in. I looked up when Titus pointed at the ceiling. A large, iron ring was set in the smooth concrete, a cast iron manhole cover resting in it. Light was visible through 2 small holes that would be used to lift it out of the way from above. "That's the way in and out," he said. "There's one at every intersection and usually at least one, sometimes 2, between intersections, but that the only way?" I asked, standing directly under the manhole and craning my neck to look it over. "Nope, there's a couple of dozen grates at floor level scattered around. They had to build some channels to direct runoff and they kinda slope down into the ground, so they put a big iron grate at each one. Look like a jail cell door if you ask me." I was relieved to hear the news as I didn't see any way to get out through the manhole. It was 10 feet over my head and probably weighed at least 100 pounds. Even if it was removed ahead of time, I wasn't sure I could jump high enough to grab the lip of the hole. These openings were used by guys who took the covers off at street level and had their own ladders to get in and out. "Where's the closest one? I'd like to get a look at that." "This way," he said and turned down the cross tunnel. I fell in behind him, glad he was moving quietly. Even though we were hidden from sight, there were plenty of openings to the streets above. Making a lot of noise at the wrong moment could draw the attention of a passing foot patrol. Or infected. I didn't need either, taking an interest in what was going on beneath their feet. We walked for half an hour. I was hopelessly lost after 10 minutes. But Titus seemed to know exactly where he was, so I put my trust in him and kept on going. Finally, we turned into another intersecting tunnel and after a few minutes the light began growing brighter. Soon I could see an opening ahead, covered by heavy, iron bars. Beyond the security grate the tunnel continued on above ground, without a covering roof, becoming a flood channel. Carefully stepping up to the bars I peered through, making sure there weren't any Russians or infected in sight. I could hear an orbiting helicopter, but no other sounds. There was a wide gate, set into large hinges, that would swing in. It was locked with a thick, iron bar secured by a massive padlock. I looked it over, then moved to check the hinges. They were secure. I wouldn't be lifting the gate off of them. "Don't suppose you have a key?" I mumbled to Titus. "Yep. Son-in-law came up with it somehow." I turned to look at him in surprise and he smiled for the first time since I'd met him. "Where does this go?" I asked, gesturing at the flood channel on the outside of the grate. "That's north." He nodded his head in the direction. "We're on the edge of town and it's flat grassland sloping all the way up to the interstate. About 5 miles of nothing. While we were standing there the sun suddenly dimmed and we both pressed our faces to the bars and looked up at the sky. Clouds were moving in. "We'd better get back," Titus said, turning and heading down the tunnel without waiting to see if I was following. "It starts raining, these fill up in a hurry." I moved fast to catch up with him. "What do you mean fill up?" I asked. How full? Big storm and they'll be running at least half full of water. Average rain and there's maybe 1 or 2 feet of water running. Still enough to take your feet out from under ya if you ain't payin' attention. It took us another half hour to reach the vault door. There wasn't nearly as much light in the tunnels and I was pretty sure it was still cloudy. I was hoping for rain. Not enough to prevent me from escaping through the storm water system, but rain at night is a wonderful camouflage. It would be much easier to evade the Russians if the weather cooperated. 37. It was approaching mid-afternoon by the time we were back inside the shelter. My plan was to leave after it got dark, so I had several hours to kill. When I asked, Titus provided everything I needed to strip down all of my weapons and give them a thorough cleaning and oiling. I couldn't remember the last time any of them had received any attention, other than from my trigger finger, and was mildly surprised I hadn't had any issues. After I cleared our plates, washed them and put them away, I spread out on the small dining table where we'd eaten breakfast. Titus sat and watched me for a while, occasionally telling me something about his past. I felt for him. Wished he'd reconsider and come with me. But then I thought about that and realized I didn't have anything to offer him other than running and fighting. At least here he had plenty of food and water and was warm and dry. Rifle and pistol finished, I reassembled them and began loading all of my empty magazines from a case of ammo that Titus had brought out from his armory. Firearms taken care of, I started working on the edges of my kukri and knife. Both had been used heavily and the blades were showing the wear. While I worked with a whetstone, Titus disappeared into the surveillance room. Couldn't say that I blamed him. Watching someone sharpen a knife is about as exciting as watching someone paint a wall. I stayed at it, occasionally adding a drop of oil as I worked, until the edges were back to razor sharp. Sheathing them, I started cleaning up, pausing when Titus called out. Something's up with the Rus guys. Leaving the mess where it was for the moment, I stood up and joined him. He was staring at a monitor that displayed a street view I hadn't seen before. It had become a gray afternoon, washing the colors out. Walking slowly down the street was a Russian patrol, one of them with the microphone for a loud hailer held to his mouth. He was obviously speaking into it, the other soldiers around him keeping a close eye on their surroundings. No audio? I asked. Nope. Not on the cameras in this part of town, he said. This part of town? Seriously. How many cameras do you have? I asked, keeping my eyes on the Russian patrol. With a sigh, Titus hit a few keys on one of the keyboards, then pointed at one of the monitors. A line diagram of the town of Mountain Home drew itself, then a whole host of red dots appeared, covering most of the small city. Those are cameras? I asked in shock. Yep. Told you this place cost a fucking fortune. Lot of it went into the goddamn surveillance system. 807 of the fuckers. I was amazed. I guess when he said he had more money than he knew how to spend, he wasn't exaggerating. Okay, so how do we find out what that prick's saying? I asked. Hang on. I ain't as good with this as my daughter was, Titus said, typing in commands with his index fingers. Close to a minute later the views changed and the cameras began cycling. Leaning forward, Titus adjusted a volume knob I had failed to notice and the white noise of an empty town came over speakers set in the ceiling. Occasionally, when the system cycled through a certain camera, we could hear the sounds of a helicopter. Then one of the monitors blinked and I could see a Russian patrol with a powered megaphone, the sound blasting out of the speakers. Surrender yourself in exchange. We had come in at the end of a message and Titus entered a command to stop the system from changing to another camera. A few moments later I saw the Russian lift the microphone to his mouth to repeat the message. Major John Chase of the American Army, he spoke passable English with a heavy Slavic accent. We have your wife. She is unharmed and will remain that way if you surrender yourself in exchange. I stood rooted to the spot, barely able to process what I just heard. They had Katie? My hands balled into fists as anger coursed through me. I must have escaped too soon and they were able to chase her down. God damn it. Spinning, I stormed out of the surveillance room and began sorting my weapons out and getting them settled on my body. What do you think you're doing? Titus had followed me. Going to get my wife, I growled. Open the door and let me out. I pulled the charging handle to load a round in my rifle. Titus stood there looking at me, shaking his head. What? I challenged, ready to go commit murder and mayhem. Have you seen her? He asked, the idea hitting me like a slap of cold water. But, I started to say, my voice trailing off. You've seen a fucking Russian running on at the mouth about them having your wife. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But if they don't, you're gonna feel like a goddamn fool for running right into their arms for nothing. He was right. But could I take the risk? Got plenty more cameras, he said. For you go charging off like a bull with a hot poker up his ass, let's see what we can see. I stared back at him for a few moments, thinking about what he was saying. He was right. I nodded and gestured at the surveillance room, following him through the door. He sat down and started working on the keyboards, the views on the monitors slowly cycling. I was standing behind him, watching him work, trying to remain patient as he hunted and pecked across the keys. WHYNT, you go get a chair from the kitchen. Bring it in here and have a seat. You're bugging the hell out of me, breathing down my neck like that. He didn't look up or stop working as he spoke. Suppressing a sigh, I did as he asked. I wanted to grab control from him, but being able to type faster doesn't help if you don't know how to work the system. Returning with a chair, I set it down gently at the end of the desk and lowered my ass into it. Forcing myself to focus on the monitors and not Titus keyboarding took a supreme will of effort, but I managed it. The views changed regularly and at first I thought he was repeating the same camera when I saw a Russian soldier with a megaphone several times in a row. Then I realized it was different patrols, broadcasting the same message. If they've got her, they'll be at some place they're using for a command post. Can you get a view of City Hall? I asked. Titus grunted and spent a few minutes clicking. Several monitors changed and he looked up and pointed at one of them. All I could see was a plain, brown, single-story building. That's City Hall, he said. Let's try a few other places. He kept clicking, naming off the buildings as he pulled up a live image of each. We checked the police station, the county recorder's building, the library. All were quiet. Next he started looking at schools, beginning with elementary and working his way up through the grades. Still nothing. I don't know where else to look. Maybe they ain't really got her. Maybe they ain't holding her here. Maybe they got her down to the airbase. Titus looked up at me and shrugged his shoulders. No, I said, thinking about the situation. If they have her, they'll want her here so she can be used quickly if I'm spotted. Maybe they aren't worried about setting up in a building. It's not like it's a permanent occupation of the town. The whole thing can be run with a laptop and radio. All they'd need is... What? He asked when I paused. Large open spaces, I said. Large enough for a big helicopter to land. Parks. Golf courses. Maybe the football field at a high school, but that might be a little tight with the bleachers and the goalposts. How many parks in town? Only one big enough for a helicopter, he said, already working on the keyboard. As soon as the feed came up, I knew I guessed right. A Heimni-24 sat in the middle of a large, grassy field. A small squad of Russian soldiers was marching across the grass, away from the helicopter. I couldn't see anyone close to it, but I couldn't see the far side of the aircraft. Can you get a view from the other side? More typing and an image of the park came up on a different monitor. This time I could see several people outside the hind. Four indistinct figures stood in a row between the hello and a giant tree, each with an arm held up like they were trying to touch the sky. "Just a sec. I think this one'll zoom," Titus said. When he was able to push in with the camera, the details blurred, jumped, then came into focus. The hello's winch cable had been stretched out and secured to the trunk of a huge tree. The four figures standing along its length each had a wrist handcuffed to the braided steel line. I stared in shock when I recognized Irina and Martinez. I had thought they were dead. Was certain I'd killed them. But there they were, and so were Katie and Rachel, on either side of Martinez. She must have been injured because they appeared to be holding her up. "How do I get there?" I asked, jumping to my feet. "Whoa there, big fella," Titus said, leaning back in his chair. "I'm guessing one of those ladies that's strung up is the missus. And I'm also guessing you're about ready to go charging in like Rambo, which will just get you and them killed." "I'm usually a little subtler than that," I said. "And yes, one of those women is my wife, Dot. Take another look at the monitor," he pointed, and I turned. All I saw was the same view as before. "Not that one," he said impatiently. "The one with the view from the backside of the helicopter where you can't see the women." I adjusted my gaze and stared at the display, but still didn't see anything he could be talking about. Starting to turn my head to look in Titus' direction, I froze as my eyes picked up something that didn't belong. The camera was high in the air, most likely mounted on a streetlight. It had a wide field of view, partially covering a couple of roofs in its frame. On one of those roofs I could see the legs of two men who were prone on their stomachs. They were barely in frame and I couldn't see anything above their knees. As I watched the screen, the angle changed. Titus moving the camera. When it panned for a better view of the roof, I cursed myself for having gotten impatient. The two men were a sniper and his spotter. From their position they had an unobstructed line of sight to everywhere in the park except for directly on the opposite side of the hind where the girls were restrained. I had little doubt there was a second sniper team set up to cover that area. "Like I said," Titus muttered. 38. I sat staring at the monitors for a few moments. As I watched, the ball of anger in my gut churned, threatening to overwhelm me and send me running to rescue the four women and rain vengeance down on the heads of the Russians. But I knew that Titus was correct and I needed to proceed carefully. Charging in with guns blazing only works in the movies. Can you zoom in some more on the people next to the hello? A couple of minutes passed as Titus laboriously pecked at the keyboard, then the image on the display swelled. Katie, Rachel and Irina looked unharmed, but Martinez didn't look good. The right leg of her pants was soaked in blood below about mid-thigh. I guessed that she'd been shot. I started looking at the other people, all of whom were wearing Russian uniforms. A very young-looking captain stood at the edge of the group, speaking on a radio. Closer to the women stood a tall, thin man wearing major's rank. He was talking to Colonel Grushkin, gesturing frequently at the girls. So Grushkin had survived. I wasn't really surprised. He had struck me as a tough bastard. The gash on his head had been stitched up and he looked quite a bit like Frankenstein's monster with the long, jagged line of black sutures running across his scalp and forehead. I briefly regretted not having taken the time to shoot him when I had the chance, then dismissed the useless emotion. Continuing to stare, I was concerned when I didn't see Igor, Scott, Crawford or Dog. Had everyone that couldn't fit the role of my wife been killed when the women were taken? "You okay?" Titus asked, bringing me back from my musings. "No, but I'm better than they're going to be," I said. "Thanks for stopping me earlier." He nodded, lit a cigarette and passed me the pack and lighter. I absently pulled one out and stuck it between my lips. I clicked the Zippo and lit up, my mind finally starting to analyze the situation from a tactical rather than emotional standpoint. "Can you start looking for other snipers? They'll probably be pretty close to directly opposite from the ones we've already spotted." He nodded and leaned over the keyboard. "And, do you have any maps of the town I can look at?" I asked. There. In the top drawer. He pointed at a short, 3-drawer filing cabinet that was pushed against the far wall. I went to it and pulled the indicated drawer open, finding it stuffed with manila file folders. Each one was clearly labeled and held a neatly folded map. I found one of the town and stuck it under my arm, continuing to flip through the tabs to see what else might be of use. I shouldn't have been surprised when I found one for the tunnel system, and it quickly joined the other one under my arm. Nothing else of immediate use jumped out at me, so after closing the drawer I moved to the kitchen table so I could spread the maps out. I had to clean up the mess from my earlier weapons maintenance, then spread out the 2 large pieces of paper. Both appeared to be survey maps rather than just standard commercial issue. That meant they were likely accurate, and when I checked the dates on each I was happy to see neither was more than 2 years old. I didn't imagine there had been that much about Mountain Home that had changed in the past couple of years. I stared at both of them for a while, getting my bearings. Once I understood the symbols that were being used, they were easy to read. There was only one problem. I had no clue where I was on the map. Scooping them up, I carried both into the surveillance room to get Titus to show me. "Got the bastards," he said when I walked in. I looked at the monitor he was pointing at and saw the sniper team on the edge of the field of view. "Excellent," I said. "Now do me a favor and make a mark on here to show me where we are." I handed him the maps, careful to not set them down on top of the cigarette smoldering in an ashtray. "And while you're at it, mark the buildings where the 2 sniper teams are." Titus dug a red marker out of a desk drawer and peered at the town map. Soon there was a circle for us and 2XS for the sniper teams. He then placed the tunnel map on top of the town map and held them up to the light. I hadn't realized they were the exact same scale and could be laid on top of each other for reference. I looked up and checked on the women, but nothing new was happening with them. Part of me wanted to stand there and just look at them, but I had work to do. Taking the maps back from Titus, I returned to the kitchen. He followed a few moments later. With them layered, I was able to get a good sense of the layout of the town and could see exactly where the tunnels ran under the streets. Staring at all the converging lines and symbols, I smoked my cigarette and a plan began to take shape. "Titus," I started speaking without taking my attention off the maps. "I've seen your armory. Saw several big, locked cabinets. What all you got in there?" I looked up and met his eyes. After a couple of moments, he grinned and motioned for me to follow. Crushing the cigarette out, I followed him in, watching as he pulled a ring of keys from his pocket and unlocked all the doors. "See for yourself," he said, stepping out of my way. The first cabinet was stuffed with communications gear. Not the type of stuff you can buy on eBay or Amazon. The type of stuff that a government contractor produces and has to account for every unit built and all the components that were used. In the second cabinet was body armor and night vision goggles. The third was stuffed with all kinds of things that go boom. Grenades, claymore mines, and about 5 pounds of C4. Triggers and detonators filled 2 large, clear plastic boxes that were sealed around the lids with duct tape. I turned and looked at Titus. This was a fucking windfall. I couldn't wish for anything that wasn't here. Well, I could, but a few thousand pissed off Rangers won't fit in a storage cabinet. "Your son-in-law?" I asked. Titus nodded and grinned. Just about everything I was looking at was illegal for a civilian to possess. Hell, it was illegal for a member of the military to possess for personal use. I was looking at about 100 different federal felonies and several lifetimes of hard labor at Fort Leavenworth, but that was before the attacks. Now, these were what I considered the basic necessities of life. 39. Colonel Crawford and Igor moved out of the trees and onto the runway when the second Chinook helicopter was no longer within hearing range. Dog trailing in their footsteps, they walked to where Scott's body had been left by the Russians. "This is not how we do things," Igor said in his native tongue as they stood looking at their dead teammate. "Seems like it is now," Crawford answered, stepping forward. Bending over, he worked his hands under the body and with Igor's help lifted it up and into his arms. He turned and carried the younger man into the forest, Igor and Dog walking on either side. 50 yards beyond the tree line he found a small clearing and gently lowered Scott to the ground. They didn't have a shovel, so both men knelt in the middle of the open space and began stabbing their knives into the ground to loosen the soil. After several minutes they used their bare hands to scoop out the dirt they had turned over, then went back to work with the blades. It was slow going, the soil turning rocky after they had gone no more than 6 inches. Neither man spoke, each lost in his own thoughts as they dug the grave. Dog sat to the side, close to Scott's corpse, watching them and keeping an eye on the surrounding forest. 4 hours later they paused to drink and each took a moment to rub their aching shoulders. Their hands were torn and bleeding from scraping out dirt and prying free rocks. A large mound was forming next to the hole, and after a 5-minute break they continued to work. It was mid-afternoon before Crawford called a halt. They had excavated 4 feet down and with the large pile of rocks that could cover the body, he was confident that was deep enough to protect it from scavengers. Neither man had stood for hours and when they climbed out of the hole both of them were moving stiffly as knees and backs cracked in protest. Together they lifted Scott and gently lowered him into the ground. Standing at the head and foot of the grave, the colonel looked up and met Igor's eyes. "I don't know what to say," Igor said. "He was a good man. He gave his life for his teammates. Nothing more could be asked and nothing more could be given. Rest in peace, fallen warrior." Colonel Crawford spoke first in Russian for Igor's benefit, then repeated himself in English. When he was done, he and Igor bent and began filling the grave. The dirt went in first, then all the rocks they had pried out one at a time. It took them another hour. When they were done, Scott's final resting place had a neatly arranged mound of rocks that protected the burial site. They moved away from the grave, through the trees and back to the edge of the runway. "What do we do now?" Igor asked after several minutes of silence from the colonel. "I'm going to walk down the side of these mountains to Seattle, and I'm going to kill as many Russians as I can find," Crawford said, staring up at the gray layer of clouds that hid the sun. "I'll understand if you don't want to come with me." They were quiet for a long time, only the sound of Igor's fingers scratching Dog's head breaking the silence. Neither of them had consciously noticed that there wasn't a single bird to be seen or heard in the dense forest. "I cannot go with you," Igor said after several minutes. "I have already killed too many of my countrymen." Crawford nodded without taking his attention off the clouds. "I didn't expect you would. What are you going to do?" "I do not know. I cannot go home. I am sure the GRU knows what I have done and will shoot me on sight. Perhaps I will find a small town with no infected. You Americans have such big houses, it will be an adventure living in one of them." "Do you have family back in Russia?" Crawford asked. "My parents died many years ago and I was an only child. The military was my life and I never married. Very fortunate with the events. If I did have any, they would have been arrested when I defected." Crawford finally looked away from the sky and met Igor's eyes. "Not much different than the old Soviet Union," he observed. "In many ways, it is worse. At least then we didn't pretend to be something we weren't. Every citizen understood what would or would not get them arrested. Now there is no standard. Laws are not applied equally or fairly. The younger generation wants to rebel, but they do not know how. Dissidents are becoming more common, but the ones who talk the loudest and begin to gather a following disappear in the middle of the night. That part is like the Soviets, and maybe you are right that it is not all that different. What do you think the Russian troops and people would do if they knew the truth? That Baranov orchestrated the attacks on the US and is ultimately responsible for the deaths or infection of nearly 7 billion people." Crawford dropped his pack to the tarmac and dug through in search of a cigarette. "What did the German people do during the Great War?" Igor asked. "They weren't bad people, but they were afraid of the lunatic and his followers who ruled the country." "In Russia?" There would be outrage, of course. If you are asking me if there would be a rebellion, then I would say the answer to that is no. Russians are more like the Germans were. Very different from you Americans. We are conditioned from birth to be careful what we say and do, and to respect if not fear our government. Where Americans might have marched on the White House if the roles were reversed, most Russians will not do more than shake their heads before being thankful they are safe because of the vaccine. I have had this conversation with Captain Vostov. Americans mistrust their government. Russians fear their government. Igor said the last with a wry expression on his face. Colonel Crawford nodded in understanding as he smoked the cigarette he'd found. You should take Dog with you when you go to find your town, he said, looking at Dog. He seems to like you and there's no point in him going with me on a one-way trip. Yes, I would like that, Igor said. But what do you really think you can do? Killing a few soldiers before they hunt you down will not change anything. Only a strike that removes President Baranov from power will stop the madness. If the roles were reversed and we were standing in Russia having this conversation, what would you be doing? Crawford asked. Looking for as many Americans to kill as I could find, Igor conceded the point. But I would like to think I would listen to wise advice. They remained standing where they were, neither man moving. The colonel took a last drag off the cigarette and dropped it to the pavement where he crushed it out under the toe of his boot. Guess I'd better get moving before I lose the light, he said, hoisting the heavy pack onto his back. Do you think there will be towns between here and Seattle? Igor asked. I believe there's a good chance there will be, yes. Crawford nodded, smiling at Igor. Then Dog and I will walk with you until we find our new home, Igor smiled back. 40. Colonel Crawford and Igor wanted to move through the forest to lessen the risk of being spotted by a passing aircraft, but soon gave up and settled for the grassy shoulder of Interstate 90. The trees and undergrowth were so dense and the terrain so rugged they spent 2 hours to cover barely a mile before acknowledging the need to take the risk of walking in the open. They hugged the tree line as they made their way west, ready to dash under cover in the woods if they heard any human sounds. They encountered the occasional infected, Dog warning them in advance each time with a low growl. So far it had only been males, many of them in horrible physical condition, but they were expecting a screaming attack from a female at any moment. They didn't bother to kill the males, the pitiful creatures unable to present any real threat as they stumbled blindly along and hissed at the three travelers. After an hour of walking on the open ground they had covered 4 miles. Igor had been looking behind them more and more frequently for the past 15 minutes and finally stopped and turned to the rear. Crawford also stopped and turned, immediately seeing what Igor was concerned about. Close to 30 males were trailing along behind them. The infected were stretched out into a long, ragged line that disappeared around a curve, many of them walking down the middle of the westbound lanes of the interstate. If a patrol flew over they might be able to hide in the woods, but the long line of infected would be like a big arrow pointing them out to an observer who knew anything about their behavior. Shit, Crawford muttered. Igor nodded, not needing a translation for a universally used English word. Switching to Russian, we should save our ammo. Igor smiled and drew his bayonet. Crawford pulled out his K-bar and they headed forward to meet the infected. Dog started to move in front of them, but Igor called him back. He was still limping slightly as he healed and there was no need for him to get involved. It was clear that Dog wasn't happy, but he complied. It took them 45 minutes to kill all of the males. Not that there were that many, but they were strung out for half a mile. Extra time was spent dragging each body off the road and into the edge of the trees. Leaving a bunch of dead infected lying on the pavement would be another sign for any patrols that there was somebody running around that they should take a look at. When they were finished, they moved a dozen yards into the forest and found a fallen tree to use for a seat. Sharing an MRE, neither felt much like conversing. Killing the infected up close and personal, then disposing of the bodies hadn't been a pleasant experience, and both men were lost in their own internal reflections. Crawford tossed the last bite of his meal to Dog, who snatched it out of the air and swallowed without chewing, then stood to step behind a tree. Igor dug a small hole with his knife and buried their trash, covering the spot with dead leaves and pine needles. Crawford was returning, preparing to hoist his pack off the ground when Dog stood up and looked to the west. He didn't growl, but both soldiers snapped their rifles up in the direction he was looking and dropped to the forest floor. They expected infected, but after several moments of not seeing or hearing anything, the colonel realized that Dog hadn't growled. He always growled at infected. 15 more seconds passed, and still not detecting anything, he looked over at Igor. The big Russian glanced back and shrugged his shoulders. Then Crawford heard the faint sound of a motor. Catching Igor's eyes, he pointed to the west, then to his ear. Igor nodded, and they quickly moved behind the log they had sat on to eat their meal. The engine noise steadily grew in volume, approaching. Soon it was obvious this wasn't a heavy military vehicle. The sound was too harsh and buzzy. Motorcycle? Were any motorcycles brought over for your troops? Crawford mumbled. Not that I know of. The vehicle kept approaching, the sound apparently traveling a long distance in the clear, mountain air. Crawford signaled to Igor, who moved 20 yards to the right, spreading them out in case they needed to fight. Dog stayed with the colonel, hunkered down behind the thick log. After what seemed a long time of listening to it approach, the sound of the motor suddenly dropped as the rider slowed. What had been a harsh, buzzy snarl of exhaust transitioned to a rough idle. Crawford thoroughly checked the forest behind and to either side to make sure they weren't about to be attacked while distracted by the motorcycle. Nothing was moving and Dog was alert but still and calm, so he returned his attention to the direction of the road. The rider killed the engine, the sudden silence almost deafening. The colonel shifted his head back and forth slightly, trying to see through the dense foliage. He was able to catch glimpses of movement, but no details of who had stopped. He checked on Igor, and the Spetsnaz soldier was behind solid cover and ready to fight. Colonel Crawford, an American-accented voice shouted. I'm Lieutenant Sam. United States Navy. What the hell? What was the Navy doing here and how had they found him? Then he remembered the satellite orbiting above and the system operator in Hawaii. He hadn't been able to communicate with her since leaving his sat phone behind and hadn't thought that she might still be watching and working on a way to help. Not that this couldn't be a ruse by the Russians, but they had no way of knowing who he was. Besides, they wouldn't stand on the side of the road and call his name. They'd show up in a helicopter and use the cannon or a few rockets to ruin his day. Signaling for Igor to hold fire, he waited for an acknowledgement before responding. Come forward, he shouted. Slow and easy with your hands in sight. I've got a Russian defector with me. Do not reach for a weapon when you see him or you will be fired upon. Coming in, the man shouted back. Almost immediately there was the sound of someone moving through the brush, and they weren't trying to be quiet. In fact, Crawford realized the man was doing everything he could to make as much racket as possible. Stepping on branches and kicking leaves and rocks. Making sure they knew exactly where he was. Catching Igor's eye, he signed for the Russian to watch their backs, just in case. The sounds grew closer and more frequent glimpses of movement resolved into a young, black man that stepped into the edge of the clearing with his hands empty and held out to his side. He was heavily armed, but his weapons were slung. He carefully looked around the area, spotting the colonel and the rifle that was aimed at his head. Petty Officer Simmons from Pearl Harbor says to say hello, sir. He said. The man definitely appeared to be what he said he was, and he knew the right thing to say. But Crawford hadn't survived 30 years as an operator by taking things at face value. Come on into the clearing and keep your hands in sight, the colonel said, standing and stepping around the end of the log. Dog followed, and together they walked to within 6 feet of the new arrival and stopped, looking him over. The man wasn't in uniform, but that was to be expected. He had the right weapons, but that meant nothing. Tell me something to convince me you're not a Russian. The man grinned, Well, how about we've been waiting for you to show up at the Allen Institute with the immune man you found in Oklahoma? I took charge of Dr. Conger when he arrived and have been babysitting him and another man named Joe Reverd. I believe you're the one that sent Dr. Conger to us from Tinker? And he's an arrogant pain in the ass, by the way. Sir. Crawford finally relaxed and lowered his weapon. He hadn't really believed this man was a Russian, but was glad he knew the right things. Thanks, Lieutenant. Can't be too careful these days, he said. No sir, you can't. Is that why the Russian still has his rifle pointed at my heart? The colonel smiled and signed to Igor that everything was fine. A few moments later the big Russian joined them in the middle of the clearing, weapon not exactly pointed at the lieutenant, but not exactly pointed away from him either. Sam nodded a greeting and turned his attention back to Crawford. Petty Officer Simmons has been keeping a close eye on you. Unfortunately, the whole West Coast from San Francisco to Seattle is crawling with Russians and we haven't been able to send any help. How did you get here without being seen? Crawford asked. I walked a good way. Had to get out of Seattle and across a big lake. Once I made it into the suburbs I found a dirt bike that I rode the past 40 miles or so. The petty officer has kept an eye on me and given me a heads up whenever there's a patrol or a CAP flyover and I just play dead until they move on. There's bodies everywhere. As long as I wasn't moving when they passed by, they didn't even notice me. So what brings you here? I don't think the two of us and a dog are going to fit on a dirt bike with you. Your ride's on the way, Sam grinned. One of my men found a 4-seat UTV at a house near where I found the dirt bike. It's a little too obvious to have it out on the road, so he's taking trails through the forest and having to move slower than I could. He should be here in about an hour. Then what? Unless you have other plans, I was going to take you to Seattle, sir, but I think that will work just fine, Crawford said, finally accepting the man as genuine and relaxing. Slinging his rifle, he lit a cigarette and peered at the young lieutenant through the smoke. Now, while we're waiting, what can you tell me about the women that the Russians took from us? 41. It had been a busy afternoon. Once I had gotten my emotions under control over seeing Katie and the other women in Grushkin's hands, I was able to start putting together a plan. A large part of that had been getting Titus to show me how to operate the surveillance system so I didn't have to wait while he clicked one key at a time. I started tracking the Russians' patrol patterns. Watched as they continued their building-to-building search of the town. It wasn't a large town, by any means, but there were still a lot of houses and businesses for them to search. As the afternoon wore on and troops were rotated in and out of the search, the ones taking a break began congregating at a large, buffet-style restaurant. I couldn't see inside, but assumed they had found some food that hadn't spoiled and were taking full advantage of not having to eat whatever is the Russian equivalent of an MRE. The restaurant would be my first target. An opportunity to take a large number of the enemy off the table at once. I got Titus to open the vault door and quietly went up to the sporting goods store over our heads. With several bags heavily loaded, I returned and set to work at the kitchen table. Taking out a large backpack, I opened it up and discarded the wads of crumpled paper that were used as filler while it was on display. I dumped another bag onto the table, dozens of packages of lead sinkers used for fishing spilling out onto the surface. Opening them one by one, I dumped the contents into the bottom of the pack, going until I had about 15 pounds of lead balls ranging in size from 1/4 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch. Getting up from the table, I went to the armory and grabbed what I needed, returning to the kitchen where Titus was eyeing what I was doing with a curious expression on his face. When he saw the 2 bricks of C4 explosive in my hand, he nodded and grinned. It only took me a couple of moments to unwrap them. Working the putty-like substance with my hands, I created a 2.5-pound ball. Titus's son-in-law had also stolen a good supply of wireless detonators, and I inserted 2 of these on opposite sides of the sphere. Only one was needed to set it off. 2 were in case one of them failed. Placing the C4 into the pack on top of the thousands of lead balls, I paused a moment. Once I covered the top, the detonators would be surrounded by lead. The radio signal to trigger the bomb wouldn't penetrate lead. What's the problem? Titus asked after a few minutes of me sitting there trying to think of a solution. When I told him, he grunted and went into the armory, returning with an extension cord. He quickly cut the insulation off, exposing the copper wire, and stripped out a few feet. Wrapping each detonator with the bare wire, he cut 2 tiny slits in the sides of the pack and pushed the other ends through. The copper would act as antennas, pick up the signal and carry it to the detonators. Problem solved. He helped me open the rest of the packages and dump their contents into the pack. For good measure, I added a large box of fishhooks, and to top it off piled in a bunch of pocket knives and razor-sharp steel arrowheads. Zipping the pack, I hoisted it up, satisfied that it was coming in at well over 40 pounds. Now, 2.5 pounds of C4 is one hell of a lot. For reference, there's only about 6 ounces of explosive in a hand grenade. It uses a different formula for the boom stuff, but it has almost identical performance. So, roughly 7 times the explosive force of a grenade, with about 45 pounds of really nasty metal objects that would become shrapnel traveling at 26,000 feet per second. Yep. That should do nicely. Bomb ready, it was time to start the rest of my preparations. It was early evening by now, and the rain I had hoped for had started. Not heavy, nothing that should make the tunnels impassable, just a slow and steady drizzle that created a level of white noise in the environment that would help me. Also, when humans are out moving in the rain, we tend to turtle our heads a little bit and not be as aware of our surroundings. I was counting on the Russian troops being a little bored and, with the weather, giving in to the urge to only worry about what was directly in front of their feet. Before I finished prepping, I stepped into the surveillance room to check on the girls. I had left one of the cameras focused on them, zoomed as much as it would. Martinez had lapsed into unconsciousness and no longer able to continue supporting her weight. Katie and Rachel had moved slightly away from her. They, as well as Irina, were soaked and looked exhausted. My jaw was clenched so tight it ached as I tore myself away and started dressing. Titus' son-in-law hadn't skimped on letting the U.S. taxpayer supply his shelter. Shedding the Air Force uniform I'd taken from the BX, I dressed in black, weatherproof, ripstop gear from head to toe. The fabric was lightweight yet warm and stretched in all the right places. Next came elbow, forearm, knee, and shin pads. Body armor layered on top of this. Not that it would necessarily stop a round from one of the Russian rifles, but it had a chance and would certainly stop any pistol rounds that came my way. A new, black tactical vest loaded down with spare magazines, a knife, my kukri, my pistol and rifle, and I already had 50 pounds on my body. Adding an encrypted radio so I could communicate with Titus, who would be keeping an eye on things from the shelter, I pulled on a Kevlar helmet with night vision goggles attached. A black nylon pack held the remaining 2 bricks of C4, detonators, 6 claymore mines, a cleverly designed collapsible aluminum ladder, and maps of the tunnels and town above. Ready as I'd ever be, I mused that this was the best equipped I'd been since the day of the attacks. "'Member what I told you," Titus said, looking me up and down. "If I call you on the radio and say get out of the tunnels, you get your ass out fast. Just 'cause it ain't rainin' heavy here don't mean it ain't pouring to the north. That water's got to go somewhere. I'll keep a close eye on it and give you as much warning as I can. I don't know how to thank you for everything," I said, extending my hand. "Every one of them commie bastards you put down is thanks enough." He took my hand and shook it. "Good luck to you, son. Hope you save your wife." I nodded and a few moments later slipped into the tunnel when he opened the vault door. 42. It was much darker in the tunnel than when Titus and I had taken our tour earlier in the day. With the clouds and rain, it was going to be a very dark night, and dark would come earlier than normal. There wouldn't be a long, drawn-out twilight as is common in the more northern latitudes. That was fine with me. The darker the night, the better the hunting. There was a stream about 2 inches deep and a foot wide running in the lowest part of the tunnel floor. The debris catchers created a whooshing sound as the water passed through them, and the old detritus I'd noted earlier was causing the water to pool up in places. Nothing that would even remotely be a problem as long as I didn't get careless and step on something in the water and turn an ankle. I had memorized the route I wanted to take for my first task. Turning, I lowered the night vision goggles and began moving north. The goggles turned night to day, while a day of greens and blacks, but I was able to see perfectly. I was more than thrilled to have them. Staying close to the wall as I moved, I frequently checked behind me. To assume the Russians hadn't found the tunnels and decided to search them could be a fatal error. We hadn't seen any indication, but it was still better to proceed as if there was going to be a squad of Ivans around every bend. Radio check, I heard Titus' voice in my ear before I'd gone 10 yards. All good, I replied. He didn't say anything else. There was no need, and I was glad to not have the distraction of a voice in my ear while I was trying to move quietly and keep an eye out for the enemy. I walked for 5 minutes before reaching the tunnel where I would turn. Stopping before the edge, I held up a small makeup mirror that had belonged to Titus' wife. Easing it out past the corner, I checked the next tunnel, happy to see it just as empty. Continuing to move like this took me another 15 minutes to reach my destination. At least I hoped I had reached my destination. The bottom of one manhole cover looks pretty much like the bottom of every other one. Sitting my supply pack down, I took out the ladder and began locking it open like Titus had shown me. As each section telescoped out of the last and clicked into place, it grew in length. The whole thing was 9 feet long when fully deployed, yet only weighed 8 pounds. Titus had assured me it was capable of holding 300 pounds. I was dubious, but was about to find out. With all my gear, plus the bomb, I was certainly tipping the scales at over 300. I looked up and spotted the 2 eye bolts set into the iron ring that formed the hole in the asphalt where the cover rested. The ladder had a hook on the top of each rail and slipped into place easily, the bottom swinging about a foot above the tunnel floor. Taking a deep breath, I grasped a rung above my head, put a foot on the lowest one and brought all my weight onto the thin aluminum. The rung under my feet bowed slightly as the whole thing swung like a pendulum because of the change in the center of gravity when I stepped on. But it held. Making sure my feet were as close to the vertical rails as possible to minimize the stress on the horizontal rungs, I bounced a couple of times. If the damn thing was going to break, I'd rather it happen when I was only a foot above the hard concrete. But it held. It swayed like I used to around closing time on a Saturday night, but it didn't bend and didn't break. Despite Titus' assurances, I was surprised, but it was time to go to work and quit fucking around with a ladder. Climbing carefully, I stopped when my head was bent so that my shoulder was brushing the ceiling. Titus, you copy? I breathed into the radio. Go ahead. Getting ready to move the cover. I had asked him to keep a camera on the manhole I had picked out as my first target. Since it was too easy to get confused in the tunnels, I wanted confirmation from him that I was at the right spot, and that there weren't any infected or Russians in the immediate area. Area's clear, he said a moment later. Holding tight with my left hand, I placed my right hand flat against the bottom of the cast iron plate. Cringing, expecting the ladder to snap at any moment and send me tumbling, I pressed against the manhole cover. As I pushed harder, the ladder creaked, but it held. Exerting more force, I felt the big disc begin to move. I see you wiggling, Titus said, confirming for me I was at the right location. As carefully as I could, I pushed until an edge was higher than the surrounding asphalt, then began shifting my arms sideways. The cover made a slight scraping sound and I immediately stopped, changed the position of my hand before continuing. This time I moved it several inches to the side without any sound, then had to pause to reposition my hand again. Moving the damn thing was hard enough. Moving it without making a sound that would give me away was exponentially more difficult. My shoulders and triceps were on fire, but there wasn't any other way to do this. Breathing hard, I kept at it until the cover was far enough out of place for me to slip through. It would have been nice to shed the vest and body armor to make myself smaller. I wouldn't have had to move the cover all the way open. But there's not much point in having body armor if you don't wear it. Besides, a little workout for the shoulders and arms never hurt anyone. Climbing on up the ladder, I quickly emerged, immediately dropping to a knee and scanning a full circle with my rifle. I was in an alley, the tunnel cutting across this area of town. Nothing was moving, and other than the soft patter of a slow rain, it was quiet. I made one more scan, then leaving the cover open I ran for my target. 100 yards from where I'd emerged, I came to a stop against the back wall of the restaurant that had become the Russians' informal mess hall. Sliding to the edge, I looked towards the front, seeing 5 soldiers walking away from the building. They had just left and were striding quickly, not talking, heads down in the rain. Titus knew the restaurant and had hand-drawn me a rough sketch of the place. There were 2 doors that opened onto the alley. One of them into the kitchen, the other a large pantry that could accept food deliveries directly so they didn't disrupt the cooks. There was an interior door from the pantry into the kitchen, and just to its right was a swinging door that opened into the main dining area. Stepping back to the pantry's exterior door, I gently tried the knob. It didn't turn, and unsurprisingly there was a high-quality lock. I could force my way in, but not without too much noise. "Patrol behind you, to your left," Titus spoke in my ear. Before he finished speaking, I had dropped to a knee, brought my rifle up and was scanning down the alley in the direction of the manhole I'd come out of. 2 Russians were about 50 yards on the opposite side of my escape hatch, slowly working their way closer. They were checking vehicles by shining a light inside each one, then bending down and checking under. Everything about the way they moved said they'd been doing this too long and they didn't expect to find anything. They were bored, tired, and probably cold and hungry. Maybe I'd get really lucky and they would walk right past the open hole in the ground. Not willing to trust in luck, I moved a quick 50 yards closer to them, sticking to the edge of the alley and keeping dumpsters and abandoned vehicles between them and me. Reaching the location I'd selected before I started moving, I came to a stop behind an ancient Chevy truck. It was parked tight against a thick hedge and I'd squeezed in between the shrub and the truck's front fender. With the dark bush behind me and the rusting truck hiding all but my head, shoulders, and rifle, they wouldn't spot me unless they happened to shine a light directly on where I was waiting for them. I didn't plan to kill them unless they discovered the open manhole or me. I wasn't quite ready to announce that I'd showed up and brought party favors. But they didn't give me a choice when the one with the light came to a sudden stop and aimed the beam directly at the hole. I was already on target and all I had to do was pull the trigger. The Russian's head snapped to the side and he fell with a clatter of weapons and the flashlight hit the asphalt. Shifting aim, I put 3 rounds in his buddy's chest as he tried to dive behind a car. He flopped to the ground and didn't move, but to be thorough, I drilled a round through his skull. A very long time ago well, it doesn't matter where. Anyway, I was there at the behest of the US government. As usual, gunfire was involved and I put 4 rounds, center mass, into a bad guy. He went down and I dismissed him, certain he was dead. When I took my attention off of him, he sat up and nearly took my head off with an AK-47 before one of my teammates scrambled his brains. My body shots, which I'm pretty sure would have been fatal, weren't instantly incapacitating. The human body really is amazingly resilient when the whole fight or flight mechanism kicks in and the adrenaline is pumping. And I learned my lesson that day. Fortunately, it didn't cost anyone other than the bad guy. Rushing around the hood of the truck, I scanned each direction of the alley as I ran to the 2 bodies. Not seeing anything, I grabbed the first guy by the ankle and dragged him to the open manhole and unceremoniously shoved his body through. A second later I heard the splash and thud when he landed on the tunnel floor. The second guy followed quickly and I made sure to gather up the flashlight and a couple of other pieces of their equipment and toss it all down the hole with them. The rain was already taking care of the blood, but I was getting antsy. I'd already been in one spot for too long. Running back to the restaurant, I paused a second, took 2 deep breaths and tried the kitchen. The knob turned easily, the lock disengaging and the door moving slightly towards me. Pulling it open in one fast motion, I snapped my rifle up and stared through the scope into the building. Several battery-powered lanterns provided light, my NVGs automatically adjusting for the added illumination. No one was in the kitchen, but it was littered with open cans and boxes of food. Apparently there wasn't a cook, just each soldier came in, found what he wanted and prepared it. Stepping inside, I scanned again, double-checking and finding nothing, then began moving to the swinging door that opened to the dining area. I was halfway across the kitchen when the door was thrust open and a young kid wearing a Russian army uniform stepped through. Okay, maybe he wasn't that young, but I've got more hair on my knuckles than he did on his face. He wasn't paying attention to his surroundings and had walked all the way into the room, the door closing behind him, before he saw me. He froze, his eyes opening wide, and he started to open his mouth to shout. I shot him between the eyes from 8 feet, lunging forward so his body didn't fall and make a racket that would bring his buddies to see what was going on. Supporting the corpse with my left arm and pressing it to me like I was holding a lover, I kept the rifle up and aimed at the door with my right hand as I backpedaled to the alley. Reaching the door, I dumped him into the night, wiped his blood off my hand and moved back towards the dining area. Titus had told me that the swinging door looked like it had a mirror in it if you're in the dining room, but it was actually a two-way mirror so the cook or manager could keep an eye on the buffet line without the diners seeing them peering through. Stepping up to the inside of the door, I still stepped to the side and carefully peeked. There were probably close to 100 Russian soldiers spread across the dining room. Some were eating, some smoking, and even a couple of them sleeping. As I watched, more came in the front door and paused to shake the rain off their shoulders. I needed to do what I came for and get the hell out of there. Taking the backpack that contained the bomb off my shoulders, I gently pushed the swinging door open far enough to fit it through the opening. Placing it on the floor, against the wall, I stuck my arm a little farther in and shoved it into the shadows. Carefully I let the door close, then turned and ran as several soldiers began heading for the kitchen. They weren't shouting and raising their weapons, so I was pretty sure they were only coming to find food. Dashing through the exterior door, I had to kick the body of the kid I'd shot out of the way before closing it quietly. Grabbing the corpse's ankle, I dragged it to the manhole, shoving it through, then following. Getting the cover back in place was easier than it had been opening it, but a little battle-induced adrenaline will give you a good burst of strength. 43. I moved the 3 waterlogged bodies out of my way when I reached the bottom of the ladder, then spent 2 minutes collapsing and returning it to the pack. A quick search of the corpses didn't reveal anything of importance, but one of the 2 that were on patrol had a small, handheld radio in his vest. Not speaking or understanding Russian, it wouldn't help me listen in on the enemy's broadcasts, but there might come a time when it would prove useful. Adding it to the pack, I quickly checked my map and headed farther north, looking for the right cross-tunnel that would take me to my next destination. Moving to second target, I set into the encrypted Air Force radio. Copy, Titus answered right away. Don't look like those 3 have been missed yet. I kept walking, exercising a lot of caution as I approached the next junction. It must have been raining a little harder as the small stream had grown a few inches wider. It didn't look that much larger, but the volume of water had increased enough to make significantly more noise as it flowed. Enough so that I wouldn't hear a threat until it was right on top of me. I halted short of the corner and repeated the mirror trick, moving on when I didn't see anything. I had turned east, and if I was remembering the map correctly, was moving parallel to the northern boundary of the park where the girls were being held, about half a mile between us. I froze when the sound of a human voice reached me, rifle coming up as I tried to locate the source. It seemed to be coming from ahead of me, and I was about to start retreating when it grew in volume and I realized what it was. Another of the roving patrols with a loudspeaker, announcing that they had my wife and I could trade myself for her, the sound coming through one of the openings that drained water from the streets above. Part of me was surprised that Colonel Grushkin was even trying this. He had to have read my file. He had to know I would understand that he intended to kill Katie, and my surrender would have no bearing on that outcome. Perhaps I was giving him too much credit, but one does not become a colonel in the Spetsnaz if he doesn't have some serious intellect to go along with all the physical skills that are required. So why was he even making the effort? All I could come up with was that he was trying to force my hand. Flush me out by dangling Katie and the others in the open. Wait for me to make an attempt and have sniper teams ready to blow my head off. He would know that I understood this was what he was doing. He would also know that I would be coming. Only he thought I was alone and at best armed with a rifle, pistol, and a couple of knives. He couldn't have known that for once Lady Luck had smiled on me and dropped Titus Bowl and his shelter full of goodies into my lap. Not that I wouldn't still be doing exactly what I was doing without them, but Grushkin was going to get a hell of a surprise. I moved as I had these thoughts, arriving at my second target. A repeat of the climb up the ladder and through the manhole, then I was back underground and heading for number 3. This was the longest walk I had, and it took some time. As I passed beneath the streets of Mountain Home, I heard 2 more patrols broadcasting the same message. I so badly wanted to pop up and silence them, but that would have served no purpose at this time. Third target addressed, I moved back south a short distance, then headed due west. The water flow had increased again, minimally, but now the stream that ran down the floor of the tunnels was almost reaching the walls on either side. I walked where it was dry, careful to not let a foot drift into the current. It didn't look swift, but even shallow depths of flowing water can take your feet right out from under you. Major, Titus called on the radio as I was approaching my 4th target. Go, I mumbled, though the sound of the water would mask anything below a full-throated shout. Thought you'd like to know, you guessed right. The restaurant is really filling up. At least 300 troops in there now, and more trying to squeeze in out of the rain. Copy, was all I said. I had reached my destination. I was on the southeast corner of the park, beneath the intersection of the streets that bordered the park on those 2 sides. There were a lot of troops in the area and I needed to be quiet, but still move quickly. Locking the ladder into shape, I hooked it to the ceiling and climbed. I pressed 2 ounces of C4 into a notch between the iron rings set into the concrete of the tunnel and the cast iron cover. Inserting a detonator, I climbed down, unhooked the ladder and without collapsing it headed for the next manhole. When I was done, I had rigged every spot on the 4 streets that surrounded the park where the asphalt was penetrated by an access point into the tunnels. There were a lot of small openings that I couldn't imagine what they were for, but I mined them, too. I even found my way underneath a large parking lot that was part of the park and doctored up its cover. I was now almost out of C4, having retained only 2 ounces for an emergency. If I did my job and moved fast, there was at least a chance I could save my wife and my friends. Heading to the exit, I mumbled into the radio as I started heading north. I intended to go out of one of the grates that Titus and I had looked at earlier in the day. It wasn't exactly close, but the risk of moving another manhole cover was too great. I'd gotten lucky the patrol I had killed hadn't happened along while I had the cover half open. Talk about being a sitting duck. You'd better get movin', Titus' voice spoke in my ear. Rain's pickin' up and those tunnels are going to be fillin' up, dot. As he was speaking, the water reached the wall I was hugging. I broke into a run. Water splashed with every step and the footing quickly transitioned from a thin layer of water to stepping into a running stream of water. I pushed harder, nearly going down as the runoff suddenly surged until it was over the toes of my boots. I was forced to slow, unable to run upstream without risking falling and possibly coming down on one of the debris catchers. Within 30 seconds the water was up to my ankles and rising. It was moving fast, splashing up where it struck my legs and soaking the front of my pants. I tried to picture the tunnel map and guess where I was. My best estimate was that I still had 3 miles to go. As I had that thought, the water crested the tops of my boots and it was beginning to get difficult to stand. I had to lean into the direction it was coming from to maintain my footing. At this rate it would be above my waist in minutes. No way was I going to make it 3 miles before it was so deep and moving so swiftly that it took me with it. Glancing up, I spotted a manhole just a few yards ahead. Water's too deep. Gotta climb out now, I said into the radio as I moved closer to the hole in the ceiling and began working quickly to assemble the ladder. Where are you? Maybe 3 miles short of the exit. Other than that, fuck if I know, I answered, locking the last section of the ladder in place. Titus said something that I didn't have time to think about. Against the wall, the water was now at the bottom of my knees. And I had a problem. The center of the tunnel, where I needed to stand to reach the eye bolts in the ceiling to hook up the ladder, was lower than the edge where I was standing. That meant the water would be deeper. Over my knees. I made sure my weapons were tightly secured, then took a step forward. Between the push on the foot that remained planted and the violent tug on the stepping foot when it came down into the water, I was nearly upended and taken for a ride. Water over my knees, I could feel it tearing at me, trying to rip away the traction my boots had on the concrete floor. Putting all my energy into focusing on the task at hand, I moved forward again, but this time I shuffled my feet rather than trying to take a step. That helped, not having the sudden impact of the force of the water as my foot came down, but it moved me into water approaching mid-thigh. Glancing up, I spotted the bolts and tried to reach them with the ladder. I came up a foot short. Grunting with exertion, I slid my right foot, planted it and brought my left forward. Looking up, I extended the ladder, reaching out to hook it in place. Water was now nearly to my crotch, and I knew this was my last shot. Once it had the main part of my body to push against, rather than just my legs, I wouldn't be able to withstand the force. Stretching, I managed to hook one rail into the eye bolt closest to me, but needed to be slightly closer to the middle of the tunnel to raise the other end enough to secure it. I was shuffling my right leg into deeper water just as a surge raced down the tunnel and slammed into my ass, sweeping my feet out from under me. 44. The ride through the forest in the UTV was about what Crawford had expected. Rough and slow. The vehicle was a Polaris RZR. One of the long ones that had 4 seats. It was narrow and the seal driving had shoulders at least as wide as the Colonel's. Igor had it better in back. Dog had curled into one of the seats and placed his head in the Russian's lap for the ride. The light was fading by the time the driver, Master Chief Petty Officer Pedro Gonzalez, arrived. Thick, gray clouds blocked any moonlight and now it was almost completely black. Gonzalez wore night vision goggles, navigating between tree trunks so thick that 3 grown men holding hands couldn't have encircled them with their arms. Neither Crawford nor Igor had NVGs, so they had no choice other than to put their complete trust in the Master Chief. Lieutenant Sam followed on the noisy dirt bike. He too had NVGs and was staying about 50 yards back as they moved. Both SEALs had their radios slaved to a satellite comm unit and were in constant contact with Pearl Harbor. Jessica was glued to several monitors, making sure they had plenty of warning if there were any infected or Russians they needed to worry about, but with the cloud cover she was having to rely on thermal. They had been driving for over an hour, but weren't moving fast. The trail the SEAL was following was very narrow and in places so rough he had to slow to a crawl to climb over massive, exposed tree roots and outcroppings of rock. Twice they'd come to a sudden stop, the engine going quiet and Gonzalez motioning towards the sky. They'd heard a distant rotor the first stop, then the sound of a high-flying jet the second. 3 hours after leaving the clearing where they'd met the young SEAL officer, they suddenly emerged out of the forest into the backyard of a palatial mansion. It was built in a several-acre clearing on the slope of a mountain, and as they circled to the front, Seattle spread out below them. There seemed to be even more pockets of light than the previous night when they'd arrived in the Hind. Gonzalez came to a stop in the driveway, Lieutenant Sam pulling up next to the UTV and shutting down the bike. "Fuckers are bringing the city back to life, aren't they?" Crawford observed. "Yes, sir." "They are," Sam agreed. Bunch of boots on the ground came into the port on troop carriers. They just brought one of their nuclear-powered cruisers in yesterday. Big bastard. And they've got a carrier and a whole bunch of subs prowling around the North Pacific. What are they doing, and why so many ships? They're moving in. Taking up residence. We've been watching civilians arriving on what looks like private jets, then being escorted into the city where they're claiming whatever penthouse or waterfront palace catches their eye. It looks like Baranov is distributing the spoils of war to his wealthy cronies. Crawford clenched his teeth, seething internally at the thought of the Russians just moving in on top of the corpses of all the Americans who were infected or killed by the attacks. "What from here?" he finally asked. "We're on foot from here, sir. There's a couple of miles of neighborhoods with houses like this, then we move into suburbs with more normal homes and businesses. There's still a good population of infected in the whole area, and these things make too much noise, but..." Sam stepped off the bike and walked it over to a thick hedge of bushes, pushing it behind them until it was well concealed from view. "Before we start walking, how are you for munitions?" Crawford asked. "Munitions or weapons?" Sam asked, a confused frown creasing his face. "Don't know what you have in mind, Lieutenant, but I'm not in the mood to go sit on my ass in a biolab while these cocksuckers just move in and completely take over. I intend to make life a little uncomfortable for them. Sir, my orders were to come get you and bring you back to the lab. The scientists say they're getting close to coming up with something, and as much as I'd like to go along for the party, I've got to get back. And to answer your question, we don't have anything other than small arms." The lieutenant shoved his NVGs off his face and drank deeply from a canteen of water. "Then I guess this is where we part ways," Crawford said. "Thanks for the ride." Crawford climbed out of the UTV and walked to the tiny cargo area to retrieve his pack. The two SEALs exchanged glances, the colonel noting the look out of the corner of his eye. "We aren't going to have a problem because I'm not coming with you, are we?" Crawford asked, swinging his pack onto his shoulders. Igor and Dog had climbed out and were standing on the far side of the UTV. Igor had picked up on the sudden tension and slowly began sliding farther to the side, rifle not pointed but his hand firmly gripping it with his thumb on the safety. "No, sir. We were just thinking that there's a National Guard armory we passed on our way to find you. It looked intact and I'm willing to bet it's still pretty well stocked." "Hell, Lieutenant. Why didn't you just say so? Lead the way." Crawford grinned and motioned for Igor to relax. Sam grinned back and stepped out of the way as Gonzalez turned the UTV around and headed for the forest to hide it in the trees. The colonel walked over to Igor and, switching to Russian, nodded at the large house. "This is a nice place," he said. "Great view, and you would only be steps from the forest if you needed to disappear." "I was thinking the same thing," Igor replied. "It is like the home of a czar. In Russia there would be 30 families living in so much room." "Welcome to America," Crawford smiled. "The land of the free and the home of excess beyond your wildest dreams." Igor smiled back at him, still not sure the house really was for just one family. "What were you talking with them about?" Igor asked, pulling his attention away from the mansion. "There's some Russian ships in port and civilians arriving that are laying claim to homes just like this one," Crawford waved at the house. "Rich Russians reaping the benefits of Baranov's plan and an occupying military force to protect them. I'm making a stop to load up on some larger weapons, then heading down there to stir up some shit." "What does that mean?" Igor asked. "Means I'm going to cause problems for the people occupying my country." Crawford looked up as the Master Chief returned from concealing the Polaris. "Ready, Colonel?" Lieutenant Sam asked, flipping his NVGs down over his eyes. Crawford held up a finger, asking him to wait one moment, not taking his attention off of Igor. "Sure you don't want to come with me? These aren't innocents. These are the people that supported Baranov. You were ready to help obtain a nuclear bomb that would be used to destroy the Kremlin and everyone in it. Is this all that different? Besides, how long do you think you're going to be content to live quietly in the lap of luxury?" Igor smiled sadly and shook his head. "My war is over," he said. "I've been fighting since I was 17. I'm sorry, but I'm not going." He held his hand out and after a moment Crawford shook it. Rubbing Dog's head, he nodded to Igor and turned to the SEALs who were waiting a respectful distance away. 45. Colonel Crawford sat in the shelter of an overpass, watching the activity on the piers that stuck out into Puget Sound. There were 5 Russian Navy ships tied up, all of them lit like it was Christmas morning. Sentries patrolled the docks and there were frequent gunshots from all up and down the shoreline as they put down infected. A small work gang moved constantly, dragging the bodies to the edge of the wooden docks and dumping them into the ocean. The massive Pyotr Veliky, Peter the Great, guided missile cruiser, or battle cruiser, was tied up to the pier closest to his hiding place. The ship was over 800 feet long and nearly 100 feet wide, powered by a nuclear reactor, and was the flagship of Russia's Northern Fleet. And it was flying the banner of the old Soviet Union, a gold hammer and sickle on a red background. A much smaller destroyer and 3 ships that were beyond Crawford's ability to identify occupied the adjoining docks. For not the first time he wished he had one of the SEALs with him, for ship identification if nothing else, but they had strict orders to return to the lab and not engage the Russians. If he had bothered to get on the satellite connection and speak with Admiral Packard, he would probably have been given the same order, which is why he had refused the SEAL's offer to use the comm gear. The colonel had reached the end, and he knew it. When he'd first met Major Chase in Tennessee, he'd told him that his wife and daughters were in Los Angeles visiting her sister when the attacks occurred. That had been a lie. Her sister was in San Francisco and they had been in LA, waiting for him to arrive the next morning to begin an experimental treatment for lung cancer. Years of cigarette smoking combined with regularly inhaling toxic fumes on battlefields had taken a toll on his body. He had already lived longer than the doctors had given him. But he felt fine. What had been a persistent, racking cough had gone away and he was actually able to breathe again without wheezing. He hadn't given it much thought, just assumed his body had responded to the crisis and was grateful he'd lasted as long as he had. At least long enough to throw a serious fucking monkey wrench into the Russians' plans. Next to him on the ground rested a large duffel. It was heavy, packed full of explosives that had been scrounged from the National Guard armory. The Master Chief was a demolitions expert and had fashioned 2 makeshift limpet mines for him. Each mine contained 40 pounds of C4, and had been constructed to focus the force of the blast towards whatever surface it was attached to. Strong magnets taken from the mounting bases of portable antennas would hold the mines tight to any metallic surface, such as a ship's hull. The only problem was that they didn't have a timer for the detonator. The mines would need to be placed below the waterline and the wireless signal from the handheld trigger couldn't penetrate the water. The solution had been to attach the ends of 2 large spools of wire to each blasting cap. Once the mines were stuck to a hull, the colonel would have to reel out the wire and attach it to a terminal on the trigger so he could detonate the C4. Master Chief Gonzalez had assured him that each device would punch a large hole through the hull of any ship other than an aircraft carrier. Knowing firsthand just how devastating a shaped charge could be, Crawford didn't doubt the SEAL for a minute. His only concern was being able to get the mines in the right place to do the most damage. He turned his head and raised his weapon when a foot scraped on the rough concrete covering the ground beneath the underpass, but it was only a male. The infected was in horrific condition, barely able to walk, drawn to the activity on the docks, and was slowly making its way. Crawford held his fire, the male unaware of his presence, and eventually it stumbled past and continued on. The colonel spent a minute scanning the city behind him, but didn't see any other movement. But it was such a built-up and cluttered urban environment, there could have been 1,000 infected approaching and he wouldn't see them until they were within 20 yards. Turning his attention back to the docks, he raised a large pair of binoculars and continued his survey of the ships. Peter the Great was definitely on his target list. But the ship was so large, the only way he was going to permanently disable it was if he could damage the nuclear reactor. He knew it would be well shielded and protected, and he was debating on whether or not to use both mines on the same target. He was fairly confident the reactor core was about 2/3 of the way back from the sharp bow. This was the logical location for a variety of reasons that he recalled from a 2-week cross-training session with the Navy he'd participated in back when he was a bright-eyed, young lieutenant. The design and potential weak points of enemy ships had been one of the courses, which included swimming into the Norfolk naval shipyards at night and attaching a dummy mine to the hull of a decommissioned ship. His small team of 3 Green Berets, with a Navy SEAL observer tagging along, had successfully placed the mine, but had been spotted by shore-based security as they were leaving the area. The exercise results had been graded AB. The ship would have been seriously damaged or destroyed, but the swimmers would have been captured or killed. Deciding a gaping hole in the hull of Peter the Great and the adjacent destroyer burning furiously from a mine placed near its fuel bunker was the right way to go, Crawford settled back to keep watch and let the night wear on. As the early morning hours approached, the activity levels on the docks would die down and it would be easier to get into the water and place the mines without being detected. 46. When the surge of water struck, my entire lower body shifted, then my legs began flailing in the current. I had managed to hang on to one of the ladder's rungs with my right hand, so I wasn't immediately swept away in the torrent. But the ladder was only attached at one point and I was hanging from it by one hand, being buffeted by the raging stream and swinging around as the ladder started spinning. I reached with my left hand, but between being tossed about and swinging like a pendulum I couldn't grasp it. My hand still wasn't what it used to be after the damage from being crucified by the Reverend, and I could feel my grip slipping. Kicking my legs, which probably didn't do a damn thing, I twisted and lunged with my left arm. Somehow I managed to get my hand on one of the vertical rails, but it was smooth aluminum and slippery from being wet. My grip with my left failed and it felt like my right shoulder was ready to pop out of its socket when all my weight came back on that arm. That grip slipped some more until 4 curled fingers were all that was preventing the flood from carrying me away. The ladder kept swaying and spinning. I knew I would have one more attempt, then I wouldn't be able to hold on another second. Twisting, I pulled with every fiber of muscle in my right arm as the water tore at my body, trying to take me with it. I lunged with my left again, this time aiming to shove my arm through and hook my elbow on a rung. In seemingly slow motion, I managed to get my left arm through one of the openings as my fingers lost their last bit of grip. My body started to accelerate away, then I was snapped around as my left forearm came up hard against a rail. Scrambling, I fought against the rising flow until I could force my arm the rest of the way through and bend it. With a rung locked between my bicep and forearm, I quit fighting for a moment to catch my breath. My heart was pounding and I was breathing like a racehorse. Slowly my body calmed, but I was still being tossed about by the water and spun like a top at the end of the ladder. Slowly I raised my right arm and hooked it through a higher rung, pulling myself a few precious inches closer to the ceiling. I repeated the process until I was able to get my feet on the lowest rung. Unfortunately, nearly half the ladder was submerged by now, my body with it. The change in weight distribution and position of my body had stopped the spinning. That was the good news because I had been getting dizzy. But in trade, I was now being pushed down the tunnel, the force of the current so great the bottom of the ladder was swinging clear of the surface before gravity took over and slapped it back into the water. Arms still hooked through the rungs, I struggled for more height. It was probably only a minute at the most, but it felt like an hour when I bumped the top of my Kevlar helmet on the concrete ceiling. The rung I was standing on was still in the water, and the motion was bad, but with only my feet and the thin tubes that comprised the ladder being pushed on, it was manageable. Worrying about the single point of attachment to the ceiling, I looked over at the other eye bolt, then immediately dismissed any idea of getting hooked into it. There was no way with my weight on the ladder, so instead I focused on the manhole cover. Placing a hand on it and exerting some force helped to stabilize the ladder. Then I began to worry that the extra weight when I lifted it would be too much for my precarious perch. Shut the fuck up, John. You're overthinking things. There's no choice other than to try, I said to myself. Taking a deep breath, I lifted my shoulder until it was only a couple of inches below my hand, then pressed up on the cast iron plate. Moving it from a single-pointed swinging ladder was a hell of a lot harder than it had been when the tunnels were nice and dry and I had both rails hooked. But I kept at it, pushing and sliding the heavy plate until there was an opening large enough for me to climb through. Slowly and carefully I stepped up a rung and poked my head above ground. Surprisingly, my NVGs had not only survived, they had stayed in place, so I was able to see that I'd come up in the middle of a 4-lane street. At the moment I didn't see anything that concerned me, so I lifted an arm up through the hole and kept climbing. "I gotcha," Titus' voice sounded in my earpiece. You okay? Just fucking great, I panted as I made it all the way up and onto my knees in the middle of the street. Is the area clear? You got half a dozen females a block west of you and a Russian patrol 2 blocks south. Don't see nothing else at the moment. I gave myself 10 more seconds for my heart rate to come down, then muscled the manhole cover back in place. My hands were aching and tired. The cover slipped as I moved it over the iron ring it rested in. The damn thing slammed home with a loud thud. Much louder than I would have liked. Oh. Them infected heard that, Titus warned me. They're on the way. Where's that Russian patrol? I asked, scrambling to my feet. 2 blocks due south. There's 3 of 'em, he answered immediately. I jogged to the closest intersection, pausing and looking west. It was less than 10 seconds later that the females came into view. They were a couple of 100 yards away and moving fast. I had my rifle up and flashed the light at them a couple of times to make sure they saw me, then turned and sprinted down the street that headed south. I've never been a sprinter, nor even remotely in the category of what you would call fast. I can run all fucking day if I have to, but speed was one physical attribute that I hadn't been blessed with. Still, I ran like the hounds of hell were on my heels. I suppose they were, and the illusion was strengthened when they started screaming. What the hell are you doing? Titus shouted at me. Where's Russians? I gasped as I pounded through an intersection. Next street, turn right and they'll be about 100 feet in front of you. How close females? I panted out, not wanting to risk looking over my shoulder and tripping, or even losing an ounce of speed from turning my body. Coming fast. Maybe 40 yards. The stress in his voice lent a sense of urgency and I pushed as hard as I could. Sure, I could have hidden. Or I could have engaged them with my rifle while they were still at a safe distance. But this idea had popped into my head and I'd just gone with it. Hoped like hell it worked. All of this went through my mind as I reached the intersection and without slowing swung wide through the turn and came face to face with 3 Russian soldiers. I had time to note that all 3 were walking with their eyes cast down, just watching the pavement directly in front of their feet. They were almost to the intersection and by the time my presence registered on them I was passing a couple of yards to their left. Now I slowed to turn and look over my shoulder. All 3 of them were shouting, spinning around in the road and bringing their weapons up. Then the females charged around the corner and slammed into them, immediately taking the trio to the ground. One of the females bypassed the patrol, but the other 5 fell on them, ripping and tearing flesh. I stopped, waiting for her to close a little as I knew my aim would be shit because of just having sprinted 2 blocks. When she was inside 10 yards, I fired, her lifeless body flopping to the wet pavement and rolling nearly to my feet. Glancing up, I didn't see any more coming after me. They were fully absorbed in their meal. Changing directions, I dashed across the front lawn of a small house and around the side, emerging in a heavily overgrown backyard. Rifle up, I checked the small area, then pushed my way into a thick hedgerow that grew along what I assumed was the rear property line. Beyond was a narrow alley with a few cars and lots of residential trash dumpsters. To my right, at the very limit of the NVGs, I could see movement, but couldn't tell if it was Russians or infected. Pretty fucking slick, Titus chuckled in my ear. Pretty fucking stupid, too if you ask me. Yeah, well, it worked, didn't it? I mumbled back. Now, where the fuck am I? You're in pretty good shape. You came up right where you would have had to walk if you'd made it to the exit. You're gonna want to head east for a mile then turn south for 4 blocks. That'll bring you in on their blind side, Dot. I had caught my breath and my heart rate was almost back to normal. Acknowledging Titus' directions, I pushed through the hedge into the alley after carefully scanning in both directions. 47. Colonel Grushkin was seated in the hind, sheltering from the weather. His foul mood had progressively gotten worse as the evening wore on into night and his troops still hadn't found the American. To top it off, he had a splitting headache that no amount of non-narcotic painkiller was touching. The medic had warned him that he had a severe concussion to go along with the head wound that took over 100 stitches to close. Where was the man hiding? Grushkin had been carefully monitoring the progress of the searching patrols and wasn't happy that with over 3/4 of the town's buildings checked off the list, the man was still successfully hiding. Doubt began to creep into his thoughts as he watched the 4 women handcuffed to the braided steel winch cable. They were soaked and shivering and looked absolutely miserable. All except for the pretty Mexican that Buzinski had shot in the leg. She was unconscious, her full body weight held up by her wrist. He had considered going out there and using his knife to make them scream and cry out for the major, but didn't want to perform to an empty theater. He didn't think the man was close enough to see or hear what was happening, which negated the point in doing it in the first place. What if he'd managed to slip away? Was even now moving farther and farther away from the town. But he didn't see how that was possible. His men had tracked him into town. Found the crashed American military vehicle that had struck a large cow, and soon after had found the only vehicle in the entire area that had a hot engine. They couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 minutes behind him, and between the helicopters and ground troops there had been no opportunity for him to escape. That only left the possibility that he'd found a good hiding place somewhere in the town. They would eventually find him, or flush him out with the messages his men were broadcasting. Comrade Colonel Major Buzinski, acting as his aide, appeared at the open side door, hair plastered to his head by the steady rain, and held out a blocky satellite phone. "General Kozlov for you, sir." Grushkin took a deep breath, steeling himself to report that he had still not succeeded in capturing the American. "Colonel Grushkin speaking," he said into the phone, waving the major away. "What is your report, Colonel?" Kozlov was always one to get straight to business. "We are closing in on him, sir." "I expect to have him before sunrise." Grushkin gave the only answer that wouldn't have resulted in orders for his arrest being immediately issued. "Fuck your mother, Grushkin," Kozlov roared over the phone. "Tell me what is really happening. It is not just your balls that will be cut off and fed to Comrade Baranov's dogs if you fail. Mine will be first on the menu." "I am sorry, Comrade General," Grushkin said, then proceeded to explain in detail the events of the past several hours. "Have you begun applying pressure to his wife to get him to show himself?" Kozlov asked. "Not yet, sir." "No. I am holding her in the middle of a very large field. The entire area is covered by sniper teams. He is not close enough to see or hear, of that I am certain. If I begin working on her, it will be of no use if he is not aware, and may shorten the time in which she is useful." There was silence on the phone as Kozlov digested what he had been told. He was no fan of torture, especially on a woman as leverage to control her husband, but just because he wasn't a fan didn't mean he wouldn't order it done to complete his mission. But the colonel was correct. Hurting the woman when her husband wasn't aware of what was being done was pointless and ran the risk of losing the asset prematurely. "Very well, Colonel. I am going to gather some men and board a flight. Expect me in 4 hours. And, for both our sakes, it would be best if you have found him by the time I arrive." The general broke the connection, leaving Grushkin fuming. He wasn't angry at Kozlov. The man was simply doing what any commander would do in this situation. If your underlings aren't having success and your very life depends on a positive outcome, you get your ass into the field and take control. No, Grushkin wasn't mad at the general. He was furious with the American major. Unreasonably so, he realized, but that didn't change the fact that if the man didn't make a mistake and get captured in the next few hours, Colonel Grushkin might very well not see the sunrise. Standing, he dropped the phone on the seat he had been occupying and climbed down from the dry cabin. The rain was cold, a stiff breeze from the northwest driving it into his face as he slowly walked down the line of captive women. He was cold, even in his greatcoat. They were dressed much lighter, shivering so violently the cable they were cuffed to was shaking. Ignoring Irina, he stopped in front of Rachel, reaching out and lifting her chin to look into her eyes. Wet, stringy hair hung across her face and her teeth were chattering. "How do I find him?" he asked gently. "LLLL, look behind you," Rachel stuttered out as violent shivers racked her body. Grushkin didn't take the bait, recognizing the defiance in the woman's eyes despite her deteriorating physical condition. Smiling, he stroked a finger across her cheek before removing his hand. "You are his wife." "No." Despite Buzinski's bluff, there wasn't a photo of Katie in John's file. There were references to her past with the CIA, but somehow a picture had never been added to the record. Grushkin had called contacts in both the SVR and GRU, having them pull Katie's file, but again there was no photo in either. If she had ever worked on the CIA's Russia desk, there most certainly would have been, but there had been too many American agents spread across the world to warrant the effort to photograph every single one of them. Moving on, he stopped in front of Martinez, who remained unconscious. He looked at her briefly, taking a moment to reach out and check the pulse in her neck. When his fingers touched her flesh, she whipped her head around and clamped her teeth down onto his hand. With a roar of pain, he tried to yank his hand out of her mouth, but she bit down as hard as she could, jerking her head from side to side. Grushkin began hitting her head with his free hand, trying to break free, but Martinez held on. Responding to the colonel's shout of pain, two soldiers ran up, one of them raising his rifle to shoot. "Nyat!" He screamed at the man, drew his pistol and began clubbing Martinez across the head. The pain was incredible and he hit her hard. Finally, his hand came free as he pulled backwards, stumbling and falling onto the rain-soaked grass. He stared at his hand in shock, dropping the pistol and cradling it with his other. His index and middle finger were missing, blood pouring from the ragged stumps. Martinez had straightened, taking the pressure off her bruised wrist. Blood coated her lips and chin, quickly being washed away by the rain. When Grushkin looked up, she spit his fingers out of her mouth to splash onto the ground between them. "Don't fucking touch me, Puto." She smiled, showing her blood-stained teeth. With a bellow of rage, Grushkin leapt to his feet and launched himself at the small woman. He rained blows from his good hand onto her head and face, switching to her body when he felt her nose break. He pounded on her ribs and stomach. Sent sharp punches into her kidneys. "You fucking motherless whore," he screamed as he kept assaulting her. Katie, Rachel and Irina were all screaming at him, begging him to stop. Katie slid her cuffs along the cable to reach Martinez, Rachel following suit when she saw what the other woman was doing. Both were roughly grabbed by the two soldiers before they could get close enough to place themselves between Martinez and the madman. She finally cried out in pain when he began kicking the bullet wound in her thigh. 48. Over the past half-hour, activity on the docks had died down to almost nothing. Crawford had watched what was obviously a changing of the guard, then lights were dimmed and most of the Russian sailors disappeared below decks. That left a few men on the deck of each ship and a small roving patrol on the docks. The work gang that had been throwing dead infected into the water was done for the night. Several shots rang out from beyond the farthest ship and the colonel mused they'd be busy in the morning. He waited another hour to give the sentries standing static posts time to get bored and start letting their minds drift. The patrol had taken shelter from the rain under a small tree, the men smoking and talking quietly. Occasionally one of them would step out and look around for infected. If he spotted one, he'd take his time aiming and shoot it from where he stood. The colonel was ready to go. The mines and spools of wire were in a pack securely strapped to his chest. Swim fins he'd taken from a sporting goods store were hanging from his belt. Goggles were on his head, pushed up off his eyes for the moment. The patrol did their check of the area, one of the soldiers scanning directly in the colonel's direction. Not seeing any infected, he huddled back under the tree. Crawford moved as soon as the man turned back to his cigarette. He dashed across a narrow service road and to the top of a ladder that descended the side of the tall pier to the water below. Swinging onto the rungs, he climbed down into the inky darkness, wishing there had been some night vision at the armory. Pausing halfway to the surface of the water, he removed one boot and sock at a time, stuffing them into the pack with the mines. Continuing on, he carefully lowered himself into the cold water. Holding tight to the ladder with one hand, he removed the flippers from his belt and got them on his feet. Next he rinsed the inside of the goggles in seawater to prevent them from fogging, then slipped them on and pushed off from the ladder. His first stop would be Peter the Great. The ship that had looked so big from shore now appeared twice as large. And it was still 100 yards away. Focusing on managing the weight strapped to his body, Crawford began kicking, careful to keep his feet deep enough to not cause a splash that might be heard by one of the sentries. He hadn't gone far when something heavy bumped into his right shoulder. It was pitch black on the surface of the water and he nearly panicked, swallowing some ocean water when the first thing that went through his head was shark. He lashed out with his hand, coming into contact with something he couldn't identify at first, but it wasn't a shark. It didn't even seem to be alive. Quickly running his hand over the object, he suddenly realized it was one of the dead infected the Russians had been tossing off the docks. Ignoring the corpse, and almost forgetting the thought of being eaten by a shark, he started swimming again. As he moved through the water, several more bodies that bobbed on the surface bumped into him. Progress was slow as the colonel had to focus on managing the dead weight he was carrying as well as remaining silent. He had noted the lookouts posted on the ship's decks weren't equipped with night vision, so unless someone turned on a spotlight he would remain invisible in the dark water. Eventually reaching Peter the Great, he paused and glanced up. The hull of the giant ship soared out of the water, curving out as it went up. He was completely hidden from the deck. Even if a sentry looked directly down over the rail, he would be screened by the curved steel side of the battlecruiser. Carefully he began making his way towards the stern. He had arrived near the midpoint of its length and was still going with the assumption the reactor core would be closer to the back. This was confirmed after a few minutes of movement when he reached an area where a gentle current could be felt tugging on his fins. But it wasn't an ocean current. Wasn't flowing horizontally. It was trying to pull him under. He had found the intake for the reactor's cooling system. Even tied up to the dock, the reactor was running, generating power for the ship's systems. And if a reactor is running, it has to be cooled, otherwise bad things happen very quickly. Reaching into the pack on his chest, Crawford had to pry the two mines apart because their magnets had found each other. The wire into the detonator had been attached before he left shore, so all that was left to do was put the mine in place. Taking several deep breaths, he dove and followed the curving hull in absolute darkness. It didn't take long to find the large intake, the flow of cold seawater threatening to suck his body up against the opening. Pushing the mine forward, the magnets took over and slammed it against the hull a couple of feet away from the opening. Using his hands and finned feet, Crawford walked himself away from the current, then kicked for the surface, wire trailing behind him. He gulped air as quietly as he could when his head broke into the clear. Carefully kicking, he moved himself away from the constant tug generated by the ship's pumps. Once free of the suction, he transitioned back to swimming, staying in the shelter of the hull's curve. At the stern, he paid out enough wire to let it swing deep into the water and not tangle on the gigantic propellers. Rounding the turn to reach the opposite side of the ship, Crawford struck out across 200 feet of open water to reach the destroyer. It had looked diminutive next to the battlecruiser when he was on shore, but when he reached the hull it no longer seemed small. Looking up, he couldn't see what he needed to see, so he swam a few yards back the way he'd just come from. Now he was able to spot the pipes and valves that were used for fueling the ship and swam to a point on the hull right below them. The colonel didn't know a lot about ships. He'd been on a few different Navy ships during his career, even a nuclear sub once, but he was far from a nautical expert. Most of his knowledge came from books and movies. So he was guessing when he decided the fuel tanks would be low in the hull to help ballast the ship in rough seas. Hoping he was right, he dove, again following the hull by feel as he was completely blind in the inky darkness. When he reached a point where the curve seemed to begin transitioning from nearly vertical, he stopped and attached the second mine. The first spool was already on a hook attached to his belt and the second one joined it as he kicked for the surface. Breaking through, he turned and headed away from shore. There was a large, man-made breakwater that protected the harbor. It jutted into the water at an angle meant to combat the waves that rolled down from the north when there was a storm. He was pretty sure he had enough wire on the large spools to reach that far. But he hadn't even made it past the stern of Peter the Great when he heard an outboard motor. With his ears only inches above the surface, the colonel couldn't tell where the boat was, but the sounds were coming closer. Had he been spotted? No, there would have been activity on the ship's decks. Lights would be on and alarms would be sounding. Someone would probably already be shooting at him by now. Turning back, he struck out for Peter the Great, which was closer. Less worried about making noise, he swam hard, hoping to reach the hull and fade into the darkness. He made it just as an inflatable boat that looked very much like an American RIB rounded the stern of the destroyer. 3 men were aboard. One was driving, one was controlling a spotlight, and the third was behind a pintle-mounted machine gun. "Fuck me running," Crawford grumbled. He watched them for a few moments as the boat moved along barely above an idle. The spotlight was being played up and down the hull of the destroyer at the waterline. He should have known the Russians would have more security than just a few guys on deck. As he observed, he noted the thoroughness of their inspection. It wasn't just a quick pass of the light before moving on. The man would check a section of the hull, then reverse course and check it again, then swing the light across it a third time before moving on to the next area. There was no way he was going to be able to hide from them. Not without scuba gear. They were spending too much time on each area. He couldn't hold his breath that long. His diseased lungs were already protesting the time he'd been underwater, and he was fighting to not start coughing. With a sigh of resignation, he slipped a hand into his pack and removed a trigger. Treading with his finned feet while he worked, he pulled a long loop from one of the spools and wrapped it around his wrist so it couldn't get lost in the water if he dropped it. He did the same thing with the other spool, then used his teeth to break through each thin wire. Biting on the ends, he stripped back a few inches of insulation and attached one of the wires to the stainless steel terminals on the top of the trigger. Digging the second one out, he wired it as he watched the patrol finish with the destroyer and turned to begin checking the much larger battlecruiser. He thought about trying to swim around the stern, but dismissed that as a bad idea. Was going underneath the hull and coming up on the other side a possibility? He had no idea how far into the water the giant ship sat. Draft. He finally remembered the term for it. His lungs were burning, threatening to begin spasming. He couldn't make the dive. He was sure he would drown. And if he drowned, there'd be no one to detonate the mines and he would have died for nothing. "Fuck it," he said to himself, making his decision. Closing his eyes for a moment, he said a short prayer, hoping everything his wife had so fervently believed was true and that they would be together again very soon. Colonel Crawford opened his eyes, lifted the safety gates that protected each trigger from accidental initiation, and simultaneously pressed both buttons. General Kozlov was settled into his seat on board the Antonov troop transport, several squads of soldiers crammed into the back, the big plane climbing steeply to clear the mountains to the east of Seattle. He looked up when the co-pilot suddenly appeared in front of him, breathless and looking terrified. "What is it now?" the general asked irritably. "Peter the Great, Comrade General," the man sputtered. "It has been attacked. Does Captain Romanov have it under control?" "It is sinking, Comrade General. And the other ships at the dock are on fire." The man flinched under Kozlov's gaze. "What? Turn us around and get me on the ground. Quickly!" he snapped, sending the young officer dashing back to the cockpit. Moments later, the plane banked hard to the right and began to rapidly lose altitude, changing course to return to McCord Air Force Base. "Have a helicopter ready to go when we land," Kozlov barked at his aide. 10 minutes later, the heavy plane screeched onto the runway, the general unbuckling his seatbelt and standing up while they were still decelerating. The pilot taxied for a brief time, then came to a sharp stop. Kozlov had already pushed his way through the troops to the back of the plane and slapped the button to lower the ramp, running out onto it before it was fully down onto the tarmac. His aide had stayed on his heels and they ran to an idling hind, reflexively ducking their heads as they came under the spinning rotor even though there was no danger of it striking them. The general yanked the door open and climbed aboard, shouting at the pilot to take off as his aide was still trying to board. They streaked north, the conflagration at the docks soon becoming visible. "How far are we?" Kozlov asked the pilot over the intercom. 30 kilometers, Comrade General." The man answered. 30 kilometers and we can already see the fire, Kozlov said under his breath. The pilot was pushing the aircraft to its maximum speed and they covered the distance quickly. Kozlov's attention was fixated on the burning ships, his fists clenched so hard they ached. He had been assured there were no Americans left in the city, and he had trusted his staff. Their incompetence and his acceptance of their assurances would most likely cost him his life. If he was lucky, that's all it would cost him. He had a wife and children back in Russia. The helicopter flew over the tall buildings in downtown Seattle before going into an orbit to provide the best view of the devastation below. Peter the Great was listing severely to port, water visible washing across the deck. It was apparently sitting on the bottom of the harbor. The other 4 ships were all aflame, and a spreading fuel oil slick was burning on the surface of the harbor. "Comrade General, the radiation detectors are in alarm," the pilot said, his voice startling Kozlov. "The reactor on Peter the Great must have been breached. We are already at exposures well above the minimum safe threshold." The view of the destroyed ships had caused a calm to descend over the general. An acceptance of his fate. He had failed, and would pay the price. Perhaps if only the destroyer and the 3 frigates had been lost he could have survived, but Peter the Great was the pride of the Russian Navy. There would be no coming back from this. "Very well," he said. "Take me to my headquarters." The pilot immediately turned out of the orbit and streaked away from the deadly radiation emanating from the sunken ship. "Misha," the general spoke to his aide without taking his attention off the burning ships behind them. "Get my wife on the phone." 49. "That fucking Russian is beating on one of them women pretty bad," Titus shouted over the radio. I had just stepped into a 3-story building that overlooked the area where they were being held. One of the sniper teams we'd spotted was on the roof. "Which one?" I asked, heart leaping in my chest. I threw caution to the wind and began racing up the stairs. "The big one, with the stitches on his head." "Which woman, goddammit?" I almost shouted, turning the landing at the 2nd story. "Sorry. The small, darker one. Martinez." I experienced a moment of relief that it wasn't Katie, then rage that it was Martinez being abused because of me. Well, the fucker wanted to flush me out. He was about to get his wish. Reaching the 3rd floor, I spent precious time searching for access to the roof, finally finding it in a maintenance closet at the end of the main hallway. There was a vertical ladder that ran up to a hatch set into the ceiling. It was pretty close to the middle edge of the building, and if I was remembering correctly it should let me come out behind the sniper and his spotter. But a little distraction never hurts. Pulling out the remote trigger, I selected the first channel which was keyed to the bomb in the restaurant and pressed the fire button. A heartbeat later an explosion rocked the small town that was so loud I clearly heard it inside the building. Rifle ready, I climbed the ladder and cracked the hatch open a few inches. I lifted my head enough to see over the lip of the opening, finding the 2 Russians about 20 yards away. Their backs were to me. Both were still prone, in position, but their heads were turned in the direction of the large fireball that was climbing into the sky. Must have been propane tanks or something very flammable in the restaurant that was touched off by the blast. C4 doesn't do that by itself. I pushed the hatch open a couple of feet, climbed enough to get my shoulders above the roofline and brought my rifle on target. 2 bursts into each did the job. Sure, it was probably overkill, but I was in the mood for overkill. Worming my way fully onto the roof, I stayed low. There was still the other sniper team. They had a clear view of this roof, and I wasn't about to announce my presence or give them a target. Reaching the 2 Russians I'd just killed, I pulled the sniper back from the low parapet, concealing him from view. Shoving the body to the side, I took his place, leaving the spotter where he was. If the other sniper took a good look through his scope, I was fucked, but I planned to solve that problem. I took a moment to check the Dragunov rifle and make sure it was loaded and ready to fire. I had no reason to expect it wasn't, but I also wasn't about to trust my life on the expectation that someone else had done what they should have. Settling in, I pulled the butt tight to my shoulder and pressed my cheek to the stock. The view through the scope was blurry and I had to adjust the focus for my eye, everything suddenly snapping into sharp clarity. I wanted to take the time to check on the girls, but every second I didn't eliminate the other sniper was an opportunity for him to notice something was very wrong on this roof. There was a sophisticated scope on the rifle, calculating distance to target automatically when I placed the crosshairs on the other shooter's face. He was 512 meters from my position, and I had a problem. I had no idea what caliber the fucking Russian rifle was, which meant I had no idea how much to compensate for bullet drop. Then I realized the fancy scope had already taken care of that for me when it measured the distance to target. Well, fuck me if that isn't convenient as all hell. With the scope automatically adjusting, all I had to do was put the crosshairs on what I wanted to hit and pull the trigger. Yeah. It's really not that simple. 512 meters is a long shot. Not record setting by any means, but it's still a long shot for someone who doesn't regularly train on long-range shots. There was wind to take into account. It was raining. The humidity was high, which meant the air was denser. I was guessing the Dragunov was most likely chambered in 7.62 millimeters, and if I was right it would take the bullet 2/3 of a second to reach the target. That provided a lot of time for environmental forces to affect the trajectory. And finally, and maybe most importantly, if I wasn't rock steady when I squeezed that trigger, none of the rest of this shit mattered. Wiggle the rifle a hair when I pull the trigger and that movement would be magnified exponentially by the time the bullet arrived on target. It's easy to miss, despite how deceptively easy the guys and girls that are really good make it look. This all went through my head in under a second. Body stilled, I held on the sniper's face, resting the crosshairs on his large, Slavic nose. Fortunately, he still hadn't looked in my direction because I was taking my sweet time. Once I was comfortable with the shot I'd take on him, I pivoted the muzzle to check the spotter. He couldn't be left alive to sound the alarm. My plan was to fire on the sniper and without waiting to see if I had hit my target, turn and fire on the spotter. This was dangerous as hell. If I missed the first shot, the sniper would be putting a round through my skull while I was focused on hitting his spotter. But there wasn't any other way. If I waited until I was sure the sniper was down before taking the second shot, the man would have plenty of warning and time to drop behind the parapet and start shouting the alarm. I was back on the sniper, half a second from pulling the trigger when Titus suddenly spoke in my ear, completely destroying my concentration. "What the hell you waiting for? For fuck's sake, Titus. Shut up." I hissed into the radio and settled my cheek back onto the stock, peering through the scope. I froze for a heartbeat when I saw the other sniper with his rifle pointed directly at me, noting his thumb shift as he took his rifle off safe. Oh fuck me. Throwing myself to the side, I kept rolling when the rifle I'd just been holding exploded from the impact of his bullet. I stayed below the parapet, crawling on my belly, cursing all the way to the roof hatch. They had me located. Time for another distraction. As I slithered through the opening and dropped to the floor, I worked the setting on the trigger and pressed the button again. I heard the explosion almost 2 seconds later, then a second after that a follow-on blast that was so large it shattered windows and shook dust out of the ceiling tiles to drift down onto my head. The second location I'd visited to plant a big chunk of C4 was a propane and liquefied natural gas distribution plant on the edge of town. I'd stuck the explosive to the side of a huge propane tank in the middle of a large lot that was full of tanks brimming with highly flammable gases. There was another even larger and louder explosion as I pounded down the stairs, knowing I needed to get out of the building before the Russians converged on my location and trapped me. Reaching the first floor, I had my rifle up and ready as I burst out into the night. 2 soldiers had just arrived, running up the low steps that led to the front door. They were less than 20 feet away when I emerged, carrying their rifles high across their chests as they ran. Without breaking stride, I pumped a burst into one of them, then slammed my shoulder into the second one as he tried to move to the side and swing the muzzle of his weapon in my direction. He sprawled onto his back and I fired 3 rounds into his head as I ran past. There weren't any more enemies immediately visible and I headed for an overgrown hedge, pulling the trigger out of my pocket and pressing the button after selecting the third location. There was a barely audible pop from far in the distance, then a few seconds later a brilliant flash on the horizon followed by another thunderous shockwave rolling across the small town. I had visited the small airport on the opposite side of town from the tank farm and wired up a fueling point and a couple of helicopters that were on the ground while the air crews took a break from the search. Making it to the thick bush, I pushed inside and hid just as a squad of a dozen Russians rounded the corner and ran to the front of the building I had just exited. They paused when they spotted the 2 I'd killed, the squad leader motioning for half the men to proceed inside with him, leaving the other half on watch at the front door. They were amped up and on full alert, their rifles up and scanning the surrounding area. To the northeast and west the horizon glowed a brilliant, deep orange from the fires at the propane tanks and the airport. Smaller, secondary explosions were adding to both conflagrations and it looked, sounded, and smelled like a war zone. I was only sorry I'd run out of C4. I would have been happy to level the entire fucking town with the Russians in it. Checking the sightlines from the building with the remaining sniper, I chose a path that I believed would shield me from his view and his rifle. I hoped. It was time to go get my wife. 50. Katie, Rachel and Irina all screamed at Grushkin as he continued to pummel Martinez. He ignored them, lost in a fury born of frustration with the events of the past day and the pain of his damaged hand. The 2 American women struggled in the grip of the soldiers that were holding them back, both of them trying to fight free, but the handicap of one hand cuffed over their heads made it impossible. Finally, he stepped away from her, panting. Martinez hung suspended by the handcuff, unconscious once again. Blood poured from her broken nose and numerous lacerations on her face and scalp from the beating she had received. Looking down at the ground, Grushkin spotted his pistol and scooped it up in his good hand. The 3 women stopped shouting and screaming when his arm came up, the muzzle of the weapon only a couple of feet from Martinez's forehead. His finger began to tighten on the trigger, then the night lit up as his loud explosion sounded from only a few blocks away. A moment later there was a secondary blast and a ball of fire climbed into the sky. What was that? Grushkin whirled and shouted at Major Buzinski. While he was distracted, a medic dashed forward and retrieved the 2 severed fingers from the rain-soaked ground. He rinsed them with sterile saline before sandwiching them between chemical ice packs in a small cooler. Tentatively he approached the colonel as he waited on his aide to report. "Comrade Colonel, your hand," he said softly. Grushkin looked down at his injury, grunted and held it out for the medic to treat. As the man began cleaning the open wounds where the digits had been bitten off, another explosion ripped the night. This one was farther away, but a second later an earth-shattering blast lit the entire horizon and the windows in all the buildings around the park were blown out. "Are the Americans here?" Grushkin screamed at Buzinski as he watched a massive, glowing mushroom cloud form on the edge of town and begin boiling skyward. "No reports of contact with the enemy, sir." "I'm still trying to," the man paused, pressing the radio headset tighter against his ear. He listened for a moment before spinning and pointing at a building on the edge of the park. "Enemy on the roof," he shouted, then bellowed orders into the radio to get troops on their way to the location. The soldiers holding Katie and Rachel released them and ran for the indicated building. "He's coming." Martinez was groggy, having regained consciousness and spoke as best she could through her broken mouth. "He's coming, and he's going to bend you over and fuck you like a..." She never finished the sentence. Grushkin lifted his arm and fired a shot that took off most of the top of her head. Her body jerked once, then went limp, hanging by the arm from the handcuff. The other 3 women stared in shock at their dead friend, unable for a moment to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Grushkin was turning back to Buzinski when another blast added to the chaos of the night. This one was to the west, and another fiery pillar began ascending. "Report, Major!" Grushkin roared, breathing heavy and glaring at the younger man. Buzinski listened intently for several minutes, studiously ignoring the pistol that was still gripped in Grushkin's hand. He barked several orders and turned to fully face the colonel when reports began coming in from around the small city. "Sir," the major called, radio still pressed to his ear. The first bomb was a building where the men had gathered to eat. It is believed that over 400 are dead, and 200 injured from the blast. The second location was a liquefied gas plant, and the third was the airport our aviation assets were staging out of. We lost 4 helicopters and their flight crews and appears all of the ground support staff as well. Order all remaining men to converge on our location, Grushkin barked. Have them form a protective ring around the park. Yes, Comrade General, the major said and immediately began relaying orders over the radio. 51. I entered the park moments ahead of the arrival of a squad of soldiers, sticking to the edge of a row of head-height bushes that screened a pair of tennis courts from the street. Reaching the end of them, I paused, startled when 2 Russians suddenly appeared right in front of me. They were trotting, heading somewhere in a hurry, and were close enough to touch. Both of them faltered when they saw me, trying to stop and bring their weapons around. We were too close for rifles, so I didn't even try. Whipping the kukri out, I slashed, opening the throat of the one on the right. There was an immediate fountain of blood that soaked me before he fell away to die. The second one shouted something in Russian and began backpedaling as he swung his rifle towards me. Charging, I battled the muzzle away as he fired and buried all 12 inches of the kukri in his guts, slicing up and out. I felt the blade grind on bone and slashed his throat open before shoving the corpse onto the ground and stepping over it. Pausing for a moment, I made the mistake of being in the open and nearly paid the ultimate price. I felt the shockwave of the bullet as it flew past my head an instant before I heard the report of the sniper's rifle. I recognized the danger immediately and lunged forward into a crouch as I dashed for the cover of a low building that looked like it was for storage of mowers and maintenance equipment for the park. I heard another shot, but the bullet didn't come close enough for me to feel or hear its passage. Reaching the building, I slammed against the wall, checking in both directions. For the moment it was clear. I was hidden from the sniper and took a moment to picture the map of the park in my head. On the other side of this building and 50 yards out into the open field should be the tree that the Heinz winch cable was attached to. As I was thinking this, I heard a single pistol shot, but didn't think anything of it. There were still infected around that the Russian troops had been putting down on a fairly regular basis. That son of a bitch just shot her. Titus shouted into the radio. What? I asked, my stomach clenching into a tight ball as a wave of heat flushed across my face. That fucking commie bastard just shot the woman he was beaten on. Right in the head. She's dead, he said, the emotion apparent in his voice. Martinez. For a brief moment the world around me ceased to exist as I tried to process her death. Katie was right about her. She had become more than a friend. She really was the little sister I'd never had. And that motherfucker had just killed her. The world roared back in on me and I wanted to scream. Wanted to rage at the sky like a lunatic. But I had a better way to exorcise my demons. Loading a fresh magazine into my rifle, I moved to the far corner of the building, pressing deep into a thickly growing bush that reached all the way above the roof. Making sure I was well concealed, I poked my head around. I had a view into the park, just able to see the edge of the tree where the girls were secured. Shielded from the sniper, I worked my way through the foliage until I could see farther around the corner. I now had a good view of the tree, finally getting a look at the thick trunk and the helicopter beyond. I spotted Katie first, then saw Martinez hanging limply from the wire. Seeing her body drove home the pain, and one of the few remaining pieces of my heart that held any joy for life turned black. Shutting down all my emotions with the exception of the desire for vengeance, I took a deep breath and began analyzing the scene. Beyond Martinez was Rachel and finally Irina. Colonel Grushkin stood in front of Martinez's corpse, between Rachel and Katie. It looked like there were thin lines in his hand, one each leading to Katie and Rachel. I carefully raised my rifle and peered through the scope, adjusting the magnification for a better look, then said a few words my mother would most certainly not have approved of. They each now had both arms raised over their heads, wrists cuffed together and the short chain hooked over the winch cable. A hand grenade had been strapped to their throats, a line leading from each pin to Grushkin's hand. All he had to do was tug and the pins would come out and they were dead. I clenched my jaw so hard it's a wonder I didn't break my teeth. If I thought for 1 second there was a chance they would go free in exchange for my surrender, I'd put my weapons down and walk into the open. But that ship had sailed. Colonel Grushkin would happily make me stand and watch as he pulled the pins and blew the heads off of the woman I loved. The 2 women I loved, I corrected myself. I couldn't even shoot the fucker. If he fell, the last thing that would happen would be the lines tightening until the pins popped free. For one of the very few times in my life I was at a complete loss for what to do. The only certainty was that as soon as I was captured or killed, Katie and Rachel would die. A noise to my left caught my attention. Lifting the rifle and pressing a large branch out of my way, I peered through the night vision scope and watched as Russian soldiers began forming up to create a perimeter around the park. Turning, I scanned behind me and saw the same thing. They were all lining up on the roads that formed the boundary, spread about 20 yards apart. Just marvelous. Katie and Rachel wired to explode. A sniper on a roof that overlooked the park and now ground troops creating a tight cordon around us. We were really and truly fucked. 52. I am speaking to Major John Chase. I turned back and looked, seeing Grushkin speaking into a large megaphone. The tall, thin major held the microphone up to his mouth as a soldier whom I presumed was a medic bandaged one of the colonel's hands. The other hand still tightly gripped the lines that lead to the grenade pins. Surrender now and these 2 women will not be harmed. I will put them on a helicopter that will take them anywhere they wish to go. If you do not surrender, I will begin carving off body parts. The scope was settled on his head and I so badly wanted to pull the trigger. To send a bullet screaming out to shatter his skull. But if his corpse fell the wrong way and pulled those pins, Katie and Rachel were dead. There were no 2 ways about it. 5 seconds after the pins came out, I was stuck. I couldn't attack, or the girls would die. I couldn't retreat and fight my way clear of the perimeter, or Grushkin would begin abusing them, and they would eventually die. Did I believe that he'd actually let them go? Put them on a helicopter, wish them well and give them a ride? Not a fucking chance. He wanted to punish me for the aggravation I'd caused him, not to mention all the Russians I'd killed as well as the injuries I'd inflicted on him personally. But he couldn't do much to me. I knew that. President Baranov wanted that pleasure, and wouldn't be terribly understanding if I was delivered in bad shape. That would put a damper on the festivities he had planned. Which one should I start with? Grushkin asked over the megaphone. He said something to the major, probably his aide, who handed the microphone to the medic. Drawing a very long, wicked-looking blade, he nodded at the colonel. Perhaps let's start at the left with the redhead. Grushkin's amplified voice sounded almost delighted that he was about to inflict some pain. The major turned and stepped in front of Katie. I could see her eyes grow large as he reached out, grasped the neckline of her shirt and ripped the front open. He tore the fabric away from her body, exposing her bare breasts. There was fear in her eyes, but she spat in his face. He smiled, wiping it off and grabbing her right breast in his large hand. That's when I pulled the trigger. The major's head snapped to the side and he tumbled to the ground, the nearly machete-sized blade falling out of his hand and coming to rest in the mud between Rachel and Irina. I'm coming in, I shouted before Grushkin could respond and do anything to Katie. Everyone's head snapped in my direction, Rachel and Katie both screaming for me to run. I ignored them, stepping into the open with my rifle held in one hand over my head. At that moment I was half expecting a bullet from the sniper, but it never came. Slowly, I began walking out into the park, keeping my hands and rifle high in the air. Grushkin was intently watching me, the medic having raised his rifle and trained it on me. Apparently the colonel felt he didn't need any more help. He thought the grenades strapped to the girls' throats were enough to keep me in check. He was mostly right. Katie and Rachel were still screaming at me, but the shouts were dissolving into tears as I continued to walk towards their captor. I saw Martinez, hanging limply from the wire, blood-soaked hair hanging down and concealing her face. My heart broke when I saw her body. And a fresh ball of anger ignited in my guts. I came to a halt 10 feet from Grushkin and the medic, verifying that the large hind parked behind them screened us from the sniper. The colonel was standing close to Rachel, the line connecting him to Katie stretched out longer than hers. Over his shoulder I saw Irina looking at me, fury on her face as she wrung her hands. The medic was a few feet to his right, AKM's muzzle steady on my chest. Flicking my eyes at the weapon, I mentally sighed when I confirmed its selector had been set to full auto and his finger was on the trigger. "You said you'd let them go," I said, expecting him to laugh in my face. "And I will," he grinned. "But you have caused me and my men great loss and sorrow. They need to be compensated. As soon as all of my men have taken as much comfort from them as can be taken, I will let them go." Motherfucker, I took a step forward, rifle already starting to move. I wasn't thinking about shooting him, I was going to beat him to death. But the medic took a step back and fired a short burst into the ground at my feet. Jerking the rifle back up, he once again put it on the center of my chest. I was wearing body armor, but didn't think for a second it would protect me at this range. "Now, place your weapons on the ground or there will not be another warning shot," Grushkin said. He added to his threat by raising the hand that held the lines. Katie and Rachel had been sobbing, but went quiet when the Russian rifle had fired. Katie was breathing hard, a moan escaping her throat with each breath. I wanted to turn my head and check on her, but wasn't going to take my attention off of the Russians. Movement behind Grushkin caught my attention. It was Irina, and her hand was free. I hadn't paid much attention to her, but I realized that she had only been cuffed by one hand, just like Martinez. Rachel and Katie had also been restrained that way until the grenades were strapped to them. Irina hadn't been wringing her hands, she'd been picking the lock on her cuffs. She knelt without moving her feet and carefully reached out for the big knife the major had dropped when I killed him. To keep attention focused on me, I moved slowly, flexing my knees and starting to lower my rifle to the ground. I froze and jerked my head around when Katie gasped in pain. She was hanging from the cuffs, her legs not supporting her weight, and thrashing her head back and forth as she cried out. Her entire body began to convulse, sending vibrations into the winch cable, then she went perfectly still, head down and face obscured by her thick, wet hair. Behind me I heard a sound like a baseball bat striking flesh. It was immediately followed by a soft thud as something hit the wet grass. I turned in time to see Irina whirl, the gleaming blade held in both hands. Blood fountained from a stump at the end of Grushkin's arm. His severed hand, still grasping the lines that led to the grenade pins, lay in a small puddle of rainwater at Rachel's feet. The medic had begun to turn towards her, but dropped his rifle and fell backwards when she sliced his throat open, nearly decapitating him. Grushkin was moving, opening his mouth to shout for his troops. Irina took 2 steps and thrust the blade into his lower back, angled up. The tip appeared, pushing through the front of his uniform. With a scream of fury, the Russian woman pulled up on the knife, cutting, then turned and twisted the steel before pulling it out and watching Grushkin's body fall to the ground. The Russians forgotten, I straightened, turning, and starting to go to Katie. I froze in my tracks when her head snapped up and she screamed. Her eyes were blood red. She had turned. Also by Dirk Patton. Unleashed, The Plague Book 1. Crucifixion, The Plague Book 2. Rolling Thunder, The Plague Book 3. Red Hammer, The Plague Book 4. Transmission, The Plague Book 5. Days of Perdition, The Plague Book 6. Indestructible, The Plague Book 7. Recovery, The Plague Book 8. Precipice, The Plague Book 9. Rules of Engagement, a John Chase short story. Afterword. It is always hard to kill off characters that have come to feel like friends. All of them that died in this book were amalgamations of some pretty amazing people I've known over the years, and in a strange way it almost felt like I was betraying them. But just as in real life, not everyone survives contact with the enemy. So a shot of tequila and a heartfelt rest in peace to Colonel Jack Crawford, USA, Captain Jennifer Martinez, USAF, and Technical Sergeant Zach Scott, USAF. You will be missed. Unfortunately, the brutality and subsequent fear within the ranks of the Russian army is not fiction. Both under Soviet rule, and to a slightly lesser degree today, things as depicted in Precipice do happen. Can you even imagine living like that? In my humble opinion, I've done a pretty good job of making the Russians the very bad guys in this series. They really aren't bad people, just have a history of governments that are both tyrannical and very, very dangerous. I was a bit of a student of Russian history and politics during the Cold War, and like everyone else I kind of forgot about them when the Soviet Union broke up. But to discount a nation of fiercely proud people who have a history of wanting strong leaders was a mistake. Events are occurring in the world today that 30 years ago would have been at the top of every news cycle. Russian bombers flying patrol patterns 50 miles off the California, Washington, and Alaskan coasts. Russian subs sneaking into Swedish territorial waters. Russian warships playing chicken with U.S. warships, who thankfully are skippered by men who know enough to not allow themselves to be goaded into a fight. Russian state-sponsored hackers attacking any and every DoD system there is, as well as many critical infrastructures such as utilities, banking, and transportation. We don't happen to live in a safe world. I guess we never have, but the more technology advances, the more dangerous it gets. Only yesterday I read an article from a retired U.S. Air Force Major General who was absolutely frightened to death by a new tactical nuclear weapon the Russians have developed. It can supposedly deliver a small-yield bomb so accurately that the massive city killers we were all afraid of during the Cold War are no longer needed. The danger here is that with precision delivery and a smaller yield, these weapons could theoretically be deployed without creating the nuclear winter scenario. That means that someone, somewhere is already rationalizing the justification for use of one or more of them. Don't know if that scares you, but it frightens the living shit out of me. Forgive my rambling. I have strived from the first book to incorporate an element of reality into the story. No reanimated corpses here, just a megalomaniacal leader who set the world on fire. Perhaps I've spent too much time digging into what's really going on in the world and ignoring the constant barrage of who Miley kissed or how big Kim's ass is or. Well, you get the idea. Thank you very much for reading. You can always correspond with me via email at voodooplague@gmail.com and on the internet at www.voodooplague.com and follow me on Twitter at Dirk Patton, and if you're on Facebook, please like my page at www.facebook.com/feartheplague. I enjoy interacting with my fans and I answer all of my email, eventually. Thanks again for reading. Dirk Patton. August 2015.